still here. All my reasons cut like knives, keep replaying in my mind. All the times I've had to fight, I'm still here. It's in my blood, it's in my veins. I'm still crushing the state. There is nothing you can take. In my blood, it's in my veins. I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm still Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Wherever you're watching around the world, Week 8 here at the LCK is upon us, and we're glad you're here joining us. I'm Dgon, here in the space to set things up for the week, but I'm not alone. Joining me is Ox and Wolf. Gentlemen, how are you?
Pretty good. We're getting close to playoffs now, and I feel like that's really where the excitement sort of steps up when we're deciding who's going to make it, who's going to get those valuable upper seed spots as well.
And it's a new week with a new patch and a brand new champion, so a lot of big changes we'll be discussing in this show to let you guys know how we think things might change moving closer to playoffs, as you said.
Right. Well, 4 matches left for all the teams as we take a look at the standings. Gen G still have their playoffs wrapped on up, but Hanwha Life Esports joined them last week, now sitting in second, but all the other spots still up for grabs. And Bro are on a 1-game winning streak, but out of contention.
Yeah, a bit too far down there. I think the big thing for me is this KT, BNK, FearX, Quantum Freaks sort of cluster. Even T1's a bit close to that. But Quantum Freaks are in 7th place. If we finish the season with these standings, they wouldn't make playoffs, but they are on the cusp of being able to challenge those teams above them. So still a very tight race right now.
Yeah, just actually 2 games ahead of BNK at the moment as well. It's pretty significant for their chances. So close. And then POG's PaY's having a great last 2 weeks, pulling ahead as by far and above the most POG getting 80 carry. I think Viper's had a great season for sure. I think there's still some contention right now between whether PaY's or Viper is the best, but PaY's has looked the best very recently.
Yeah, I mean, he got 3 POGs last week, so that group who all have 700, he just leapt ahead of them and has such a big gap on them now with that first place position.
Yeah, well, speaking of leaping ahead in terms of standings, we didn't have anyone leaping ahead, but we had someone falling a little bit behind with Atlas hitting less than 50%, Cronny hitting only 50%, but that was how exciting last week of LCK was.
Yeah, when 6 out of 10 is the highest score, you know it's a bit of a rough week. We had a fair few upsets coming through. I mean, the Bro KT one, was it even an upset, is the question.
That's because we all picked KT. We know that if we all pick KT, it doesn't go well. Yep, there it is. You see Chronicler go, I don't know.
Dark Chronicler.
We'll check in with them.
The evil vision.
Yeah, evil Cronny. That's not the Cronny that you want to be messing with. Let's take a look at the picks and bans from last week. As Ezreal went through 1 game, unpicked, unbanned. Maokai 7-1 last week, but Ashe and Rumble still just constantly not getting played.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Ashe moving up to tie with Rumble here at 100% presence. I think a lot of this is because people are leaving Ezreal open, hoping Ashe is the answer and finding out that they're wrong, but she did end up taking some big wins as well when she was picked when Ezreal was banned. I think still a very high prio champion.
Yeah, and I think Rumble, we saw the nerfs come in and teams realized very quickly that still can't really afford to leave it open. Still a lot of picks, really high presence. We saw Tristana really fall off in terms of priority after the nerfs. Corki's still up there though.
Well, 2 weeks of 14-14 means that it's time for you to get out your notebooks. 14-15 is here, and we've got the patch notes and 2 experts to break it down. Let's start with the champions.
It gave some changes to Varus, right? He was reworked very recently, changing his passive, where he gets his attack speed bonuses buffed up, and he got +2 AD stats. Yasuo kind of fringe here in the LCK, does have a buff to his E damage and a little bit more armor. Could be significant in the LCK, but I think really still just going to be a niche pick.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing Talon at all, don't expect to. This is the big one for me. Ezreal, the Q Mystic shot, they took 10% AD ratio off it. It is, it's a sort of nerf that you would think be significant, but he's just so strong, I don't think it's enough. And also we're seeing other AD carries nerfs, so I think he's still going to maintain his spot as the top dog. Leona had some damage toned down, still very tanky, still a lot of CC. So I think those 2 needed nerfs, but I don't think they're really enough to take them down from their top spots.
With Shojin being part of Shyvana's build, it's tough to know exactly if this is a nerf or a buff. A bit of a buff towards the earlier part, and then a nerf to later with the AP ratio being decreased. And then Aurelion Sol, with some of the buffs he got after his Q-tap was taken away, I feel like he's still strong in the late game. We're seeing him very rarely here in the LCK, so just changing some of his stuff, like his W, his mana cost for his E.
Yeah, and these changes, Silas, they wanted to make a bit more bruiser focused and reduce his burst. Didn't really hit right, and he's a bit underpowered at the moment. Akali, some positive changes with the Twilight Shroud and the damage, but the cooldown increase might make her less able to join skirmishes as she's so reliant. And finally, Yone, more laning pressure is the intent with the Q buffs, and with the ult cooldown increase later on. I feel like it's definitely a bit of a hit not having it as frequently available, but I think the Q buffs are probably a more heavier impact.
Yeah, I think it's actually really good for Pro. As a Kali, we'll get some early game buffs because she was struggling in the early parts. And then these four, the big one is definitely the Skarner, in that they decrease his mana cost. So trying to see if he could still be relevant as a solo laner in the top lane. And his E is a little bit more fair. He also got more health. Irelia also, getting a little bit more health, but the regen is decreased, so if you're trading too frequently and losing those trades, you're going to have a bit of an issue. Zed and Cassiopeia, not really super relevant here in the LCK.
These are the big ones, and I think the 80 item nerfs really hoping to make an impact. Both Shiv and Kraken Slayer lost movement speed. Kraken Slayer lost a big chunk of damage when you proc the effect on it, so a big hit for range champions. I think that's probably the bigger nerf compared to Static Shiv, which was just 100 gold more. And then the changes to LDR, losing a bit of armor penetration, so it now has the same armor pen as Mortal Reminder, and Mortal Reminder losing some AD. So the difference between them is 10 AD, and Mortal Reminder gets the Grievous Wounds in return. So I actually think because of that, Mortal Reminder a lot more competitive as a result.
With Static Shiv and Kraken Slayer both getting a hit, this is what you were talking about a little bit with the Ezreal earlier. He doesn't really build those items, so that's a big buff to him in a side sense there. Abyssal Mask becoming a more eco item where you actually get more stats, but it's more expensive. You see some of these changes like Rocket Belt, we're not really seeing in the LCK. Health buff might mean that we see it on Kennen or something later. Cosmic Drive, I think, is the big one, though. Definitely very relevant on picks like the Kennen, potentially on picks like the Nidalee, so keep an eye on that one.
And the boots change, so every tier 2 boot apart from the Synaptic Souls getting nerfed, and mostly just trying to make them not as viable as an early rush. We see like plated steel caps often rush top lane in a lot of matchups. 200 gold more expensive is a massive price point, even with the plating buff. Merc Tread's more expensive, is obviously going to make things like Leona more relevant. I think the boots that got off best tier were Berserker Greaves. 5% attack speed isn't that big of a deal, and they didn't get any cost increase. Sorcerer Shoes also faring pretty well, but I think generally, when you want to rush these items early and have them impact your lane, making them more expensive really does hurt quite a bit, so it's a pretty across-the-board hit there.
Berserker's Greaves still going to feel pretty good. I think the plated steel caps one is quite interesting because it means that if you're winning lane and you have that extra 200 gold, if you end up getting a kill early with the added plating, you could actually dominate an AD versus AD lane a little bit harder because you might actually hit that spike defensively faster and can trade more aggressively.
All right, well, we're not done yet. Keep those notebooks out because 14-15 brings Aurora as well, which has been, I guess, globally banned here in the LCK, now coming back on in and available.
Yeah, and from what I've seen, this champion already has had to be hotfixed, is just a bit bonkers. The burst damage available between the passive, between the Q and the E is quite insane, but also such a slippery champion when it comes to the W, given the invisibility and also the element of mobility. Kind of feels a little bit Nico-ish in the sense that her ult has so much power in team fights, but outside of that, so hard to pin down, so much burst. I think the champion seems very strong right now.
Very easy to combo as well if you can set up your initial first Q, because then you can use your W to reposition. You can also use your E to reposition and then get more execute damage on your second Q. And then her ultimate allows you to go from left to right like it's Pac-Man and kind of teleport. It also slows enemies who are trying to escape, so you can really create a very powerful zone in a team fight, and it's very frustrating for the enemy champions to deal with it. Only lasts a few seconds, but that could be the difference maker in big fights around objectives.
Yeah, you think how valuable Camille ult can be in team fights, and obviously that ult can provide that against multiple targets. Some of the hotfixes, the Armor nerf, I think is really relevant. Without that, she might have just dominated mid lane, but with a lot of AD mid still being seen, that was definitely needed. And toning down some of the burst between her passive and her Q, which I think ultimately was needed, but they gave a bit more scaling to a passive. I think it's going to take a lot of AP to have it be favorable, but ultimately the champion is performing well, and I expect to see her come out this week.
All right, well, we'll see what happens here as we have our pros weighing on in. Here are the top laners and what they have said, and everyone seems like, yes, we'll see her. She's pro viable.
Kingen mentioning the Void Grub skirmishes, I think, is quite huge because her ultimate has such a large area in those early fights. So you could see a lot of people discussing the ultimate.
You can see what Zaya said.
Makes me angry when I play against her. I think she's really, because of her low range on her Q, pretty tough to play against a lot of mid matchups. But in the top lane, obviously, against melee champions, it's going to have a very oppressive lane. Chovy saying the ult is powerful, looks very fun to play from Faker, strong in skirmishes. making great for solo queue. Basically, everyone is universally saying that we will see her and that she is very strong. The question is, where will we see her? I'm thinking top lane, based on what we saw in Challengers. We saw Kangin play it. Very tough champion to pilot, very tricky. It looks easy when you look at the kit, but actually I think how you use her ultimate in team fights is a little bit, tougher than a lot of our other top mages.
I think it's just so funny with the two sides of T1. Zeus, it makes me angry to play against her, and then Fake are like, yeah, she's really fun to play. Maybe they matched against each other in solo queue, and they got other sides of the match.
I like Showmakers where he's like, oh, no, it's definitely a top laner. Definitely not mid. All right, let's take a look at the playoff race probability here as we still have multiple teams in contention. Yes, that is 1% of 1% for the Noodle Boys. They have an opportunity to do it, but really the battle is here between 7, 6, and 5, and even T1 thrown in there as well.
Yeah, you can see the chances are really high for D+ and T1. It's the strength of schedule you really have to look at. I mean, if you look at BNKs, they have a really tough one, DK, Kwangdong, Hanwha, and T1. And that direct matchup between Kwangdong and BNK is actually happening later this week. Very important one. That may actually be the determining factor between these two squads as to who actually gets in.
Yeah, I think it always comes down to strength of schedule when we're this close to the end, really weighing it in. So I think there's some tough races around the middle of the pack, and BNK Fearax have been in good form, but they need to maintain the momentum.
Yeah, they definitely do. But now it's time for our Uribank Gold King, where it's been dominated by one player, but it's not him this time. It's Chovy winning the Gold King here for week number 7.
So for the first time, we have someone to get a second Gold King point who wasn't aiming. And it makes sense. Chovy had a pretty dominant week. Gen G going 2-0 when a lot of other teams went 1-1. Also playing picks like the Draven, getting a ton of gold from that passive, obviously.
Yeah, he farmed a ton in the T1 series on his Zeri as well. Got a Flame Horizon, if I remember correctly. Just farming a ton, getting a ton of kills in the late game. And longer games obviously means that you get a ton of money, but shorter games with Draven means you still get a long game's worth of gold. So you can remember, this is also, even though aiming is already secure, this is the annual standing. So Chovy being the only person to get a second one besides aiming for the entire year says a lot.
Yeah, it's kind of nuts how the teams have decided how to change it on up. But now it's time for our OPGG Player of the Week, as voted on by us here on the desk, as well as the Korean cast. And this week, it goes to Pays with an OP score of 6.35, which is a little lower than usual.
Yeah, sometimes scores can be skewed depending on the champs being played, and he did have a Senna game, which obviously can definitely, we've seen that a lot of times with stats when it's skewed so heavily by that pick being played. But I think Pays had such a dominant week, won 3 out of a potential 4 POGs on the week, which is massive, and it's just been really being such a force to be reckoned with when it gets to those team fights, doing a ton of damage and really taking over games when he's given the gold.
Critical games versus T1 and a BNK that's on the rise. Strength of schedule and strength of opponent is something we always factor in here. So even though it's a relatively low OP score with the Senna stuff, that can happen. I think it's well-deserved. Honestly, great week for Pays.
Well, it was a double Gen G sweep in the awards, which means it's time for a special Gen G episode of Dgon's Fact of the Week. So, joining us now as the challenger, he loves spending time at home with his loved one and long walks on the beach. It's Ox.
Thanks for having me on the show. I'll do my best to compete with the reigning champ.
And as Ox alluded to, our 2-time reigning champion, you know him, you love him, you eat his pizza here in Korea, it's Wolf.
Woo!
Thanks for, welcoming me back to the show, Dgon. I'll do my best again for my fans out there.
All right, 2-time champion. 2 questions here. This first question will be the tiebreaker, whoever's closer here. Okay, are we ready? Chovy has only played 8 unique champions this split. What is the percentage of his LCK champion pool? The 8%, or these, sorry, not 8%, 8 champions. What is that of his total LCK champion pool?
I know Ox wants to say 17. But I'm thinking, oh god, this is hard percentages. I'm gonna go. Does it round?
It is not a round number.
Okay.
So it's 1 decimal point. So
I'm gonna go 9%.
Okay, 9% for Wolf.
I'm going to go 10%.
Oh, 10% for Ox. Ox is a gamer. It's 13%. That was very close.
Oh, man, you know...
In rehearsal, when you said 17, I was like, oh my gosh. All right. And here we go. Question number 2. So since we were talking about the least amount of unique champions, what regular season split did Chovy play the most unique champions? Remember, this includes Griffin, Dragon X, Hanwha Life, and of course, Gen G.
I'm gonna say it was either 2022 summer or 2023 spring. I want to say 2022 summer. There was a lot of weird stuff going on that season. I feel like this is just a hunch, but
I'm gonna go 2023 spring.
You are both incorrect here. It's actually 2021 summer with Hanwha Life Esports. He played 21 unique champions. Who could forget him playing Volibear mid against the Afrika Freaks Fly, who had Keen and Lahans on that game? It was Volibear mid.
He did play like Scion mid that season as well, I want to say. Like 2021 got a little bit weird. Everyone was just playing Orianna and Syndra, but that season he was like, no, Yone came out, I'm going to play that.
Well, with those answers, that means Ox is our winner today for Dgon's Fact of the Week. Congratulations, Ox.
I didn't expect to make it this far, but yeah, I just hope my parents are proud of me.
It was just like 1% closer than me.
It was very close. All right, let's take a look at the schedule. Now that we got winners, let's see some winners here as we look at the matchups for week number 8. It all starts with DRX versus Gen G in just a little bit. A big playoff implication matchup with Kwangdong Freaks and KT right after that later today. And then the Saturday showdown, BNK Fearx against Kwangdong Freaks is Kwangdong Freaks week.
Yeah, I think the Quantum Freaks matchups, with the fact we have BNK, Fearx, and KT involved, all three fighting for the last playoff spot, so I think those matchups are really important.
There's some contentious votes around BNK. I do think Ox's vote against D+ there is actually somewhat reasonable. I think BNK could do it. DK looking a little bit volatile at the moment. BNK trending upwards right now. And a lack of KT belief in KT versus Kwangdong later today after KT's loss to Bro, I think is fairly warranted as well.
Yeah, we're pretty split here on the KT and Kwangdong.
Bro T1, I don't know about that, Dgon. I don't know what's going on over there.
Hey, you know what? It was announced that Faker got COVID, and so maybe he wouldn't be feeling as great. Maybe if they're substitute in, first mate fate, baby. All right, well, we'll see what happens. I'll see you at the very end of this week for the Bro game, but now it's time to kick off this week with our first set of matches. We'll see you in a little bit.
I've seen the darkest of the days, where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow, even when the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting to the pointy end of LCK Summer 2024. I am Atlas, joined by Chronicler, as we delve into our second last week of regular season play. Starting off with, I was going to say banger, but it's actually probably going to be pretty short. I don't want to beat around the bush or lie to you guys. DRX are attempting to keep their playoff dreams alive up against Gen G. Are we thinking about that, Chronicler?
Not great, Atlas. Not great. I'm a big believer in miracles. We just saw Brion take a 2-0 over KT. That was also not miracles this big. This is really, I want to believe, but I don't. Unfortunately for DRX, they need to get the win here against a team that has dropped one game, the whole split, and that was against DK, who are notoriously the team that does that against them. Just sometimes it happens. It's not great. It's not good for DRX fans. And really, realistically, they're just looking to look good, not actually contest, because it's just so far from beyond what we've seen from them.
Yeah, and Gen G on a 28-match winning streak. It's pretty good. I would say that, you know, in comparison to any other team in the LCK, it's probably the best. They just don't do very much losing. They lost one game. One game so far this season up against DK, who were playing a purely beautiful DK style of draft and then got subsequently smashed in the next two games. This is just a team that is really overperforming, but they're going to be playing the very first game on this new patch, 14-15, with Aurora enabled. I'm a little bit upset about that because I don't really understand how she works. Even though I've played against her, I still think that she's just difficult to follow, personally. We'll see whether she does get picked up. We did get graced with some Aurora in Challenger on Monday. It didn't win, but it definitely did a lot of damage.
Yeah, we'll see what's going to happen here today. If Aurora is actually coming in, it is the type of champion I think Keen would enjoy in a counter matchup. But we have seen in Challengers that it doesn't really come up until we're a couple of games deep, and that's with Fearless as well. As it's Rascal and Satap in the starting lineup. On one hand, I do think that we saw Frog is just not LCK ready. It makes sense. The laning phase, not where it needs to be. Yehu, though, that's a more interesting, and this really does feel like a Hail Mary Atlas, because Yehu, I don't think he'd been great, but he'd been perfectly adequate.
But Aurelian Soul was nerfed on this patch.
Yeah, that's...
so then Yehu's champion pool is kind of out of it. He also played in Challenger, didn't look that great, to be perfectly honest, on the Challenger roster. Was there with Frog, of course. So he had a bit of an inkling that this was happening. We are going to invite DRX out onto the Lolpark stage, though, here. Very first team to make their way out this week. We'll see whether they can do the impossible. Of course, Rascal up against his former team. There was a time where Rascal would, on a weekly basis, take down Keen just over and over again. Gen G versus Afrika Freaks would have been the matchup back then. Oh, how times have changed, where now he's just not the same guy. This fan really wants him to be, though, as that was an absolutely adorable picture. What are these, Chronicler? You're the anime guy.
I'm not 100% sure. I think it's Neon Genesis, but... oh,
I've seen that one.
Yeah, haven't you?
I have.
Yeah, it's a classic. I figured you would have, but I'm not 100% sure. Which, I'm sorry, that's my one thing, Atlas.
Yeah.
That's what you rely on me for, and I couldn't help you.
You kind of let me down, but that's okay. Gen G will not. This is a team that has been pretty reliable so far this season. Unless, you only thought that they were going to be able to clean sweep DK in one match this season. That would be the only way that they would possibly disappoint you. Otherwise, it's just been a whole lot of winning for this squad. New patch, though, and a whole lot of fun, potentially, with some new picks. Looking forward to seeing whether it's going to be Chovy, maybe bringing out the Aurora, or whether it's going to be Keen. I think the general consensus is that Aurora is more likely to be played towards the top side of the map. This is a key player matchup that I'd prefer not to talk about. Take it away, Chronicler.
The most absurd thing about this, that there is a bunch of Senna games in there as well.
He does the most damage on center out of any of our center players. He's absolutely...
Yeah, but normally, like, averages like CSD at 15 and gold at 15 do take it. And obviously, a large part of this is just straight up the amount of winning that has been done. But I do think that PaYS, ever since that Gen G DK series, I think it was Ash there in that, I want to say, second game.
Yeah.
Might have been the third game, but that, for him, I think was a turning point. Already post-MSI, and during MSI, I think PaYS had kind of started to get it together. And he himself has talked a lot about, at the beginning of the year, him and Lance, not on the same page. And Mada has been doing a lot of behind-the-scenes work put into him to try and get them on the same page, and I think we're seeing the results of that. And as much as we love Pleta, unfortunately for him and Teddy, I think the problems on the top half of the map for DRX have gotten so much worse as the split have progressed, and it's just meant that the glimpses we saw, particularly in the first couple of weeks, there are no more glimpses, Atlas. It's just beat down, and I think you can see on the face of DRX as well. The expectations here today, they're not going to be too high, and they shouldn't be.
Yeah.
This is Gen G.
This is a trap game more than anything else. I think DRX kind of already know that, you know, getting into the playoffs is outside of their control. Even if they win here, if KT were to then win in their next match, then this team is still going to be eliminated from playoff contention. I think their chances right now are 0.000009 or something like that, according to the specialists over at Snowball. We'll see how that one actually works out, because, of course, a lot of those predictive algorithms just straight up don't work or mean anything. But that's fine. They do give us a bit of an idea, based on strength of schedule, how these teams are likely to stack up. And so far for DRX, it is pretty much donezo. So go out there, have a good time on the Rift. That's my opinion.
I'm often skeptical, but I think that the percentage in this case is pretty warranted, Atlas.
Yeah, I would say so.
I feel pretty good about that one.
They are all but eliminated.
They really are. And the main thing is going to be try and play as well as you possibly can. And then, if you look at the rest of DRX, even if they somehow beat Gen G today, they still have Hanwha Life ahead of them, which obviously...
Winnable.
Then KT, that one!
Always winnable.
Always winnable. Not great, but definitely technically doable. And then finally Kwangdong, who I do think have definitely dropped off, but still feel like they're on a different level than DRX is right now.
Yep, let's have a look at the draft, though, diving into our very first 14.15 draft here in the LCK. Woo! Already with a couple of days of Challenger under our belt. That didn't really teach us that much. It's Challenger. And so this will give us a little bit more of an idea. The Canyon tax being paid. Oh, Ezreal banned on blue side once again. Unfortunately, Orcs is currently on the space, and so he is already extraordinarily upset about the fact that this ban does come through on a team with Teddy on it. But I guess Teddy just not that happy with the Ezreal these days.
Also got the Wolf confirmation. It was in fact Evangelion, so I have not let you down.
Thanks, Wolf.
Thank you, Wolf.
I let myself down. I really liked that shirt.
It is a classic for a reason. Right now, still seeing a lot of AD carry bans. And it does feel with patch, which the patch preview only got released today, with patch 16, having further AD carry nerfs. I don't think that the era of mid lane AD carries is done just yet, so I'm just telling everyone that to know that for the next 2 weeks, probably still going to be the case, as the Aurora actually does
Chovy's just laughing about it. He's like, why are they banning that champion? We don't know how to play it. I hope that was what the dialogue was.
No one does.
Yeah, just like, get it off the Rift so we don't need to worry about it. It's not going to be a battle of who did the most Aurora practice. I imagine a lot of people did a lot of Aurora practice, as Lilia currently being hovered as it's a Sejuani first pick. If we were ever going to get a Canyon, like, Shyvana game, it would be this one. That's what I'm feeling. Into a Sejuani first pick, like, that's when you can kind of get away with it. They're going to be hovering the Lilia for about forever, though, and then lock that one in. Ooh, so that's going to be the answer. That makes me happy. I was honestly expecting a, like, 2 second before the timer Maokai switch. That's really what has been the thing. It's been happening often. Fortunately, Shyvana got nerfed, and I think that, in addition to her less than stellar record, might be enough to free us collectively as the Corki. This is, again, it's just one of those situations. Normally, what would you love to have with Lilia? Good setup, you know, an ability to either follow up very well when she gets a sleep off, or make sure that she can hit her empowered W. But it's Gen G, so we'll just play Corki.
I guess, because who cares about your mid jungle actually being strong? And we have actually seen.
Oh, Say-Tab!
It's still a possibility. I think it was Zin.
Oh, he did it!
Yeah.
He just did it!
So there have been buffs to Yasuo. He already was a pretty decent, if niche, Corki pick. And as I was saying, I think KT yesterday in Challengers, if I remember correctly, also picked that one up.
Yep.
And right now, as long as you can get something in the bot lane that can provide an additional force of knockups, it's not looking bad.
Well, the Gangplank being the consideration into Kennen. It's not exactly the favorite of Kennen matchups, but Sejuani Yasuo is actually, like, that's a bottom lane. That's just a bottom lane. When it comes to, like, mid-jungle synergy, that's a way to make it happen. I think Keen's Gangplank is one of the best that we have in the LCK, but it does kind of take a beating in lanes just in general in the early stages. So we'll see how that one does go.
I got a feeling this is going to be one of those don't try this at home draft for Gen G. It's going to be like Zeri Lulu, and the comp is just not going to have really anything, and then they just win.
Bowling engage, dude.
There you go. Yeah, exactly. Into Wind Wall, which, by the way, the Wind Wall can also, if I remember correctly, block the Lilia ult activation, because it's
a projectile?
It's technically
kind of like Polymorph?
a projectile.
You can Wind Wall Polymorph, can't you?
I'm pretty sure you can, yeah. Because again, basically everything in the game is a projectile, as Senaban still does come through. And that's the main thing that we are wondering about here today. What's the AD carry priority going to be? Again, I don't think the nerfs this round were enough to really cut back fully on the level of superiority that they have enjoyed thus far. Ideally, Gen G, I imagine, looking for Leona, Nautilus, Alistar. These very basic, classic picks for lands, but they can R5 it. So I think you just maybe pick MF.
Yep.
MF, I think, is solid. We still are looking at what, like probably 6 AD carry events by the time this is all done?
Yeah, probably one more to come through. I think MF probably should be taken away, like you were talking about. I do think that Gen G should probably aim for a little bit of extra range. I feel like right now there is not very much of that, and they are slightly susceptible to slicing Maelstrom Last Breath, which sounds very, very rough. But we'll see how that one does go, see how everything pans out. This pays a Jhin, that's a lot of range. And I don't like seeing it because I am just generally against Jhin as a champion. And this is also a lot of range, but that would be a lot of magic damage as well, alongside Canyon. Still, they're going to lock it in. There is the Ziggs. Somewhere a very happy Orcs is very happy. And now we'll see what Teddy's going to do. Yeah, just all in. Just dive it. Let's just go.
Yeah, commit. Slam that Kai'Sa Nautilus.
Do it.
Come on, guys. Kai'Sa Alistar is obviously also a possibility.
Ooh, don't mind the Rakan as well.
Yeah. A benefit of Rakan is obviously that you can get multi-man knockups with the Nautilus, but I do think it's harder than it is with good old Rakan.
Yeah. And this gives double synergy as well to any sort of knockup that comes in. You can have Last Breath and then Killer Instinct on top of one another, and it keeps the Kai'Sa very safe while she's going in at the same time. So I really like that. Lehen's going to follow up with the Cow. Pretty understandable. We've seen a fair few of these Ziggs Alistar lanes, and expect to see Lehen's not in the same lane as Pays from after he hits level 4.
He will just
don't think he'll be there. Yep, that's just not going to happen.
He will not. And looking at this, it's very obvious. The name of the game here is space. Can Gen G create it? Because if yes, I do think the Lilia feels a little bit awkward in that regard. I think Lilia is the type of champion where, you know, he'd like to kind of be skirting on the edge of the fight. And really, there is only the Alistar that is going to be main front line. But between the Ziggs, the Corki, as well as the Gangplank, once you get to mid to late game, a single misstep for anyone on DRX means that they either get taken to like 30% HP or die. Fortunately for DRX, they have about as much engage as you could possibly want. And they're just going to send... It's a BNK draft, basically, is what we're looking at. It's full dive. You have very little range, but that doesn't matter because you're plan every single time. So just go in and murder them.
Yeah, and honestly, if I took the names away from this game, I would put all of my channel points on DRX. This draft is gorgeous. I love everything about it. I am a little bit biased towards Yasuo comps because I think they're very, very fun. Gen G, a lot of finesse required for this composition, but they're the best team in the world, so I think they should be able to manage it. Let's jump onto the Rift for game number 1.
감사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Runeterra. We are on Summoner's Rift for game number 1, DRX taking on Gen G. And you can see it right. This is the Yasuo composition, and it is a beautiful one. I do really, really like the way that this one has been structured. Yasuo fresh off a buff there as well. His Steel Tempest doing a little bit more stuff. And I believe he's been on like a bit of a tear when it comes to getting buffs just randomly. So he's been a bit of a fringe option for quite some time and has finally sort of started getting in there. Of course, was part of the reason why T1 won EWC was Faker picking Yasuo. So it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it reminds me in that way of the Yone, who also recently got a buff, even with him being still a fairly high level of priority pick.
Yep.
In the LCK. Vi's another example, is going to get a small buff the next patch, whereas obviously she's been a top tier choice for some of our junglers. We have like, what, 3-4 teams that really gravitate towards it. As a starting Raptors, it's about as good as the Lilia clear feels. Yep, and we do have the lane swap to come through here, and that makes a lot of sense, and that's not ideal for Rascal.
Yeah, that's a flash already used. It's interesting because I don't even necessarily feel like this is, oh, he even gets the melees. That is so cheeky. I feel like you're not allowed to do that.
No.
You're barely allowed to get the experience, let alone the gold. What is this 3 CS that Keen has? Oh my goodness.
It's, oh man, I kind of wonder how they're going to be able to...
Oh, that was cheeky. That was nice.
Yeah, I was about to say, I do think he's being annoying, you know, just showing himself. Again, as you're saying, getting the gold is nice. The main thing, though, is just to try and get as much XP as possible. And I do think Keen is making the right choice by being in the vicinity without actually being underneath the turret. The biggest weakness by far of Gangplank, even with his orange, is that if you do get low, you're very easily diveable.
Satab is taking a lot of damage. Keen's going to walk over. Lahen's unable to get in range. Wasn't quite flash headbuttable. And even then, he is level 2. Okay, so I guess it could have theoretically comboed him. The Yasuo going to be all right for now. Pays just showing some Yordle superiority here on the top side. A little bit unfair because he's got more friends around, but I imagine Aziggs is not too worried about that.
So, one of the big advantages that you do have with the Ziggs is that obviously, thanks to his passive, he is super solid at pushing plates early as Chovy.
Yeah, he is going to get flashed on here. Just wants to try and take down as much of the wave as possible. He knew he was dead, and that is first blood. Going over to DRX, and it's the jungle 2v2 that gets it done.
Very nicely done by Sponge. Actually sets it up cleanly there. Catches Chovy off guard.
Yep, Satab getting that Valkyrie earlier. Really nice.
I think Chovy could have definitely... Oh, the shield actually cancels the cancel. Very nicely done. So what I wanted to highlight there, Chovy could have probably hovered a little bit more towards the top half of the map where, you know, he had like 4 people. Ends up being just shy of pushing this out. And I think maybe also baited in a little bit by the health bar of Satab. If he got those 2 minions, he shoves out the wave, he paths towards top, he would have been fine. But nice punish found there by Sponge. When we look at the state of the lane here, though, Gen G are the one who swapped away from bot, so them being slightly behind in gold does make sense, but most of it does just come down to the first blood found by Sponge, who did pick up the kill, which obviously Igo and Tiasso would have been best case scenario as he used the gold a lot better.
Yeah, well, you can see Satab just going aggressive here. Great grand entrance from Pleta. Will soak a turret shot, but Chovy getting lower and lower. The all-in opportunities here for Satab get better and better, so that is certainly good news. I'm thinking like everything looks good for DRX except for in one area, and that one area makes me very, very worried. And that area is the top lane, the Ninja versus Pirate matchup, and a Gangplank having a really good time is not great because a cannon that falls behind does nothing.
It does very little, yeah, definitely. And Gangplank is also one of those champions where if you don't put him behind at all, due to the extra gold he gets, the extra utility he gets as the game progresses, thanks to the Silver Serpents, he just kind of naturally keeps getting further ahead. So I actually like this from Sponge. Problem is that Keen does have decent vision, does obviously also have a pretty decent health advantage, so Rascal can't really set up the play. think this is one of the risks you run into a player like Keen specifically when you blind cannon.
Yeah.
But on the flip side, Gen.G might have actually saved counter pick if you don't pick up an early priority pick. So I think it is a bit of a rough situation that you're just naturally always going to end up against Gen.G just through the strength of their lanes. But the mid lane situation, thanks to that early attention being paid, actually looking really good for DRX.
Yeah. Very nicely done. And we know that a Yasuo that falls behind is also not exactly going to offer that much. Maybe that's skewed by the amount of Yasuo that gets played in solo queue and the amount of them that do get very upset when they fall behind and then disappear into a side lane or out of the game. So just see what Satab's going to be able to get done this time around as Lehens doesn't find the body slam. Body slam? That's a headbutt.
Well, he is
It's
also
a different move that E Honda has in Street Fighter.
He is slamming his body towards the
Yeah, I mean,
opponent.
in effect, it kind of does work. So the vibes are right, even though I said the wrong word entirely. All right, Canyon going to be starting off this Dragon, whilst also simultaneously taking down the Rift Scuttler. We haven't really seen much from the Lilia thus far. Of course, we were having conversations about this champion a lot last week. Lilia has been very, very popular in the LPL, as we'll just pretend we didn't see that one, Sponge. Don't you worry about it. As he gets himself the first round of grubs. Gen.G, this gold lead for DRX is actually expanding over time. Largely to do with Rascal actually being able to catch back up as far as CS is concerned in lane.
Yeah, this is also a draft where you look at Gen.G and what does it actually do early game?
Yeah, not a lot.
Not a lot. And Chovy bought a cold. They're sitting on double tier. A lot of the Ziggs have been going only tier for mana and then just going into full damage. I'm hoping that's the case here.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm sure I don't need to talk about the 6.
We'll have a lower third.
Because you know
Yeah.
we're getting a discussion about that anyway. I know that we also have some big cut down injuries, so we'll let them get to that when we get there, because I'm seeing some cookies in Pace's inventory. Right now, though, one of the things that Gen.G can rely on in terms of negating the gold lead that has already been built up is specifically the jungle matchup. Post-Faded Ashes, it already gets a lot better, but especially once Canyon finishes his first item, you're just not going to be able to keep up with the Sejuani. Does mean that Canyon is going to be doing mostly a whole lot of farming. And again, the only real setup that he has is also towards the bottom half of the map, because you have 2 solo laners without any form of CC.
What are you talking about? Cannon Barrage does
Slows.
AoE slow in a very large circle.
Yeah.
Okay, and Paze has so much CC on his ultimate because it makes them CC'd for like 45 seconds later in the game, which is a long time.
That's true. Okay, fair enough, Atlas.
Yeah.
I apologize.
So
Thanks for holding me accountable.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I do expect better. Maybe I'm still in Pog State mode. If you haven't seen the episode, I get to be a judge, and it's very, very fun.
It's fitting. It works. You're very judgy.
I am, just in general, a very judgmental
I mean,
man.
regal.
Or I'm a mental
not,
judge, one of
no,
the two.
I meant like, you know, the regal,
Oh, the vibes?
the vibes, yeah.
I don't have those vibes at all, Chronicler.
Let me play it off,
Okay,
please.
thanks, man. I appreciate it. It's all right. Pleta finds one of the knockups here. That is going to be a headbutt from Lehens as Cannon Barrage does come in. Canyon's making his way down as well. The flash forward, he puts them to sleep, and then Paze lobs a bomb. We mentioned it. This time around, it's only 15 seconds of CC, but dang, it works.
And it's Teddy going down as well. That's the worst case scenario there for DRX. Actually, very nicely done there by the bot lane of Gen.G to extend that play and just set up for Canyon. I initially thought that Lehens was just going to hit the headbutt and then knock Plata back in, or knock Plata towards Canyon, but that's not the case. Instead, initially it just looks like a 2v2 trade, which DRX like, maybe we can actually take. And I understand, because you have the killer instinct, right? If you can find an all-in on top of the Ziggs,
Yeah.
there's a window there, but doesn't end up being the case. That's Canyon getting even further ahead. Going to be accelerated towards that Leandries. That's also a lot of gold leaving, or rather not going into the pockets of Teddy with him going down.
Well, Chovy, we can see, with one of his lowest CSD margins at 10 minutes that we've ever seen. Down by 20 here, due to all of the added pressure put on the mid lane, but Satab utilizing it very well. The young player playing out his Yasuo dream here in the mid lane as Lahen's just visiting Teddy. And he's just going to vacate, just gets out of there.
He tried to headbutt him over the wall. Teddy's like, no.
Yeah.
He can't headbutt me over that wall. And he couldn't. No, didn't work.
Might have been just a little bit of just trying to avoid getting auto-attacked a whole bunch of times. So let's have a look at this play one more time. As Canyon just lying in wait. Great knock-up to start this one off. The satchel charge actually eliminates a lot of DPS as well from Teddy.
And then it's so nicely done, right? Because with the exhaust, that alone would have been enough. And then, look at this combo. Look at the cupcake.
Yeah, so many Ziggs vibes as well as the bouncing bomb on top, just to make sure. But like the Ziggs vibes with him being on a cannon barrage when it starts up, so he's just on scorched earth throwing huge bombs everywhere, and by that I mean huge cupcakes everywhere. It's brilliant. The skin absolutely adorable.
Are we actually playing towards an early turret take with a...
Wait, hang on. Are we utilizing Ziggs' ability to destroy turrets exceptionally quickly? Surely not. Not in my LCK.
In theory, it also makes sense because Gen G are our most solid macro team when it comes to specifically utilizing. What's really interesting, though, is that Satep is lead and his play in this mid lane. Well, by the way, Satep just coming in right after basically an entire split of not playing, being one of the big weak points of DRX throughout a lot of spring, comes in, locks in Yasuo, and is forcing Chovy to just make plays around the map, because I feel like this is a kind of a showmaker thing that we see a lot, where you just try to spread impact, but you give up a lot in your own lane, and I think in this case it's also somewhat forced, just by the virtue of Satep being so threatening in that one vote. Top lane's still there, thank you Jonas Strong for showing us that. Keen's gonna get to where he needs to.
Yeah, the problem is that, like, oftentimes we're like, yes, top lane, it doesn't exist, blah, blah, blah. But it should exist in this game. I feel like DRX should be trying to stop Pirate from being Big Pirate.
Yeah, and they don't really have the resources because... Oh boy.
We bowling. Okay.
As in, they are bowling or the game?
What? What? Why would the game be bowling?
Sports.
Oh,
we bowling.
Oh, yeah, I mean, we bowling. Oh, my goodness, you're right. I did a pun, and I didn't even know that I did a pun. Woo! Am I even a play-by-play commentator? What is wrong with me? I need to be aware of these things.
You do it
without even thinking about it. I love Wii bowling, man. Oh, so much fun. Okay, Satep, the only one hit. See whether we do get a big lilting lullaby here, but it looks like Sponge just wanting to try and go for a bit of a 50-50 on this Drake. They're going to have to back away, though. That is Watch Out, Eep, and a spin around there from Canyon. And he will be able to lock down the dragon. It's going to be a Cloud Soul. We have Swift Rift on our hands here for game number 1. And Gen G are going to be walking real fast. Or galloping. Do deer gallop? They are hooved animals, so I guess they would.
Don't they prance?
I mean, they prance, but what if they're going faster than a prance?
I don't know. I don't have the...
Do we have any
I feel like
deer experts in chat? Can you let me know?
This happens a lot, Atlas. I feel like whenever we get to biology, we just immediately nosedive.
Yeah, I know, but it's fine. We've got like a large amount of people alongside that can help us out with the things that we don't know.
Someone has got to be an expert on deers enough to know this.
I was just thinking, like, if you're a hoofed animal, I think you have the ability to gallop if you want to. I don't think it's exclusive to horses.
Well, it will be, if that is a thing that deers do.
Yeah.
Because right now it's not looking likely that DRX can really contest. They are still, again, we're having some fun with this, but right now the gold lead is definitely surmountable, but it's going to come down to how good can the engages be that they find, and they can't afford to blow everything on one member. That to me is the key thing. Because you look at a dive comp, you can't just pick one target, because Gen G have 4 people that can carry a team fight. Pace did go Seraphs first. But I do know that there is a clause in the don't buy Seraphs first where you're playing into a lot of backline dive. It's a little more warranted.
Well, Cannon Barrage going to be used just to try and clear out this wave. You can see Sponge and Satep getting to work up there. 6 grubs, remember. And so a Cannon Barrage is not likely to be enough, as they will end up backing away, so that's not going to quite get there. The bottom lane outer turret finally went down. I think that Orcs is going to be a little bit upset by the fact that they missed out on 2 plates down there. I think if Pace had have stuck around and just satcheled it, I think it was so close to satchel range after that bot lane plate, but maybe that's a bit nitpicky. As Keen wants to get a barrel down, we'll be able to find the 3rd one a little late, so that's not going to go boom boom. and it's going to be fine. So,
Nice little by Teddy, also dodging Canyon.
oh, Rift Herald does not get a charge.
That's quite big.
Oh, Chovy Valkyring away.
Because that could have been the difference between DRX getting a lot more access to the enemy jungle by taking out that turret. Not going to be the case. So actually, Teddy evading the gank, that's very nicely done, but that was a very unfortunate event for DRX. Getting mid lane turret, particularly when you have dive, and I think dive comms love playing into enemies with reduced vision, because if you can ever get Rascal, for example, amidst the enemy team, without anyone knowing, can set up really nicely for the rest of the combos. Really, this is, for me, one of the few games where I would be fine with Rascal just going straight up very early Zhonya's.
Yeah.
Just so that he can set up CC combo. Like, just get the CC with your ultimate down. You don't actually need to do damage in this one, because you have so much between the Kai'Sa, between the Yasuo, but getting that damage out is going to be the tough part, because again, Gen.G, a lot of squishies, but we are getting to the point where these item spikes starting to come in, and we talked about Chovy's deficit. Looking right now, that's about a wave. That's nothing in the grand scheme of things. His Maramuna is going to be done very soon.
And Keen is down here as well. Canyon going to find Rascal. Rascal finds a decent combo, but Canyon's not really too. Yeah. Was not great.
Canyon, he's still up like 50 CS, but
that was more of the Eep part of the watch out. Eep double circles utilized here in the mid lane, but Teddy should still be able to take down this turret. Kind of throwing those ults to the wayside. 1 minute until this Drake is up and available. And so a little bit unfortunate there.
Good TP by Satap. Nicely done. But this is a lot being invested by DRX. And I hope that at the very least leads to a little bit more control for them. As we see right now, it's looking pretty decent of the bot side river. This is a must-take Drake for them. Do you think that they're really relying on this? Getting a couple of Cloud Drakes is obviously very valuable, but also if you look at Rakan, Cannon, if you can actually get to a Cloud Soul, insanely strong here. Backs are now starting to come through, and we'll see, because this is a 1-on-1 in kill score, but just through turrets and CSing and a little bit of help of the Gangplank passive is...
okay, Rascal is just flashing away from Chovy, who was behind, by the way.
Oh, that's a really big hold on Atlas. You really want, especially on Cannon.
I know.
They do still have the flank TP ward, as we can see there. If you look just above of Canyon on the minimap, that's going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting here.
Well, Hextech Minefield goes down just to stop DRX from being able to follow, but Canyon, see whether he can throw some bowling balls in here and actually find something. Flash up and available for the Lilia.
There it is.
Pace coming in. That is that flank teleport that you were talking about. But Canyon just goes golden, and there goes Fled. A Mega Inferno Bomb just flies out as a celebration. Decent last breath does come in as now Chovy has joined the fight. Not optimal positioning, but it's Canyon that takes down the Dragon. Teddy able to kill Pays, but in the back end, it's Chovy falling down, and now it's Canyon and Keen against the world. And they kind of like those odds. That's the watch out Eep. There goes Rascal. And Gen.G, it's like you said before, they got too many carries.
Oh, DRX, if Plata plays that a little bit cleaner, that might have been a decisive victory. Instead, it ends up being a 3-for-3 with the Dragon still going over the Gen.G. It's just disjointed. I think the idea to go for the fight there 100% correct. But DRX are just not all on the same page. It takes a long time to actually take down Pays. Because as we take a look here, with that TP coming in, you need to sync it up, right? And Plata sees an opportunity, but it's disjointed. The last breath comes out after there's already been a stopwatch, right? So that doesn't do a whole lot. Rascal doesn't actually get a lot of value with his ultimate because Lahens gives his life, and they take so long to actually kill Chovy. And I think that time could have been spent better trying to either protect Teddy, who did eventually kill Pace, but it took him so long, he had to give up his own life as well. Because now this was what felt like a winnable fight from the get-go, ended up being Gen.G favored.
Yeah. And this is part of the problem, right? Because a lot of what a dive comp wants to do is take down key threats. Well, you tell me who the key threat is.
Well, I thought the key threat was definitely not Chovy, but he's hit his 2-item power spike, so frankly, who cares?
He is one of the 4 key threats, I
the
think.
same items! Well, that's my point!
Yeah.
I thought we took him out!
That's just not very fair. I do think that it is a great sort of pivot here for Gen G to go to one of these Ziggs compositions. You can do a lot of effective damage from a long way away, so it means that you can position on the other side of a fight from the rest of your carries so that pile-in isn't going to catch him unawares as well. Big last breath, so how DRX are going to find themselves teamfight wins, that's going to be tough. As now Canyon is throwing bowling balls around. Sponge might be having a little bit of a nap relatively soon, but Pled are able to outrange the spin, and he will be all right.
You also see I really want to highlight the itemization here from Gen G. So it's Shield Bow second for Keen. So very early, opting into defensive stats. We already saw in the last fight how much value Canyon got out of that stopwatch.
Yeah.
If he goes down in that initial last breath, that might be enough to win the fight, right?
I mean,
so the fact that he was able to stopwatch, and now he'll have the actual stopwatch available to him.
Why do they have 4 players with 200 CS at 21 minutes?
That's what Gen G does.
Are there?
I don't know how to like.
how-
It's when you look at the contest earlier, as they might be able to get this turret very quickly.
All right, that is a decent wombo combo. They are just going to take down Pleta to start this one off. Sponge is a tank, by the way, guys. And Paze is going to blow him up. Cannon Barrage just to stop any sort of follow-up from Rascal. He just couldn't get in there because if he tries, he's just dead. And now Gen G are considering a Baron. Because why not?
Yeah, things are not looking good for the DRX here, Atlas. I don't think that they can contest. They're gonna have to play for the fight. They can't go for the steal. Sponge rather, still dead. Rascal doesn't have his flash.
Yeah,
Can't
he's
even
not
flash
getting
into
over
the
that
pit.
wall. Zatab, out of flow, out of options. That is going to be the Baron just taken for free. There's Rascal going in, finds 3 stuns, but he gets exhausted. Keen's in a bit of trouble, though. The barrel doesn't quite get it done. The 3-man last breath is gigantic. Lands the next one to go down. Only a couple of carries left alive, but maybe that's going to be enough here as Gen G keep 2 of the Barons up.
Very nicely done by DRX, making the best of a rough situation. As initially it looks like they have been unable to really get anything going. Double TP coming through now here. One of the other big benefits of Ziggs, able to get out on the map very, very quickly. As we go all the way back to what set up this Baron initially between Demolish. He should just let this one go. Plata goes in, just dies immediately, and then Sponge, he has Ziggs. So Atlas, his frankly harrowing Kiki was very apt, as Sejuani just got violently murdered. And Rascal here, initially it looks like it's a classic DRX issue of them being disjointed, but then the exhaust gets used, he still gets the health bar slow, and then Pleta sets up the last breath. Teddy still finds an entrance into the fight, ends up taking down some valuable targets, and then there you see that the damage still shouldn't be underestimated, as DRX try to get Pace and Chovy as well. That's not going to be the case. I don't think it's going to be the end of the game, but I'm still glad we got to see a glimpse. And all things considered, I know they're 6k goal behind, but 7 to 8 in kills and 6 grubs and DRX still finding these fights, that's commendable. It just doesn't matter because it's Gen G, but that's commendable, Atlas. That's better than I thought this was going to look.
Absolutely. I mean, they did just lose Soul Point.
Yeah.
And so that is Cloud Soul now for Gen G, and they're walking down with the Baron. And I completely agree with you.
Right?
I think this is an amazing game for DRX. Nicely done. Circles, a Venn diagram of doom in the bottom lane as DRX now just running for the hills. This inner is very dead. Teddy is almost about to follow suit.
Could you see how behind Chovy was there?
Yeah, no, he's so far behind, guys.
Man.
This
really
Corki
struggling.
is so yeah, it's justice for Chovy here in this game. A little bit unfortunate. He's got 3 items. Yep, that's he's very strong. Gen G going to be able to grab themselves this red buff as well, and DRX unfortunately a little buffless in this one. So in a turret, all they've managed to take so far, but it is still a 2.2k Red Bull Baron power play. 25 seconds left on that one. So not going to be like end of the world. Early Barons like this don't often get gigantic value, but they still have a 7,000 gold lead. And so it's still backbreaking in this one.
Ooh, are we going to set up a trap on Keen?
Is it a counter trap as well as Canyon comes over? Satab running, some spinning being done as they could both have a nap. That is going to be the Glacial Prison, but Canyon answers that with his Zhonya's. And my god, the burst damage between these two. Mega Inferno Bomb lands yet again. Are we giving Pays another POG? Surely not. Surely not. That would be too many POGs for this little Ziggs. 3-1-6 though, and he's having a really good game. Chovy just dealing with this top lane minion wave. And Gen G will now march down the bottom side with the mid jungle both dead on the side of DRX and Teddy just roaming around the river.
Yeah, so what we haven't talked about it as much yet. We already mentioned the call. The Chovy being put behind in lane was always going to be mitigated by just having Cole finishing it quickly because he is still Chovy, but also the fact that he went first strike, which he can do into a melee matchup.
Yeah.
Obviously hard to proc as easily because Yasuo does have a lot of threat in the lane, but I do think that's another reason as to why, on top of just the global gold that Gen G will naturally generate, why Chovy has not really felt that far behind the curve. As once Lilia has her stacks, the turn is really the only thing you can do. So
She's got Cloud Soul, man.
I know, it's not.
She already walked way too fast.
There I think you see Satab attempts to get the... It doesn't matter. Like, Keen's there as well. I know Keen was the one they tried to set the play up on in the first place, but... And then here we have, like, Pays and Kenyon fighting over who gets the kill.
Yeah. Sponge getting out of here. Understandably so. Minute and a half on the next Baron. That might be what Gen G uses to close out this game, unless they can find themselves some sort of pick earlier in this game. But I don't know whether that's going to be what they're looking out for. I think just playing... Oh, never mind. Lehent's just going in. Teddy is almost dead. Mega Inferno Bomb and gets the flash and also the kill on top. And this might actually just signal the beginning of the end.
It's so telling to me that Teddy, like, he threw his hands up, but you still saw him giggling.
Yeah.
It's like, what are we gonna do?
What am I supposed to... Yeah. Yeah.
Unfortunately, once the dive comp falls behind, this is the promised land we talked about for Gen G. Interesting to see Keen actually go for LDR. I was kind of with Ox when I was talking earlier about
the Mortal Reminder.
Expectation that it was going to be mainly just Mortal Reminder, but let's be honest, I don't think items were the main difference maker in this one.
No, I think he could have built whatever he liked. Should have probably built his Zhonya's personally. It's always good to know what time it is, and it's time to kill Sponge. He's going to get satcheled away. That is going to be Pays collecting that kill, and now DRX, I don't think they're going to be able to save this one. Demolish proc comes on through, as well as a satchel to deliver it as, oh dear, in and out goes Pleta. They do manage to take down Lehens. Rascal gets exhausted, then he goes golden, but he's still just dead. The flash forward from Satab, the last breath coming on in, but he is just shot in the face by the parlay of this gangplank, and that will be the end of this game. Gen G styling on them in the end, but DRX having a much better start this time, and I think they can have their heads held high.
It's something, Atlas. We didn't have a whole lot of space, I think, with that one. We knew this was what this was going to be when we came in today.
Yeah.
And it's exactly what it was, but it was a little better. I don't know who's going to end up getting POG. I was initially leaning very heavily towards the bot lane because I think Canyon's early game did look kind of rough, right? I think he did really come back when it came to the mid to late game fights. I think that there he was exceptional. But I gotta say, when my challenger boy just picks up Ziggs and has satchels like that,
he looked real good. I think the only thing sort of deterring from it was not getting those last two plates in the bottom lane. That made me a little bit upset.
That's right. It's really, you can vote.
Doubled Satab's damage after that great early gank from Sponge. That's so sad.
We're not looking at the chart.
Yeah, the chart's a lot of fun.
Rascal only did 3k less than Keen, and he got exhausted twice. That's a win, Atlas.
Absolutely. It is now time for us to take a short break, though. The space is going to break that one down immediately afterwards, and then we'll have game number 2. We'll see you there.
네, 세주보다 라카 쪽이다.
세주도 원콤이긴 함.
아, 그래? 오케이. 이거 세주 볼게.
오케이.
세주.
세주 잡았고. 이거 이제 카이사 나온다.
나 탈진 있어.
나 타워 치기 좀 애매해. 방어 빠져서 이번에 그냥 제울 생각도 해봐. 캐나 덮어.
카이사 공이 있음. 카이사 노프레오 공이 있어. 이게 풀한다.
타워 치면 끝나겠다.
It's not a great target, to be honest. Canyon just follows up into the CC. Very bizarre choice on the base and just left out the trial. Hence can do nothing to assist. Used his combo this moment before. Trying to make a play up here on the top side. That spear looks like it missed, but it might not matter as it is. It's extremely low. Does flash the wall. Remember, Keen doesn't have a splash, but his Conte just goes through the wall and takes him down. More people there sticking around though. Oh my god! What was that? Bye-bye! What was that damage? I mean, that's some big quirky damage right there. There's spear in that as well? There had to have been.
DRX is trying to get this turret, but they don't actually want to commit. So side lanes aren't real. Bot lane turret's still up.
Well, Morgan could be in trouble here. Does hit the Mega Gnar though. It's Teddy. He's thrown down the ultimate, but Sava's position is phenomenal. Teddy skates away. Sava tries to flash off for him, and it's a double kill with an extendo beam from Teddy to just straight up end the fight. Yeah, more than one. Yeah.
It is his bite on Showmaker. I don't think it's helpful.
Well, Showmaker's health doesn't even need to use it. Now, Leaper is on. He's just dead.
Wow, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah. Well, that's a really nice plan. Aiming. Let's see whether he keeps himself alive. Is all right. They're gonna get crashed into by Shelly.
But everything else.
Oh God! It's just shoes.
Would you rather have Ionian Vicinity or Leandries? That's the question. Which would you prefer to have at 13 minutes?
I feel like the Leandris is better. As Viper is just gonna flash and kill G-Wood. As Closer knows he's in the bush. He's queuing the bush before he even sees it. And they're just waiting for him. And here comes the rest of the team. And they massive girl. Oh my god, this wombo combo is disgusting. As everybody just gets lined up, taken down. Well, with this very brittle and rickety draft here for DRX. Go the other way. Okay, they're gonna try to punish Closer here, but he is Corky. He'll just Valkyrie. And yeah, I mean, look at this. Clear just hunting down Frog. The flash and the follow flash comes through from Clear. He's gonna shut that down. Another solo kill for Clear.
A couple of roster swaps couldn't help DRX here in game number 1 against Gen G, as it is 1-0, the number 1 team taking care of business in game number 1. Welcome back to the space. This is Dgon alongside Ox and Wolf here to break down that last game of League of Legends.
Yeah, not too much of a surprise that Gen G came out ahead in that one. I feel like the draft, though, I think DRX gave themselves mostly good chances with this draft. Like, I like how they have all these dive threats into this pretty squishy heavy composition from Gen G, but I kind of want to focus on the supports because I think this is where they dropped the ball a bit. I think the Rakan really struggles in this Gen G comp because there's so much AoE damage going about that he would just die. Every time he engages, he would just die, and it wasn't even necessarily like they were focusing him, just the AoE would melt him so quickly. And then the opposite side, the Alistar, is so high value. Because obviously, Alistar can provide engage plentifully, but into things like a Yasuo or Kai'Sa, so good at knocking them away. But importantly, the Kennen. I feel like the Kennen got shut down so heavily just by headbutts, denying him ever from getting a good ult.
And I think the Yasuo pick and the Rakan pick are tied together. I think the reason why they wanted this Rakan pick was so they could help set up knockups for Yasuo's ult, which did happen once on the Baron fight, but it wasn't enough to turn tides. And I think you took a really risky call here. If your comp had any backbone at all, any sort of strong front line, I think you could realistically front to back. You have the Kennen to set up. You don't need the Rakan on top of that. Could have done a lot more than what this Rakan ultimately did in this game, which was very little.
Well, our highlights highlight that very well here with the first one. Over at the Drake pit, just keep your eyes on Lehens just keeping Teddy at bay and then knocking back the late TPing Rascal.
And we see, Pleta goes in here. I feel like if this was a Rel, you would achieve the same, but you wouldn't just... look how quickly he just goes down. And this is early in the game. There's not much damage. You see Pays even throw the ult. It's not needed. And then Lehens. This is the Alistar value into the Kennen just as the ult's coming in. And unfortunately, Rascal doesn't have flash here. Burnt just before. Completely denies it.
I think if Rascal shows up, my biggest issue with this fight for DRX is Rascal was alive for several seconds before he TP in. It's a really deep TP flank, so he's trying to make the decision, is this going to be a fight they can win without my TP? Like, is it a lost fight before I get there? And he just hesitates so much that he shows up so late. And I think the Alistar is incredible into the Kennen as well, as you mentioned. But I also feel like if he shows up way earlier there, when the Rakan engage is happening, there's just so much to deal with that it's really tough for Lehens. He goes so incredibly low when he made that boop happen where he pushed Rascal away. Just super uncoordinated. If you're going to run a Kennen like this, I know he's put behind early with a lane swap, but he needs to show up on time. Lost his flash just moments before this as well, which didn't allow him to flash Lehens there. So many things going wrong. They had the tools, I feel, really in this draft, but couldn't utilize them.
Yeah, and at this point, the game was still relatively close. I think Chovy was still down in CS in the mid lane, and so that was a very key moment. And then it led to here at highlight number 2, still flashless, just a shove down mid lane, and Rakan not synced up with the rest of the squad.
Yeah, and here they just eviscerate the Rakan, and it's the Sejuani who kind of dies to all the AoE afterwards, and the ult coming out from the Ziggs. And this is when Gen G have really taken more control of the game. They picked up a lot of farm to make up some of the discrepancies. They got a lot of towers, and they were ahead in gold. And then here they secure the Baron, and you start to see kind of why the composition was put together from DRX. They do actually find a decent fight, but it still felt too little too late.
Yeah, the Kennen ultimate here kind of helps set up Pleta for this big knockup, and that's the combo, I think, why they picked this Rakan, but they were so far behind, they lost so much control over the map that it just doesn't come together. They lost those picks early. Had they been able to fight a real 5v5 fight, I think even as behind as they were, maybe there's an opportunity there. I think Gen G obviously wouldn't have their eyes on the Baron, but I think this game, to me, was really not the most amazing draft from Gen G. It was creative. DRX had a creative but solid draft, but this got out-macroed so hard despite Chovy's deficit. The lane swap comes through, some great plays bottom side. Gen G are just way better than DRX, even with DRX having a better draft.
Yeah, interesting that they were able to cultivate the opportunities there, which are the ones that we highlighted. Let's see who the POG is, though, for game number 1 on Gen G. And will it be more Pays? No, not Pays this time. Canyon! So no stumping from the desk changes the votes here. Canyon gets this one. 800 POG points for the split.
Yeah, and he gets a pretty good sleep here, which is followed up on well. I think Pays had a really solid satchel, which Lehens made use of to keep Teddy in the fight as much as possible. The ult comes down, sleep really effective. But honestly, I think the vote's probably going to be pretty spread out here. I know there's going to be Pays getting a fair few votes in this one.
Yeah, I think it's just a macro diff. It's a team diff. Like, these highlights you can see are really just all of Gen G together, especially the bottom lane in tandem with Canyon, but very successful plays here on the bottom side. Canyon pushing up 200 now away from FaZe. Curious to see what the votes are. I voted for FaZe because I think he had the largest impact in the later parts of the game, but he was, of course, assisted by Canyon getting him ahead. Some great plays from Lehens as well. I think Canyon was kind of one of those, like, when you're thinking about early, like, KDA votes, like kill participation votes, early game votes. FaZe was big, though.
All right, well, there you have it. Game number 1 in the books. Gen G looking to make it a clean 2-0. Will they be able to do it? Let's find out by sending it on over to the casters.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I guess we didn't get the memo that was delivered to the KR broadcast. Everyone sort of on the same page when it comes to Canyon. He had a great game, though, on the Lilia. Great to see him just spread out that champion pool ever further. I'm pretty sure he hadn't played very much Lilia so far this season. And so certainly good to see him widening that already pretty diverse champion pool that he has. And I say diverse because so many different styles coming out from this guy.
Really has been. I'm glad we're continuing to give him access to not Maokai. That's the only thing that really breaks my heart. Seeing some of our greatest junglers, arguably our best jungler ever on Maokai is just not what you want. Yep. And obviously has great macro skill expression, but it's not what we sign up for. Having the vote makes sense as well. Canyon was definitely very involved. I am surprised. I think the Lehens votes make a lot of sense if you look at how the fight played out as well. So I like that one. I think that Gen G in this first game, very decisive. I'm worried, Atlas, that game number 2 is going to look like more of the same.
Well, we'll see whether they do get access to that cool Yasuo draft again. DRX still going to be banning away the Nidalee. Of course, like, what is it? Like a quarter of the games that Canyon's played so far this season have been on the Nidalee, or at least quite a lot of them. 9 so far.
That's a good ban.
It's also 100% of his losses have been on Nidalee. Just the one. Just the one. Yeah, just one. So he has an 88% win rate. Lilia actually banned here, as the Aurora is going to slip through the draft.
Oh no, back to Mauk. No, he might get Zyra. We'll see. Maybe we'll get something fun for Canyon. Performance
Aurora
like
going to be banned on red.
I'm telling you, this is like we don't really play it, and I just don't want to deal with this. So
yeah, fair enough.
Just ban it.
I'm in the Zeus camp, man. I just think the champion's too annoying. I just don't like dealing with it. So just get rid of it. I think that makes a lot of sense. Renekton going to be the first pick, though. Rascal, of course, used to be our premier Renekton player, and we'll see whether Sponge can line up with him to create an early game here for DRX once again. Tree. We're back there again, Canyon, are we? Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Not even going to go for Sejuani, which I think is actually interesting, given that Sejuani has been very, very high prio, has been B1'd a whole lot of times. But I guess we're just back to the tree.
We tree.
So there are 2 options here that you'd ideally or would expect for Keen.
Aren't there like 160 options or something?
Yeah, but it's Cannon or Gangplank.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Well, they can go for other stuff as well. It's Keen, so I wouldn't be too surprised. But Cannon is the obvious one. I think Cannon Maokai also is quite nice, as you have a lot of CC to set up for big plays. But why not? Keen loves his pirate. As the Senna Ornn to come through here for Teddy and Pleta. And I do like that. You can then use some of your bans to set up a bit of a safe matchup, as Gen G, they're not going to show anything new, Atlas. I don't think they need to. We're slowly getting closer to playoffs, and we're getting to the point where I imagine Gen G is just going to keep following the tier list, and anything spicy is going to be kept under the wraps for the foreseeable future.
Absolutely. I think until you lose a game in a series, you don't worry about bringing out the special tech. And the Corki is definitely not special tech. This will be the 14th time that Chovy has played it.
Can we look up how much he played it? And I guess in spring it was banned more often.
Do you want to see like Chovy's all-time amount of Corki?
Sure.
Okay, so he's played 12 this season. Let's just go to everything.
Oh, no.
It's his second most played champion. He's played 52 games now of Corki. His first is still Azir, though, on 86 games. That is a lot of games. Is Yasuo going to be that first ban? Good to see. Ziggs, I think, a worthy ban here. especially when you're trying to pilot a Senna lane. I think as far as scaling alongside a Senna, Ziggs is a decent option.
Funnily enough, Yasuo also would have been great if Paze can pick it up, or if you flex.
Oh, yeah.
Into the Ornn. It's one of the classics where you can wind wall the ultimate. Takes away a lot of the power of the Ornn, but I don't think that they were really looking into that direction. Also, Gen G is just not really caring about the Sejuani, which has been one of Sponge's go-to, and I imagine that's also what he's going to pick up here. And then you're going to pick something for Pleta. Is he going to go towards like an Akali or something of the sorts? That's kind of what I always associate with Setap specifically. And if you go Sejuani, Akali, that's a pretty good top side.
It's not bad. The last ban is going to be a Kai'Sa here. So Teddy not wanting to deal with that one. We'll see what Paze is going to go with. I wouldn't mind a Misfortune.
Yeah, with Maokai especially.
Yeah.
That's a lot of circles, Atlas. Well, it's not a circle, but you know what I mean. Well, now it's
There's a circle. We got some circles. Yeah. The cone is certainly, it's a radius of a circle. So there you go. Something like that. Tristana is available. Will mean that there is 0 magic damage if they do lock that one away. And that would put Sponge more towards a more magic damage source.
Lee LeBlanc, maybe?
Ooh,
LeBlanc
that'd be fun.
has really shot up in challengers, at least. We have a lot of players playing it. I don't mind the brand.
Neither do I. Light the tree on fire. That is the natural enemy to the Maokai. Unless you play Infernal Maokai, in which case... Oh, yep, Rock. Where would Rock go? Mid lane Rock.
I would love it. It's not happening, but it would be great.
Ooh, Yasuo. A consideration here for now for Setap. Fits in line with what you were talking about when it comes to the Akali, but instead will be a little bit more dangerous in the early game. Late game, you have a few extra ultimates.
Oh!
That is a Seraphine Leona. We have seen this already here in the LCK. I believe it was KT that piloted this one first.
Oh, I love this. I think that Seraphine as a AP carry is so much better than support. And we've seen some pretty decent. Undil, I think, has been one of the front runners. Barrow also loves it with the Ashe Seraphine specifically.
Yeah.
But I think Seraphine is, as an AP carry, provides a good amount of AP damage. Is very self-sufficient in lane. As long as you don't get dive, kind of reminds me of Gangplank, right? Where as long as you can keep clearing the waves, you are very safe. Just very stationary. But when you look at how most Ornn comps play the game, Seraphine ult is so nuts. Like the ability, and then if you add a Maokai ult on top of that, and all the CC that's already there, I love that Gen G is willing to lean into this even more.
Yeah, and I just love the fact that they then have an immediate answer. Like the ram never goes back, basically, because you just throw the Encore at him, and it has such a long range that you should theoretically always be able to do it if he's in range to hit you. So that is very, very cool. See how those interactions do go as we head towards the Rift, as Paze really adding extra strings to this bow. And I'm looking forward to seeing how it's going to go. DRX, once again, with a decent draft. I do really like the top side. There is a lot of power, and then that can be augmented later on with this Ornn Senna. But the answers here on the side of Gen G just look once again to be one step ahead. See how it does go, though, as we get ready to jump onto the Rift for game number 2.
수환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are. Ready for game number 2.
30초 남았습니다.
Sponge, the pink brand, not my favorite. I think Zombie brand is one of the greatest skins ever made in League of Legends. I think it's phenomenal. The voice line's absurdly good, and you should always play it.
Atlas, I've played a good amount of brand. I do really like Battle Boss, because it sounds like you're playing in an arcade. Whenever you get your passive procs, when you get a big ultimate, it's just, it's cool. It's
There's
fun.
an entire arcade skin line. Just play those. It's fine. It's all the same.
I'm sorry, I don't like Zombie as much. I thought it was okay.
No, it's not. No, it is. It's completely fine. Subjective. Although
you got intense for a second there. I thought you were gonna.
I'm not sure whether it is subjective. I think it's just objectively one of the best skins.
Zombie Brand. Oh, I agree. I just think Brand has.
I subjectively think that it is objectively the best. Okay. Let's get ready for this though, as already Canyon spotting out where Sponge is.
So
there we go. Full information given.
is he? I'm kind of wondering, was Canyon looking for either a late invade, thinking that he have Prio in mid, or just a Raptor steal? Because Sponge did start with his Q, so he ideally always wants to start on his red buff, because doing Raptors without W is kind of a nightmare, but Q is better as a level 1. And it does look like it's just going to be somewhat delayed starts here for either jungler, but nothing too bad. I don't know if Genji knows about the ward that is on the Raptors. Doesn't look like they do. Wasn't pinged. So that does mean that they're going to know. So possible early play on Rasco is obviously going to try and play really aggressively. As far as he can in the early levels, is definitely going to be neutered, as we do see the Senna and Ornn looking good, Atlas.
Very strong at the moment as Seitab gets himself his shield, and Chovy really thought that Seitab was going to run away from him there. That's why the phosphorus bomb was very, very long ways away. And it probably should have been in the right spot, because Seitab going to be taken down to about 100 health here in the lane. Still, being able to get the farm is all you really need to care about, and you have to trade your health bar for that. Just not 100% of your health bar. Don't do that.
Chovy went 2 points in Q, so he doesn't have W.
Oh, and he also doesn't have mana. But Seitab doesn't have health. Health is really important too, as Pillar of Flame is going to get the flash. Really nicely done. Teddy's lit on fire here towards bottom side, but Lehens is the one in the most trouble. Pays does have access to a bunch of buttons that can help Lehens, and so it's Teddy that's going to have to go back, as he does have his cleanse now on cooldown as a result.
Well, Pays also went for Conqueror. Quite interesting, actually.
Battle Seraphine.
Yeah, I don't mind it. There's going to be a lot of frontline that you're going to be hitting realistically, so you will get good value of that. But yeah, really nice punish there. Again by Sponge. Second time in a row that we see Chovy struggle a little bit. So ended up going 2 points in Q for max punish as Canyon. It's so hard to... And I get it, the cleanse is gone, so you want to try and look for something. Doesn't actually end up getting it. Chovy, clearly unbothered, TP back into the lane and straight back to bullying Seitab. But Seitab pulls a reverso on him, actually got himself the call. And we do see Canyon is pretty decently behind when it comes to clearing the jungle. And Brand's first clear really isn't that crazy. It's not to the level of something like a Zyra. It's when he gets his Faded Ashes that he is really going to accelerate. So Sponge can find early leads, might be able to turn that into a little bit more.
Well, Chovy not too worried about the fact that he did fall a little bit further behind after that death. After that flash, sorry, had to be blown. There, of course, been no deaths so far, but did, of course, go for the reset. Seitab doing the same thing, but managed to stick around in lane for a little bit longer to get that extra control, as there is the flash forward from Seitab. Chovy, once again in trouble. He is going to realize that the wave is more important than trying to stay alive, because that was never going to happen. And First Blood, once again, goes down in the mid lane.
Feels like deja vu, Atlas. Two games in a row. Sponge finds early punishes onto Chovy, with Seitab playing a melee mid.
He is a Wind Brother enjoyer today.
Really is, and that's an early kill going to Yone when he also has the call. So Chovy obviously doesn't want to be outdone and also picks up the call himself. As we take another look, just really nicely done by Seitab. Here goes for the flash Q, meaning that Chovy doesn't really have a whole lot of response, and he was dead, so...
Oh, so is Rascal. Gangplank versus Renekton. I imagine Rascal probably tried to kill Kayn, and Kayn said, nah, I'm not okay with that.
Yeah, okay, but like, Rascal didn't use his ult, and neither did Kayn. So, I don't know what happened, but it can't have been good. I kind of... Because the play on mid was so nicely done, it was just well executed by Seitab and Sponge. A little worried to what's going to happen with the topside replay.
Yeah, I kind of don't want to... Maybe we just don't see the replay.
Yeah, let's let it go. Everyone, okay, everyone, when it comes in, we're just all going to close our eyes.
Yeah, and if
it's not real if we don't see it.
Exactly. We just need to like get Kisan on like get a hotline so that we can be like, no, we don't need this. We're going to have a look at this once again as Rascal just walks straight into a parlay to the noggin, and that one hurts. There's another one there for Keen, who does have the Sheen up and available.
Yeah, he is an accelerated Gangplank, and he probably shouldn't have been.
Yeah.
Finds a very early kill. As right now, we do have the grub for Dragon Take, so no shocker there. This is what we were talking about earlier, although it's interesting that it's actually the Senna that is roaming more. You have a little bit of a hit here, but yeah, it's all. You can't really go for the dive. Don't have too much damage as
That's
awesome
another
angle.
ulti coming in for Rascal here. Pretty telegraphed on the gank. Keen just going to try and hold these minions as best he can. Does find the barrel. Flashes underneath, and Rascal is dead once again. Meanwhile, we're getting another dive towards the bottom side. Lehen's going to trade his life, but Hayes gets to stick around and take down the minion wave.
Yeah, and Pace did get the kill. So he's level 5.
All right, Trial by Fire comes in, and the barrel comes down, and Rascal is just going to die. And Keen's response is, what?
Yeah, yeah, I think Rascal severely underestimated the amount of damage that was going to come through, and Rascal's clearly not having the best of times here. So because the wave is cleared, I think he takes aggro earlier than he thought he would, because the wave isn't cleared right from the get-go. Or so he thinks. I'm going to take another look here. Really like this because obviously with the Ornn W, if you just go for an E or for a Seraphine ult, the wind-up is so big that it's really easy for Ornn to counterplay it. Not going to be the case. That does mean that, you know, Blada's going to be able to TP back to the wave. This isn't some crazy insurmountable lead found for the bot lane of Gen G, but getting gold into Pace is still nice. He will be the sole AP source on his team, and Seraphine's damage consistently when you get your Leanders is quite high.
Yeah.
But it's not, you know, to the level of something like a Brand, something like the Ziggs. It is a lot more constant DPS as opposed to burst as Canyon.
A lot more utility as well, as in comes the Nature's Grasp. This is a Leona and Maokai, but now the beat's going to get dropped. Pays will hit those high notes as well, and Pleta is definitely going to be dead. That's another one in pretty quick succession here, as both the Ornn and the Renekton in this game really getting punished.
Very nicely on the back. Canyon showing why the Maokai is so high on the Gen G priority list.
On most priority lists.
Yeah, but I think most other teams have prioritized Sejuani over Maokai pretty consistently.
Maybe I've been watching too much Peanut.
Yeah, more Peanut.
He's a bit of a tree fan.
He just, well, both in terms of tree, but also as in tree as in try, because he just plays free champion.
That's true.
Maokai, Vi, and Sejuani.
He has nothing to prove as far as champion pool, so he just doesn't really care about it.
Well, he plays other stuff. We just don't like it, Atlas.
Yeah, that's true.
As you're saying, Peanut has been one of the most decorated junglers in the LCK. He's been at the top of his game, particularly domestically. Internationally, we prefer not to mention too much, as Pleta might be in trouble again.
Yeah, Beatrop does manage to get the snare, and that means that Lehens can come on over. Gets the flash out from Pleta here. Soul Flare avoided. Definitely a good use of flash, otherwise he was definitely dead.
I think he always had to, but Pleta not getting the timing right on the W there with Pace's slow was a little unfortunate. That's no flash. We'll be able to get something else instead. As we take a look, trying to just get this wave in. And then the Canyon ult comes through. He hits both, so Teddy also has to cleanse.
Yeah.
And there, the moment Pace arrives. Pleta knows he's very, very dead. Not a lot of counterplay to that one.
Nope. And the Kitty Cat's doing a fair bit of work there as well. So really, really excellent play from Canyon. Just showing that Nature's Grasp is one of the dumbest ultimates in the video game. So providing all of that setup. Working very well. And now, I mean, Rascal's life was already really hard after he had that first unfortunate death. Now he's had a second one, and so Keen is just absurdly strong. You're looking at these CS numbers and you're like, well, it's pretty even, Atlas. It's not, because he's Gangplank. Just makes extra money, gets all them doubloons, and it's just... And now Canyon's even in the top lane. This is like Keen's day out. Is it his birthday? Like, he's just having the greatest time on one of his favorite champions. It's really rough. Canyon's going to move on over to try and deny the 6 grubs this time around. Teddy in the vicinity. They've got a teleport coming on forward. Canyon gets himself one of the grubs and really doesn't want to flash, but he's going to have to. And he is just able to get himself out of there. Pays with the extra time. He's going to head down towards the bottom side of Satap, going in onto Lehens, who presses W, and he's going to take 0 damage from anything at all ever.
No, but he was nerfed.
All right, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, his damage was nerfed. The Eclipse is still busted.
I know. I was joking.
Oh, trade of ultimates here as there's the knock-up. Last breath is indeed that for Canyon, if trees do in fact breathe, as Chovy does utilize a very nice Phosphorus Bomb, as Satap's going to have to go back to that Unbound Soul, and will do so. But that's the Wombo combo that Gen G are having to deal with.
I gotta say, good punish by DRX. So what happened there is they TP'd towards the grub, and like TP for a grub, I know you got to 5, but it's probably not really worth it. So what DRX is looking to do is to just find a fight, and Gen G, I think, caught a little bit of guard, but you should know the long engage range, because while DRX was going for grub, while they were looking for a fight in mid, we actually had Paze just pushing away the bot side turret. It's playing Seraphine, so it's not, you know, anything compared to the pushing speed of the Ziggs that we saw last game. So it's only 2 blades. Punish isn't that big. But then with the kills going over, still a nice look there for DRX.
Well, now, Paze taking a lot of damage there from Satab, as we can see.
He doesn't have a shield yet, but he's Seraphine, so he can farm from a distance very easily. But Satab, my expectations were low. When I saw that Satab was coming in again, I think Yeo has been perfectly adequate. Not great, but not a liability either.
He's been fine, but he hasn't been winning the games.
He has not.
As this was just exactly what it says on the tin when it comes to this composition. This Phosphorus Bomb does a lot of damage, but no real chance of any answer. And Lehens has to flash to avoid Satab, who does get stunned by this Shield of Daybreak, deny any sort of follow-up. As Keen is man about town, he does have a Trinity Force now completed. This is the happiest a Gangplank has been in the LCK for a very long time. Often we do see that, I mean, apart from maybe last game where he was also extraordinarily happy, but often we see the Gangplanks get punished, and DRX really have not had any interest in punishing Gangplank whatsoever, outside of, I guess, the attempt, but that made him more fed.
That definitely shouldn't have happened. It's again also the pressure generated by the rest of Gen G to make it so hard, because realistically what you want to do, as you're saying, particularly when you have something like Renekton as well as Brand, this Satab, he knows.
Oh dear, Canyon takes the long journey. There's the flash. That was very weird, but Satab able to flash out of the way the Encore. That is going to keep him alive for now. I really liked Canyon's intentional use of that Unbound Soul from Satab, but it was a good flash to get himself out of it. Good ulti as well to avoid that position, so nicely done.
Again, yeah, Satab, him having to use his flash star is obviously unfortunate, but doesn't end up giving the kill over. Keeps his bounty, because if that bounty ends up going to Pace and he gets further accelerated, it's already hard enough as is. But on the one item, you don't really do that much. As mentioned, Seraph's is a one-item spike. It's just kind of lackluster.
Yeah.
We do have DRX now. That was a decent investment from Gen G, and they're like, we're not going to go and try and contest. And let's be fair, if this goes to late, I think we all know, regardless of draft and regardless of Yone and Senna and Ornn, who we favor. But right now, you know, DRX, they're making moves, Atlas, and
I think if DRX managed to get their hands on a Hextech Soul, they win the game. I don't think they will be able to do that, but if they can get there, certainly going to be very, very good. All right, Gen G looking for Rascal here, who goes a very long way away from his turret and is now dead. I feel like if he had a fought with the turret there, never mind, Dawning Shadow comes down to keep them alive. He gets out of the cannon barrage, gets so much value. There's the flash. The slice and dice doesn't quite get there. The parlay is going to kill the Renekton, and the inner turret stays standing here. Pleta will get some damage on that mid turret, but man, Rascal actually getting a whole lot more value than I was expecting out of that play.
If they got the topside turret, that actually would have been a good trade, right? If they got the inner as well, unfortunately for them, the Gen G defense just a little bit too solid there towards the top half of the map, and Rascal very close to playing it out, actually getting the kills there. And that's one of the coolest things about Renekton, is that I think he loses harder in a 1v1. But because he can get a lot of damage down, and I also, as mentioned, do think that there's a good chance if he just goes back, then I don't know if they have the ability to kill him, but level 11, those empowered Qs on 2 people are almost enough, but then Keen here, crucially, he doesn't get the second slice or an extra auto. Keen's flash denies access. Could have been a difference maker as, oh no.
Oh god, okay, I think he might be dead again. Parlay comes on through, Chovy's going to come down, Solar Flare to slow up the Crocodile. Zenith Blade misses, but there's full vision because of the Phosphorus Bomb, and Chovy's able to lock down that kill. So 0-4-0 now for Rascal, and starting to feel bad for him, man. Like, it was pretty horrendous in the early game, but that last 1v2 attempt was really, really nice. But now he is definitely just like a wallet or a handbag or something. It's not the Crocodile that you're scared of.
It's not. It's also GP.
Yeah.
If this was a Cassante, you know, the game also becomes really hard.
All right, there's an ulti from Satab. Unbinds the soul, gets caught out. There's the encore, but Satab just going to say no to that one. Nature's Grasp comes on through, lands onto multiple members of DRX. As now Canyon gets into the brush, doesn't find the Bramble Smash. Oh, he gets the small heal, and Teddy gets baited in. It is going to be Pletter able to lock down that kill eventually, but the Cannon Barrage will get the flash out from the center, and the Rocket is still going to kill him. Big overinvestment there for DRX. They are able to get Canyon. I just don't think it's worth it.
I think we know it's not worth it. They do, however, kill the jungler. So maybe there's a window here. Teddy does have his ultimate. I think this is the moment you have to try and grasp it for DRX right now, but it doesn't look like they're actually going to go for it. And that's because Seraphine and Fat Gangplank and Chovy are still here. So approaching is very much easier said than done. This is the 5v5 that I think DRX have to win. They're not that far. Oh, God, they're not winning.
Yeah,
Never mind, it's not happening.
What 5v5? What's that? Is Lands, he wants to do even more. Throws out the Solar Flare because you may as well. It's better if it's on cooldown, as we know. I don't know why he hasn't flashed. I think he should flash, like now. Come on.
Sponge? No, I agree.
Yeah, he just needs to flash. Activate the best button in the game, the Hex
Still gonna
Flash.
try, but it's... no, they're not. Okay, TP top. I think that does make sense. That wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, no contesting. Rascal is just doing his very best here. We'll be able to utilize the Stride Breaker to take down that wave. Trying to claw his way back. This inner turret is actually a pretty decent influx of gold for DRX.
Yeah.
We'll actually be able to get them back within touching distance, I think. And yeah, does indeed. Canyon able to steal away a red buff though. Certainly good news for Gen G. As Pace hanging out in mid, just farming up against Pletter. Building towards that Leandries is item number 2. An expected one. I think that Seraphine benefits so much from Rabadons that you kind of want 3 items on her. Just because you do have the added utility of both having the heals and shields and lots of things that scale off AP.
Oh, there we go. Leandry's now done.
He does have the Leandries now, so expect to see some of those large rods that don't need to be as large as they are in his inventory to come up.
I wonder what's next. It's going to be like Swain, Vladimir. You know, while we're at it, as long as Chovy's playing 80 mids, you can kind of get away with anything. As we take another look here,
really well played by Satab.
Really was, both for not taking too much damage himself, and then you can see that Gen G just don't expect them to be this far up as...
Yeah, I'm glad we cut that video, as Lahens takes a fair bit of damage. The Solar Flare not really doing too much, but the Nature's Grasp comes on in. Pletter trying to find the angle, gets the knock up onto the Leona. She's going to go down first, but so much extra damage. Satab takes down Chovy on the top side, though, and Gen G just lose 2, and there's no response.
That could have been even worse if Pace doesn't find that ultimate and root onto 2.
Oh my goodness,
see they were looking for more.
Yeah, King gonna get knocked up. High note connecting there from Pace. And all right, so Gen G still still in it just because they did win the health trade okay, or at least came out of the health trade okay. But losing 2 there, actually a huge deal. Does put DRX in a slight gold advantage in this game. So we're going to see the teleport in from Satab. This guy is playing out of his mind, man. Yeah. Why hasn't he been playing all year? And we know why, because he didn't look this good earlier on.
Man,
hitting his stride where it was, and it's almost over, but beautifully done.
Actually having a really good timing there. And Satab, even in DRX Challengers, was always notoriously fickle, where he could look great and look rough on other days. And this is what I was talking about. Pace actually does a lot there, because otherwise they're able to further extend the fight if Sponge and Teddy are full health and part of the equation. And maybe Pace ends up going down as well, or at the very least we'll have to flash.
Yeah.
But Satab was already a swingy player, and I think in the LCK you could clearly see that the first couple of weeks really kind of hit the confidence to the point where he was just not making plays anymore and then struggling in lane. And as you're saying, in the grand scheme of things, I don't know how much this is going to matter, but it's got to feel good to come in after so many weeks off and just look great in both games. Yeah. Despite the fact that, again...
And he's laning into Chovy. Like, that is never easy. Of course, Chovy has been, you know, as we're gonna cast a curse. This is actually our fault, Satab, so don't worry about it. He is just going to be able to walk away. Dawning Shadow invested just to make sure. Satab is all right. Keen, if he had have just like he's got opportunity Trinity Force now. This Gangplank does a lot.
Yeah, probably gonna go. I imagine going for the Executioners next.
Yep, wouldn't mind it. I think Mortal Reminder in this game would be relatively powerful.
Yeah.
Satab does have a bit of lifesteal, and Renekton in general just does a lot of lifestealing. So I think that would be a decent buy.
Yeah, getting the armor shred, that's the main thing.
Yeah, of course.
LDR as well,
it's more like the argument between the LDR and the Mortal.
Yeah, no, of course, of course. As long as he goes for something that shreds armor, he'll be perfectly fine.
Sponge, he shreds the jungle. That is definitely a thing. 103, bit of a quiet achiever in this game. Does have the 2-item spike that we talk about a whole lot on the Yone.
I'm afraid that's what's going to happen at some point. Gen G is going to like start a team fight around Baron, ace them, and win the game. And I don't want that to happen. Atlas, I think it'd be really cool if DRX somehow finds a crazy, even just one game. Again, Gen G haven't lost a whole lot of those either.
They've lost one.
Oh boy, there it is. Baron is started up.
Yeah.
And Sita doesn't FTP.
Yeah, Pace doesn't find the beat drop, and yeah, there's a Yone in the bottom lane. He's all of their money, and so Nature's Grasp is going to come down. They're going to look for the turn here onto Sponge. He explodes like a balloon, and Teddy is off to the side sort of by himself. Trophy's going to get snagged. The Yone is still pushing the side lane, and so they're going to back away after losing their jungler. They're going to give up Baron, but they're going to get an inner turret, ladies and gentlemen. And inner turrets are worth some gold. And Gen G are going to demonstrate what all the inner turrets are worth after taking down this Baron and utilizing it to push. Looking for the empowered backs. Teddy does stop a couple of them, but I think there's enough here to stop any sort of follow-up. Canyon does put the Ranuans together. There's a rapid-fire cannon, and Chovy makes his way back to lane. And that's a heal invested just to make sure that they can get out of the situation. Chronicler, on the worth scale, where are we at?
None. But I do think that was the right call to make because Satab without his...
Okay.
Yeah, without his CP was just never going to be able to join, so pushing is the right call. If he rotates, like, they don't get anything. Obviously, it's one of those situations where the problem was that he was the one in that side lane pushing up.
Yeah. How do you feel about
against Gen G?
How do you feel about Soul Point?
Good.
It's
in general, yeah, I think Soul Point is a very valuable thing. There aren't really any downsides to having a lot of dragons and setting up a very... Oh, Pace. He's going for Rylai's next. They're unfamiliar.
Yeah.
I do think that the Rylai's isn't really necessary with the amount of setup and slows that you already have, but Rylai's makes your single E also
it's the guaranteed snare.
Yeah, and you also have the possibility of a stun. I think it's fine. I would prefer a more damage-heavy build, but let's be honest. It's very obvious that Gen G is not lacking for damage, as we saw an attempt from DRX to do something. Is look, Keen just has LDR now.
Oh, okay.
Bought that.
Okay. Didn't go for the Executioners, I guess, as Teddy is going to have to flash. There's a Cannon Barrage that he's now going to spend some time in. Has to cleanse the Encore immediately, and Zenith Blade is going to be the end of Rascal. Lahens may have overextended there a little bit as Satab is going to execute him. Really nice flash to finish off that kill, but the inner turret goes down, Rascal goes down, and Gen G are not stopping anytime soon. The Gangplank is now going to get ulted on here as Keen could be in a little bit of trouble. Satab with the sick outplay solo kill onto the Mega Fed GP.
That's a colossal bounty that he picks up as well, Atlas.
Oh yeah, he's got a colossal bounty himself as the Ram is going to come out. Message received, I guess. Is Satab going to be able to get this outer turret in mid lane very comfortably against the flow of play here? Still 40 seconds on the Baron. That's going to eat into the Red Bull Baron power play very nicely, though.
And he just bought the IE, so his back is going to be feeling great as we take another look at this. I think you can see Gen G, they're cutting some corners. A lot invested here. They do get a lot of summoners, but trying to dive this turn when they can play it a little bit more slow. Probably didn't have to. Lahens, why is he there? It's just Lahens.
Let's check out Satab here. Knows exactly how to get it done.
야, 나 미드 이거 커버로 할게. 오케이. 아니야, 우리 세나 집이야.
I'll go kill
나
GP.
갱플 볼게.
Max range ulti. Gorgeously done. And this play just avoids the barrels. Oh, man!
His angles with his ultimate, actually, like back-to-back, he's really gone for these almost max range. Kind of, this one was just over the wall, right? So Keen doesn't see the initial wind-up animation, only sees it once it's a little bit closer in. Then earlier, the prediction on Chovy. He's playing a really good game of Yone. Love to see it, Atlas.
Yeah.
It's cool.
It's the good news story. Of course, Gen G still have a 2,000 gold lead and are looking to try and extend that, but there is no more Baron left available. I think it is going to be next on the menu, but look at our synced up timers. Baron and Hextech Soul are going to both be available at exactly the same time. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the value of Soul Point. As Rascal going to get stunned up by the Nature's Grasp, but he has a Seraphs. Gonna have to use it though, as Keen doesn't get the parlay timing exactly right. Just going to shoot that barrel and run away.
I love the masterwork upgrade for Sate. That was like, you got this, bud.
Yeah.
This is all you.
Please give me the Infinity +1 edge.
If DRX somehow end up winning
this might be one of those opportunities. The Ram gets a nice double knock up there, and Lahans is just gonna be dead. There's the ulti. And Chovy's not going to offer too much of a follow-up, so it is just a Leona going down. They do get the Cannon Barrage as well, but inner turret also falls. Yeah, Keen is very strong still.
Atlas, I know this is a stretch, but if Satep somehow manages to carry on Yone against Chovy...
Oh my god, yeah. Is he getting MVP of the split? Maybe.
if they get a win.
Is that what you were going to ask?
Well, you know, for the the one game he played... Sorry, one series. And he might, you know, after today's performance, I'm pretty sure they'll keep him in.
I would assume yes.
Yeah.
No matter what happens for the rest of this series, Satep is 100% the right call. We knew that he had it in him as well. He was on one of the best challenger rosters that we've ever had. He's looked really, really good in the past. If he can keep up a level of performance like this, then that is a phenomenal investment for DRX for the future.
Yeah, Plata also, I think, has been very consistent in setting up these plays, right? The previous plays were a lot of Satep. This one was mostly just Ornn pressing his ultimate. I do like that DRX are remaining proactive, though. The problem is they're going to be forced into a very unfun decision here. And I'm kind of wondering, I would love if they keep Satep on the other half of the map, because he, I'm pretty sure, is actually a very big threat in the 1v1. And right now he does have teleport available. And you don't, they're probably going to try and flip Baron and then try to win within the Baron and give over Hextech Soul, but into...
Yeah, I don't think you can give over Hextech Soul.
It's literally everyone but Lahens is just salivating at the thought of a Hextech Soul.
Yeah, and I think you could probably leave Keen here to actually solo the Drake, and they're going to go for the trade. So DRX will get themselves a Baron. There are some souls where you can do this, right? Where you can just trade it and be like, haha, you got Chemtech Soul. This Hextech Soul is the best soul in the game. It's absolutely absurd, especially with the amount of ability to proc it as well. Like Chovy's rockets, Pays is just in general range. Like
Keen.
Yeah. Cannon Barrage can do it globally. And it doesn't even necessarily need it because he's so fed. But Satep with a side lane, a Baron, and a Dream.
If they can, you know, the one angle is winning within this push. They're not that far behind in gold. I do know Keen just picked up an Infinity Edge.
It's a pretty good
But it's actually, it's not impossible, Atlas. Like, we favor Gen G because we know and have watched LCK this split and this year.
Yeah.
But right now, if they get a big wombo combo, I do think this composition is a little bit more susceptible. If you get Keen and Chovy, because Pays, this time around, I don't think Seraphine really has the roll damage.
There's a flash. In goes Canyon. Finds Bramble Smash there as well. Sponge is really dead. Nature's Grasp is invested in the wrong direction, though, so there will be trading. And Satep gets into that backline. That is so much AoE damage as they finally take down Canyon. I'd sort of given up on him. And Trade of Jungle is here as now Rascal goes in. Solar Flare is fantastic, but the double knockup from Pleta is also good. Still, there is just not enough follow-up. Teddy is going to go down, and Satep is nowhere to be found. They needed the Yone to help out, but he's just not able to do so. And now the rest of Gen G are bearing down on the last remaining Baron buff. And he is just going to press the back button because he knows that he has no way out. That's a huge shield. Nicely done there. But Satep, look at that. Head in his hands. And that is the ace. It is probably just over here.
Oh, that was an overforce. Atlas there in the like going that far into specifically a Seraphine, I just don't think you can afford. So take another look. It's the unfortunate engage Maokai, which we have seen backfire many a time. And yes, Sponge dies, but look at the ultimate damage he still does.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, we have Teddy again getting a lot of damage with his ultimate. And this was the overchase right here. Because as you say, Satep was there, but he wasn't in the position to actually do any damage. And you're funneling into a choke point into Seraphine with ult still up. It's the one thing you can't do. That Encore basically blows out the game. And that'll be the end of it. A valiant effort from DRX, but one mistake. That's really all they... Although I honestly thought the Nexus was going to be pushed, but they did kill a couple of members, so it's not technically over yet.
Yeah, and there's no like heal deny or anything like that for the Seraphine, so I think they had the right idea by diving onto Pays, but Pays is like, look, he's got 4 items. Like, he's absolutely gigantic, 206, and so he presses W, and of course he's not gonna die. And he's surrounded by so many of his teammates at the same time. So, yeah, this Gen.G are very, very scary. Oh, the Cannon Barrage, absolutely massive. Bellow's Breath goes the wrong way there for Pletter as the Cannon Barrage getting so much AoE down. And they just eat everything with all of the shields. There was ultis aplenty, but it just doesn't even matter.
And we're also seeing the value of the Seraphine. It's the brand specifically. If Pays is there, a lot of the damage will be mitigated, especially if you can hit an Empower W.
Well, Rascal now teleporting into the mid lane just to clear out that wave. Stop that one from being an avenue, but Gen.G just moves into the bottom lane. Yeah, if the front door is locked, if there's a side door, you may as well just use that one, and that one's unlocked. Gen.G just stroll on through. This fortress not built very well, as Pletter going to be going down pretty immediately. That's Chovy that just launches the rockets in. This Hextech Soul is just gross. They do lose Canyon, but they are going to win the game, so I'd say that that trade is pretty worth it. Solar Flare just slows up absolutely everyone. Rascal's going to fall, hence might go down, but so is Teddy, and so is the Nexus. Gen.G, this one a little bit harder than game number 1, but it is still pretty clean in the end. And that's another 2-0 for the squad.
And Gen.G take the 2-0. It's been a while since we've had the Chovy pan after a game, because he's been great, don't get me wrong, but he hasn't really felt like the main character. This one,
not really.
This Corki, he went kind of crazy. Got a bunch of early kills and really ran away with it. I think again, praise also towards the bot lane of Gen.G. Lands has been great, but Pace picking up more and more of these new champions as we get towards playoffs, which most likely will still have 80 carries in the mid lane, is definitely cool to see. And for DRX, it was better than expected, and that's more than I was thinking. As Keen, he got to play 2 games of GP. It was great. He had a good time.
He definitely did have a very good time. I think that his early game was absolutely fantastic. I think the game was a little bit marred by him getting solo killed by Satep, who had an absolutely pop-off day today. Even when you just get like sort of unceremoniously 2-0'd, and then for us to all like, I think we'd be reacting the same way here. Like the coaching staff from DRX completely understanding that Satep had a bit of a day out. I think Pays as well, like you mentioned, Ziggs and Seraphine, definitely not the Zeries that we've seen him sort of playing over and over again, and his Sennas and stuff like that. Certainly a different look for Pays just in general. And he's going to wave to the crowd, make their way back. Who was the vote for the POG? Quite a few different options for this one.
I'm pretty sure
you don't need to spoil if you don't want to.
No, I'm always down to spoil. I think it will be Keen, but I could not in good conscience.
I think a lot of people will probably be adjusting away from Keen after he got wiped out in the mid lane by Satan.
No, I think that part's fine. It's just, I don't often like to do this, but that really did feel more like, by Keen's own admission, him going, what? It was him outplaying. So I'm going to take Keen's word on that one. I was a Chovy enjoyer. It's a bit of a boon and damage foe, but I do think he had a very consistent game.
Maybe you vote for mid lane and say it's for Satep.
You know what? That probably would have been the call. I think Pace votes also make sense. I think Canyon, this one was a little bit whatever.
I think Canyon did his job. His job was, it was not
Be
sexy.
Maokai.
It was not sexy this time around. He did it very well.
We'll see.
Yeah.
I thought the game was going to be a bit split, and then it wasn't at all. So we'll see what ends up happening. Lehens, I think he was cackling a little bit too much in this one, but it's just a normal Lehens thing.
He wants to make sure that at least it's not a 5-way tie for POG voting, because he's probably not going to get too many for this game. Still did his job, but this was the play we were talking about. Satab being pretty massive in this one. Canyon overextending a little bit, but trading 1-for-1 into the brand, meaning that Gen.G then doesn't have to deal with all of that AoE damage. Can just try and get Rascal out of there. They don't manage to do that, but Rascal overextends right after taking that barrel to the face as well.
Yeah, if Teddy and Satab are there to follow up immediately, I think they win that. I think they actually can. If they kill Paze immediately, kill Chovy, that's maybe doable, but Rascal goes in alone without there being any follow-up, and unfortunately that will be the end of it. And so we take a listen at the final moments here.
It's a very, very engaged Paze. Very animated. I feel like he's gotten more and more animated over time. He did start out as a very, very quiet boy.
Remember the interview?
Oh god, it was not great. Now he's kind of well spoken. Didn't used to be that. But Lehens, not quite as going crazy as we were expecting, and 30k damage has never looked so low. In comparison to the severe amount of boom boom that Chovy did. I guess in the POG we'll find out how much that is as far as DPM is concerned. I think it's going to be a relatively large number.
Who knows?
Like 1.3k. We could have calculated it.
Yeah, I'm not going to do
math on stream.
Mathematics on stream. That's just not, especially for me. I'm not very skilled.
You're not a mathemagician. And on that note, let's throw it back over to the space to break down this 2-0 for Gen.G.
Well, thanks, guys. Great cast on the day. You guys are right. You're not mathemagicians. That word doesn't exist. Just like DRX's playoff hopes. Now, they are done. Gen.G go 2-0, knock out DRX from everything here. Welcome back to the space. Dgon here alongside Ox and Wolf. And a much closer match in this one. Opportunities for DRX to take it, but Gen.G end up eking it out.
And I actually really like the DRX draft. Playing into the Seraphine, one of the things she loves to do, kind of similar to what we saw from the Ivern, is like group up together, clump up. So the brand's super high value into that, but also Seraphine gets huge value by shielding and healing 5 members of her team. You have the Ornn, you have the Yone, who are great at picking individual members, so you break that up. Every member who dies on the side of Gen.G, you're losing some of that value from the Seraphine. So I think they actually had the tools with them. It was 100% win rate Ornn in the LCK. It was 9-0. And you have the brand who can buy Oblivion Orb to apply Grievous Wounds to everyone. He did that a bit too late. And the Senna can go Serpent's Fang in her build. Unfortunately, Teddy didn't do that. But I actually think the draft made a lot of sense into what Gen.G had picked.
I mean, you basically have both single target damage as well as AoE. It's a really solid draft, long range engage. You've got a lot of sustain. I want to talk about something else, though, beyond this draft. DRX had their playoff chances eliminated in this series, and I don't think, from a coaching standpoint, that in your final series against the best team in the LCK, should be taking risks on putting Rascal back in. To be fair, I would have said the same about Satab. He had a great day. He had a fantastic day. He was by far the best player on their roster. But it feels weird that Yehu doesn't have this opportunity because he had massive improvements this season to not play in this this match that would determine whether they can keep their chances alive. Chances are low, right? But in what is kind of considered their final match of the season, putting Rascal back in felt like a really big error of judgment. And I know Frog got cleared by Clear last time he played. Looked really rough there. But Rascal has, I feel like, by far been the weakest top laner in the LCK. And it's rough when your playoff hopes are on the line and he doesn't show up.
Well, the reason why we have such pointed words here is our first highlight. You take a look at it, and Rascal had a tough time on the top side of the map against Keen.
If you're playing Renekton into GP, you have to be ahead. You have to be the one with the pressure. But a mistake like this is game losing. And he just walks up, takes so much free damage, gets demolished, and he has ult and flash here. And he just, there's no excuse. And then here, they're trying to set up for a dive. So he ends up ulting early, he burns his dash, and again, takes a ton of free damage. So now he doesn't have his dash, his slice and dice available anymore. He goes up, eats more damage here, stuns, it's instantly orange flash, and just dies in the tower again and doesn't use the flash, didn't have the dash. And I just think these two mistakes gave Keen such a gold boost on a champion that scales so well. And that was the lane. You know, we saw Satab do fantastic in mid. You cannot afford to first pick Renekton and give away free kills to a GP. It's so egregious.
I mean, in somewhat of Rascal's defense, this is Keen, right? But when you look at those mistakes, when you look at those moments, I think it could have been anybody. And I think when you watch the lack of flash there, the lack of ult in the first play, just wanted to save those tools for maybe a follow-up play later. But you got to know if you made that error, you're going to have to expend some of your tools to get out. Because if Keen gets that big, the game becomes all about him. And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, well, the team did stabilize for a little bit here in DRX. They forced a much, much later fight in highlight number 2. They traded Baron for Dragon Soul. And then here at 30 minutes, the big fight.
Yeah, trading Baron for Hextech Soul always feels really rough. And Gen.G do a fantastic job here of realizing how big of a threat this Brand is. They see him stepping up, chain down on him. But even with Brand dying, the value just from throwing his abilities down, you see the passive proc on multiple people. We see Satab go and get some decent damage. You know, they're actually getting some work done despite the massive deficit. The problem is they end up chasing too far. Satab is too low with no cooldowns. Rascal flashes in.
0-5.
Not that guy.
Oh,
He's so far behind in this game. You know, Keen is like full build, and he's sitting on like 2.5 items at this moment. If you look at the rotation of spells that Sponge got off there, he does a ton of damage with that Yone coming through as he dies. But imagine if he just didn't check. Like, literally just moments before, the Orin, who has Unstoppable, checked. So they weren't there. They're still going up and trying to set up poke. It feels like to me when I watch this DRX roster play together, they've been swapping moving parts. They've been swapping their mid laner, their top laner, and the synergy has never grown. The shot calling has always looked messy. It almost feels like they've been told, like, yo, we're breaking this team up for 2025. Fight for your spot. Try to prove that you're good. Because I just feel like when I watch the coordination that isn't there in these team fights, it's so frustrating when they were so close to beating Gen.G, potentially in both of these games, and you see these really weird decisions come through, like Sponge face checking his Brand there. Imagine if he had gotten an extra rotation of spells off in that team fight with all the engage with the Yone. Maybe it's winnable. They had Prio, and yet he just kind of walks up and the team is... it just looks lost.
So often it feels frustrating because you can see the individual talent show up from different members. Satab had a fantastic one, Sponge had a good performance here, Platter and Teddy we've talked about a lot, but linking that together and making it work and actually making the right decisions through a whole game feels like it's too far away for this team. So there's often times where you feel hopeful, but they don't close out the games, and that's why they had this big loss streak this season. So going to next year, that's something they really need to work on.
yeah, and that's something that we just see here at the end of splits. It's the talent and the potential, but not the ability to topple the top teams. As now we take a look at the POG for game number 2. As I said on the cast, could be so many different members, but it is Keen on the top side of the map, given the highlight number 1 that we showed you of taking advantage of Rascal.
I mean, he was given a ton of gold. You know, these plays, you have to credit Keen to some degree, right? He does punish, you does see a momentary lapse from Rascal, but it was definitely huge errors from Rascal. But Keen got these influxes of gold and really ran away with it in this game and did a lot of work on this GP.
Yeah, ends up being a pretty split vote. Media going for Chovy. I think Chovy had a solid game. I feel like, to me, though, the only people I wouldn't have voted for would have been Chovy and Lehens, because Lehens had a bit of a roughie. Canyon, great game. Pays, also fantastic game. But Keen, I feel like when you get this big on GP and you're like 2 items up on the Renekton, you kind of are the player of the game.
Yep, so the tie there. Chronicler voted mid as well. Just wanted to throw...
Yeah, I mean, it's all right. It's okay.
All right. Well, we have the interview standing by right now with Jisun. Jisun, take it away, please.
2024 LCK Summer Split DRX와 젠지의 대결. 젠지가 2대0 승리를 거두면서 LCK에서 무려 29연승을 달성하게 됐습니다. 오늘 POG로 선정된 캐년 선수 기 선수 만나보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
Let's have a chat with the POG winners, Canyon and Keen. Congratulations.
엄청난 연승을 계속해서 이어나가고 계시는데요.
You guys are continuing an amazing winning streak. How do you feel about the win, Canyon?
오늘 또 2대0으로 이기게 돼서 엄청
Another 2-0 secured makes me really happy, and I will keep working hard for the upcoming matches.
2대0으로 깔끔하게 이겨서 되게 기분 좋은 것
Same.
같습니다.
네.
2-0 always feels amazing.
상대 상체 조합을 좀 이야기를 해보면요. Kennen, 셀조,
Keen, in the
야수를
first game,
빠르게
the
완성하는
opponents
모습을
quickly completed
보여줬습니다.
their topside
조합적으로
comp with
어떻게 좀
Kennen, Sejuani,
대처하고
and
나서는지
Yasuo. What did you
궁금합니다.
discuss to prepare against this comp?
So
So this is some kind of a dive comp, so we kept that in mind and we wanted to round out a comp that is really good at kind of dancing around the 5v5 position.
LPL에서는 굉장히
In
대세픽이었지만
Kenya, you picked
LCK에서는
Lilia in the
많이 나오지
first game.
않았어요.
While it's a very
Kennen
popular
선수가
pick in
예전부터
the
릴리아를
LPL,
굉장히
it
잘
hasn't been
썼잖아요.
as favored
그동안 왜안
in the
좋아하신
LCK.
걸까요?
Why haven't you picked her recently despite your high proficiency? Yeah, it's a meta pick over in the LPL, but I was kind of questioning whether it's actually a really good pick. But recently, I kind of changed my mind and thought Lilia is pretty viable and decent.
그 릴리아를 활용해서 1세트 초반에 갱을 정말 잘
And
맞은
with that
장면이
Lilia,
있었습니다.
you made a very sharp early gank in the first game.
바텀에서 궁극기 연계가 정말 예술처럼
Let's take a
들어가는
look at
장면이
this replay where
있었는데요.
you were able
당시에
to find
상대가
amazing
패스트를
combo
했거든요.
of
잡을 수
ults.
있다는 확신이 있으셨을까요?
Well, the enemy bottom duo all had their sums. Were you confident that you will still make a kill? I was not like 100% confident, but still, I thought I could pull off a decent play over there. With this, you have 800 POG points, putting you in second place, and you have received POG with 8 different champions so far. Is this some kind of a self-challenge? Well, I was not aware, but looking at this graphic now, I kind of want to win POGs with different champions in the future as well. And my favorite among those will be Nidalee. How was this even possible though? Well, to be completely honest, I got a little lucky, and also my teammates did a fantastic job, so I got to kind of pop off.
팬분들 앞으로도 계속해서 기대해 주시기를 바라겠습니다. 그러면 2세트 POG 받은 기인 선수와
And
이야기
then
나눠보도록
Kiin,
하겠습니다. 기인
you
선수
won
1세트에
POG
이어서
on
2세트에도
GP
갱플랭크를
in game
꺼내주셨는데요.
2.
활약이 대단했습니다.
So you
요즘
played
메타에서
GP back to back.
갱플랭크 어느 정도
I want to know your thoughts about
평가하시나요?
GP in the current meta. I think we're having a lot of fights these days, and I cannot really say GP is the perfect pick to go for early skirmishes, but today looking at the comp, I thought it was a decent GP angle.
계속해서 미드 쪽을 집중 공략하는
Well,
모습을
in
보여주기도
game
했는데
2, enemy Yone was scaling really well, and Chovy received a lot of pressure in the mid lane as well. How did Chovy react to the situation, and how did the team plan to deal with this? We wanted to focus on our comp in a way that can counter the enemy's kind of aggressive engages, and I think it kind of worked, so we were not too worried about the game situation at all. Well, one of the highlights of today was actually the potential appearance of Aurora, but both teams seemed to be wary of it a little bit. I want to know your thoughts about this new champion. So it's been a very famous pick in the solo queue, and I personally think that her ult is really good, so it's a very viable pick. Keen, then will we be able to see your Aurora? It depends on Coach Kim's opinion, and also we might have to do some discussion.
이제 젠지가 LCK 29연승,
Now, Genji continues its LCK 29 match win streak and also 15 consecutive wins this summer only. Your remaining opponents are KT, Nongshim, and Hana Life. What are your thoughts and resolution for the upcoming matches? We have 3 more matches to play for the regular season. I want to make sure that we can win all 3 of them. Same. I will make sure to do our best in order to have a perfect season. And this will be the end of the POG interview, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jisun Ayaya. As that's right, no Aurora. What happened? There's an opportunity here for it, and we didn't get it. Sag, maybe we'll get it here in the next game as DRX now. Not mathematically, actually, they're mathematically out. Yeah. 7th place currently has 7 wins. 6th place has 7 wins. There's only 3 matches left. They're sitting at 3-12, so DRX done for the split.
Yeah, and I don't think it's a huge surprise to anyone. Just a bit sad because at the start of the season, they definitely showed a lot of potential. They went on that long losing streak, had a tiny resurgence, but just not able to get the pieces to work together. But I think just the focus from here on out should be, see if the rookies can put in some good performances. Satab obviously had a really strong one, and then look towards next year. And Genji still look unbeatable.
Cruise left, just 3 left, and then they have the perfect season.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to do that and join T1 of old. Well, we're not done yet here. Playoffs start basically right now for Kwangdong Freaks and KT. This is a battle for that 5th, 6th place spot. It's going to be a huge one. And until then, we've got a new episode of Who Are You Man? So hang around and get to enjoy more LCK right after the short break.
BNK 성장세가 놀랍습니다.
이제 광동풍은 사라지고 모래폭풍이 볼 시간이라 광동풍을 저희 경기로 확실히 잠재우도록 하겠습니다.
바람이 다시 불기 시작합니다. 광동 프릭스입니다.
이번에 여우 한번 짓눌러보자. 파이팅!
이전보다 더 강력해진 넷살이 복면 칼바람 대전 후아유맨 시즌2로 인사드리겠습니다.
안녕하세요, 금목맨입니다. 안녕하세요, 김치맨입니다. 1대0을 좀 자신 있는 편이어서 제가 우승할 것 같습니다. 저도 1대1을 줘본 적이 없기 때문에 재미있을 것 같아요.
머리부터 발끝까지 아장내주마 쓰레기 같은 놈들 귤먹맨!
귤먹맨이 좀 더 숙련도가 있어 보여요.
깜전을 내줬을 때 그때 좀 양악을 당한 것 같고요. 그냥 롤을 잘하는 선수였던 것 같아요. 우승자의 바이브가 아닌가.
날 이길 수 있을 것 같나.
멘탈 공격을 시도했었는데 CR도 안 먹힌 걸로 봐서는 아마 이제 베테랑 선수가 아닐까.
오늘 밤 사냥을 나선다 킹스맨!
근데 킹스맨의 보법이 남다르죠?
네. 일단 스킬샷이 굉장히 자신이 있는 선수인 것 같아요. 카서스도 그렇게 딱공을 잘 쏘려면 미드? 그러니까 미드나 서폿이 아닐까.
자, 안 보여, 나 안 보여.
카서스가 아니었어도 졌을 것 같아요.
후아유맨 시즌2 결승전 바로 시작하겠습니다.
귤먹맨 심상치 않아요. 어디 우리 안에 갇혀있다가 오랜만에 야생에 딱 나와버리는.
잘하는 선수였거나 잘하는 선수거나 잘할 선수다.
마스터 바꿔드리도록 하겠습니다. 확실히 보법이 정글과 서폿이 아닌 라이너들의 포지션이었습니다.
오늘 밤 사냥에 나선다. 웬만하면 근데 그냥 제가 우승할 것 같긴 해요. 1대1은 남자 대 남자 싸움이기 때문에 뒤로 빼지 않습니다.
이 구구맨 이치환을 이겼으니까 어차피 우승은 귤먹맨.
킹스맨님 이왕 이제 저 이기셨으니까 끝까지 가셔서 우승하셨으면 좋겠습니다. 날 이긴 킹스맨 너 재밌어.
이왕 나온 김에 또 사자타를 쓰고 있기 때문에 우승하겠습니다. 왕이 되겠습니다. 혹시 후회는 이제 우승 상금 같은 게 따로 있나요?
상품권이 아마
우승 제가 하도록 하겠습니다.
네, 후아유맨 시즌2 이제 대망의 결승전만을 앞두고 있습니다. 패널분들 현재까지 어떻게 보고 계신지 간단하게 또 이야기 나눠보겠습니다.
우선은 예측이 가가지고 되게 흥미롭게 보고 있습니다.
누가 좀 이길 것 같아? 누가 우승자로
근데 귤먹맨 폼이 너무 좋은데요?
오.
리신 플레이에서 이 사람 고수다. 저는 귤먹맨님이 우승하지 않을까.
그리고 운타라님은 킹스맨의 정체를 알고 있다.
킹스맨의 정체 알고 있습니다.
얘기해 주실 수 있나요?
헬리오스님이랑 은빈님이랑 이분 아니야? 이분 아니야 했는데 셋 다 의견이 똑같았어요.
그러면 그 얘기를 우리 은빈님에게 한번 들어보겠습니다.
저는 그 선수가 D전멸을 쓰는 걸로 알고 있어서 이거 뭔가 확실하다. 저희는 확신하고 있습니다. 킹스맨님.
누군지 혹시
BDD님이요.
BDD 선수가 킹스맨일 것이다.
제 눈치를 보죠?
왜 눈치를 봐요?
들켜서 지금
예?
안전보전 못 하시는 것 같은데.
뭐 그거는 저도 뭐 알 수 없죠.
저는 사실 그런 생각이 들었어요. 시즌
어떤
1은
생각이요?
쉬웠다.
시즌 1 쉬웠다?
네, 시즌 2는 어렵다.
어렵다.
그리고 아까 이제 프린스님 나왔잖아요.
네.
그거 보니까 한 분이 예측이 안 돼요, 잘.
그럼 이 세 분은 지금 킹스맨은 예측이 되지만 오히려 귤먹맨이 좀 예측이 안 된다.
그렇죠.
이쯤에서 누구를 예측하고 있는지 좀 들어봐도 될까요? 나라카이님 이미 귤먹맨의 정체를 알고 있다고 말씀을
근데
해주셨는데요.
저는 다 알고 있어가지고 그 끝나고 이제
이러다 모르면 어떡해.
정말 확신합니다.
확신할 때?
진짜 확신해서 재미가 없어요. 저는 진짜 정말 정답 알고 있습니다.
근데 저희 옆쪽에서 지금 이미 정답들을 다들 알고 계시다고 해서 저 버스 타려고요.
좋습니다. 과연 예측이 맞아 떨어질지 3전 2선승제로 진행되는 귤먹맨과 킹스맨의 결승 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 선수분들 나와주세요. 머리부터 발끝까지 아작내주마 쓰레기 같은 놈들 귤먹맨. 오늘 밤 사냥을 나선다 킹스맨. 귤먹맨과 킹스맨 모두 좋은 경기력으로 이거 결승까지 올라왔습니다. 귤먹맨님 우승을 귤먹맨으로 꼽으시는 패널분들이 많아요. 어떻습니까?
근데 제가 결승전까지 올라온 게 사실 승리당한 게 좀 많다고 생각해요.
갑자기 겸손한 모습. 아까 그 화려한 퍼포먼스 어디 갔습니까? 이런 화려한 퍼포먼스 기대해봐도 될까요?
그러네.
알겠습니다. 자, 그리고 킹스맨님 이제 귤먹맨이 좀 우승할 거다 이런 예측들이 있습니다. 좀 자존심 상하지 않습니까?
누가 우승하든 이상하지 않습니다.
누가 우승해도 이상하지 않다. 근데 지금 이쪽은 좀 화려한 퍼포먼스를 겸비해서 만약에 한 세트라도 내주게 되면 좀 멘탈적인 타격이 좀 예상이 되거든요. 이쪽은 뭐 걱정 안 됩니까 이거?
너무 걱정됩니다. 너무 무섭습니다.
너무 무섭습니다. 오늘 밤 사냥에 나선다 이 킹스맨 본인의 멘트 한번 본인 직접 해주시겠습니까?
오늘 밤 사냥에 나선다.
마이크가 너무 좋네. 살짝 귤먹맨 동요하고 있습니다. 귤먹맨도 뭐 한마디 해주시죠.
쓰레기 같은 놈.
경박해. 여기 왜 이렇게 경박해. 알겠습니다. 도발적인 포즈와 함께 가보도록 하겠습니다. 서로 도발하는 포즈 보여주세요. 자, 후아유맨 시즌2 결승전 바로 시작하겠습니다.
막 칸 이런 사람 나오는 거 아니야 갑자기? 소생시켜가지고.
잠깐만.
방송하는 사람들 나왔잖아.
야 어떻게 보면 현역 때 전프로인데.
그니까요.
근데 결승까지 올라와.
들립니까? 잘 들립니다. 무엇을 하실 겁니까? 무엇을 할까요? 뭐하지?
자 이제 귤먹맨과 킹스맨의 대결입니다.
리신 대단하겠습니다.
리신 인정받았네.
리신 너무 잘하긴 했어.
다리우스.
나는 벤 필요 없다.
이러면 약간 자존심 상하는데.
뭐가 좋으려나. 저 월드로 갈게요. 개사기처럼 피어나네.
오!
귤먹맨!
솔랭 도살기죠?
맞습니다.
방어막 뜬 워이.
저게 라인전 진짜 세거든요.
특히 탑 쪽에서 자주 나오고요.
맞습니다. 죽을 듯 하면서 진짜 안 죽고.
뭐야? 귤먹맨.
또 1대1 세거든요.
준비해 왔나? 와.
재밌어.
이거 근거리 대 근거리 나오면 초반에 끝날 것 같은데.
어렵다.
이거 양쪽 다 그냥 솔랭에서는 날고기는 챔피언들이 일단 예정돼 있는 것 같은데요.
네.
엉덩이를 앙 하고 물었는데 어이 굉장히 교육적으로 해보겠습니다. 깜짝 놀라실 거예요. 이거 만나면 숨이 턱턱 막혀요.
자, 그래서 이렇게 해서 귤먹맨의 워이, 킹스맨의 판테온 이 두 매치업이 경기로 들어가네요. 자, 이제 두 선수 칼바람 나락에서 마주쳤습니다. 지금 보시면은 룬이나 소환사 주문도 일단 똑같이 들고 왔네요.
1대1 깡패거든요.
금낫.
유지력 싸움 간다.
그걸 과연?
오,
슬쩍.
서로 봤습니다. 아이템도 봤어요.
일단 먼저
치고 빠지기.
먼저 한번 긁어주고.
일단 첫 번째 딜교하는 판테온이 일방적으로 잘 쳤는데 여기서 문제. 워윅이 저체력에서 엄청 오래 버팁니다.
맞습니다. 그래서 이거 한 번에 잡아야
이거 미니언 못 치게 하겠는데.
이거 부패를 못하게 채우는데?
못 치게 해야 돼. 못 치게 해야 돼.
근데?
그래서 이거 한 번에 잡아야 도망!
이거 귤먹맨
상어로
뒤져보지도 못하고
와! 귤먹맨! 환상의 무빙으로 승리 만들어냅니다.
서로 봤습니다. 아이템도 봤어요.
일단
첫 번째 딜교하는 판테온이 일방적으로 잘 쳤는데 치고 빠지기 워윅이 저체력에서 엄청 오래 버팁니다.
맞습니다. 그래서 이거 한 번에 잡아야
이거 미니언 못 치게 하겠는데.
이거 부패를 못하게 채우는데?
못 치게 해야 돼. 못 치게 해야 돼.
근데? 아니 이거 큐를 피했어. 이겼는데.
첫 번째 세트에서는 네 귤먹맨이 승리를 가져가면서 1대0으로 앞서 나가고 있습니다. 어떻게 보셨나요? 1세트 경기.
와, 이게 3레벨에 끝날 것 같았거든요. 판테온 Q를 피하는 거 보고 이 선수 피지컬이 살아있구나. 아직 안 죽었구나.
저는 뱀픽 보고 워이가 무조건 이겼네 마음속으로 그렇게 생각하고 있었는데 생각보다 판테온이 되게 잘 싸워져가지고 이길 뻔했는데 그걸 또 역시 워익은 못 이긴다.
다들 똑같은 의견인 것 같아요. 킹스맨이 승부 보는 타이밍이 너무 좋았어가지고 이제 반전 한번 써내려가나 했는데 한 방이 아직 남아있었다. 결승전다운 그런 경기가 나온 것 같습니다.
저는 근데 그 세레모니까지 봤을 때 LCK 현역 선수가 절대 아닐 것 같아서.
근데 이제 생각을 하셔야 될 게 아까도 보셨겠지만 현역 선수들도 가면을 쓰면 용기가 생긴다는 점.
그러니까요.
예, 만약에 이번 2세트 귤먹맨님이 승리를 가져가게 되면 2대 후아유맨으로 등극을 하게 됩니다. 과연 여기서 경기가 마무리가 될지 아니면 마지막 3세트로 가게 될지. 두 번째 세트 시작합니다.
킹스맨 가자.
잠깐.
나 그 세레모니 할 때
딱 보였어요.
뭔가 보였어.
진짜요?
그 얼굴이 보였어.
맞는 것 같아요.
아니면 어쩔 수 없어.
아니요, 이건 100%예요. 저 이거 걸 수 있어요. 이거는 걸 수 있어요.
뭘 걸 수 있어?
진짜
너 유튜브를 걸 수 있어?
형 뭘 거실래요? 걸 수 있어요. 근데 잘 숨긴 것 같아요. 제가 몰랐어요.
아니 근데 처음에 저런 캐릭터가 아니셨죠?
그러니까 처음에는 좀 조용했어.
맞아요.
조용했어요.
시비 거니까 터진 것 같은데.
맞아요.
한 판만 이긴다. 이번엔 원거리로 갈까요? 좋다. 이번엔 원거리로 간다. 시작합시다.
자, 귤먹맨과 킹스맨의 첫 번째 세트.
정확히 드레이브로 변할게요.
정확히? 잠깐.
이거 상대가 이번에 진심으로 나올까봐.
진심 터치 나올까봐.
비밀이 저격밴인데?
뭐야.
의도한 밴 사운드일까요? 일단 지금 원거리 밴을 하는 거 보면 선수들이 약간 원거리끼로 승부를 한번 보자?
그런가요?
그러니까 1세트는 근거리로, 2세트는 원거리로 이런 느낌인데요? 킹스맨 선수 일단 좀 정직하게 이즈리얼 생각하네요.
야, 이즈리얼.
이러면 진짜 원딜 대 원딜인데요?
너무 재밌겠다.
이제 밀어졌나 오나?
이제가 좋긴 하지.
오.
근데 이런 건 진짜 자존심 대결인데.
자 일단 귤먹맨은 락인됐습니다.
그 승부를 받아주나요, 킹스맨?
오! 단판은 이겨야 되는데 이즈리얼 최근에 좀 하셨나요? 저 이즈리얼 안지 1년 넘었어요. 오케이. 저도 1년 안 됐거든요.
누구의 자존심의 스크래치가 이번에 따라갈 수 있을지 킹스맨.
킹스맨 화이팅.
과연 이게 마지막이 될지 혹은 3세트로 이어져 갈지 한번 지켜보도록 하죠. 자 이제 칼바람 나락으로 들어왔는데요. 지금 귤먹맨 선수가
네.
소환사 주문이 전멸과
어호, 방어막을 들었고요. 그에 반해서 킹스맨은 좀 더 공격적으로 점화를 들었습니다.
부시 선점 중요할 것 같은데.
그렇죠. 비슷하게 갈 것 같은데 RFC 뛰나요? RFC 숨었다.
이거 RFC로 간 거는
니로 큐 쏘면
이제 이러면 큐 빠진 거 봤으니까. 심리전.
그래서 서로 간의 위치를 이렇게 또 찾아주는 탐색전도 시작해주고 있고요.
자 과연 누가 먼저 맞추나요?
이거 먼저 맞추는 것도 실력이거든요. 일단 이즈리얼 할 때 패시브 스택을 쌓아놓는 것도 되게 중요하잖아요. 나올 때 킹스맨의 파이팅!
이거 킹스맨이 좋은데?
불멍맨 살짝 말렸는데 기선제압 성공?
일단 먼저 라인 밀만한 주도권을 잡았어요.
오, 근데 그걸 받아주는 귤먹맨의 카이팅도 날카로웠고.
잘 맞죠.
이거 체력 관리 안 되는데.
이러면은 킹스맨이 너무 좋죠?
점점 체력 관리 좀 밀리기 시작하는데.
아픕니다 귤먹맨.
그리고 상대는 점화가 있어요.
네. 그리고 일단 와, 킹스맨.
이 킹스맨 진짜 열받았다. 1경기 지고 화 많이 났다.
진짜 빡겜.
체력 차이가 좀 많이
네,
났는데요.
막상 이렇게 먹으니까. 이거 마당 관리도 살짝 아쉽고. 전멸이 있긴 하는데 킹스맨.
근데 전멸이 없어서 안 된다.
끝났다.
안 된다. 전멸 싸우죠. 푸시 밀려. 6렙. 일단 한 번 잡았다. 일단.
와 진짜
미치겠다.
와 이거 억지로 집 가야 되네.
오늘 잘 떨리네 이거.
근데 이게 골드를 더 먹고 집에 가서 다음 턴에 나오는 아이템은 분명히 킹스맨이 좀 좋거든요.
그렇죠.
저희가 소위 말해 다이소 템틀이라 그러거든요.
BF를 들고 온 이즈리얼과
네.
잡상인이 된 이즈리얼.
네, 지나갑니다.
어우 깜짝이야.
이게 BF 하나가 나머지를 다 제낄 것 같긴 하거든요.
여신의 눈물을 간다고?
연운을 가?
살 게 없어서 400원으로? BF 대 연운.
이건 BF가 너무 유리한데요?
어택당 찍어도 이기겠다 이거는. 신발로 어떻게든 요리조리 피해야겠네.
킹스맨도 지금 느꼈어요. 내가 데미지도 세고 분명히 더 스펙이 좋은 것 같은데 하나 부족한 게 있거든요. 마나량이 살짝 애매해서
막히고
승부를 봐야 돼요.
피했어요.
잘 피했고요 귤먹맨. 이쪽도 정조준. 진짜 오조준.
근데 만화가 없어요. 만화가 이제 집을 못 가거든요.
큰일 났네.
이게 체력은 많아도 나중에 만화가 없어서 못 싸울 수 있거든요.
이거 다음 딜견에 끝날 것 같은데요.
네. 확실히 결승전다운 그 흥미진진함을 보여주고 있는 두 선수고요.
근데 문제는 킹스맨 마나 다음 마나 쥐어짤 수 있나요?
이거 미니언 먹을 때 큐 쓰면 안 될 것 같거든요.
반대로 귤먹맨은 마나 여유가 있습니다.
네, 여유가 있어요. 사실 이게
이러면 귤먹맨이
이길 것 같아.
힐팩이 중요해요.
뒤에 힐팩 먹냐 못 먹냐?
반대로 귤먹맨 여유 있고요. 그래도 이번에 한번 마나 채웠어요.
CS를 먹는데 만화를 많이 썼기 때문에 계속 미니언 먹는데 쓸 것이냐.
반대로 또 서로 일단 한번
네.
비전 이동 교환했고요.
그리고 앞쪽에 미니언들이 궁극기 3번 쐈는데 지금 한 번도 못 맞췄어요.
위험했다.
힐팩.
한번 힐팩. 아니 게임이.
근데 만화가 없어요. 이게 연운이거든요.
와 이게 이렇게 된다고?
킹스맨도 궁은
네.
돌아왔는데 이제 만화가 없어요.
만화가 없어요. 킹스맨 만화 80 있거든요. 전멸로 피하면서 귤먹맨의 승부.
와 무빙. 저렇게 해야 되는 거구나.
너무 지능적인데?
진짜 와.
거기다 얄미워.
와 얄미워.
얄미워.
와.
미스터리 복면 칼바람 대전 후아유맨 시즌2의 우승자는
네.
귤먹맨입니다.
정체가 너무 궁금하네요.
맞습니다. 저희도 뭐 언젠가 좀 가면 끼고 중계 한번 해보면 좋겠어요. 할 말 못할 말 그냥 다 하게.
저희는 원래 얼굴이 안 나오긴 하는데.
저희는 여기까지 한 상태에서 물러가고 또 당구님 나와주세요.
결승전 우승자는 귤먹맨입니다. 축하합니다. 귤먹맨님은 시상식을 위해서 뒤쪽에서 준비를 해주시면 되겠습니다. 또 상 받고 싶어가지고 빠르게 앞으로 나왔는데, 자 그리고 아쉽게 패배를 한 킹스맨 자리로 모시겠습니다. 박수 한번 부탁드리겠습니다.
준우승도 잘한 거야.
정말 결승전다운 그런 경기였는데 한 끗 차이로 아쉽게 패배하고 말았습니다.
진짜 조금만 제가 더 잘했으면 이긴 건데 이게 좀 아쉽네요.
킹스맨님, 디지몬과 포켓몬 중 근본은 뭐라고 생각하시나요?
디지몬입니다.
디지몬과 포켓몬 중에
민초단에 대해 어떻게 생각하시죠?
정말 싫습니다.
민초단은 정말 싫다.
혹시 제일 좋아하는 챔피언이
아지르요.
아지르를 좋아한다. 지금 뭐 의견은 비슷한 것 같은데 은비님은 같은 생각이신가요?
네, 저도 같은 생각이어서 기인 선수와 친분이 있으시죠?
동고동락했습니다.
아, 동고동락했다.
아무리 봐도 우리 보성 씨 같은데 또 CJ 후배거든요. 네, 그냥 그렇다고요.
뭐 이번에는 연락처 아냐고 안 물어보시나요?
보성이는 내가 몰라서 연락처를.
자, 팬여러분들은 모두 BDD 선수를 예측해 주셨는데요. BDD 선수일지 아니면 또 다른 인물일지 킹스맨은 가면을 벗고 본인의 정체를 공개해 주세요. 킹스맨의 정체는 바로
와, 아니 이 세 명이랑 저는 요 최근에 정말 같이 많이 만났거든요.
아니 뭐야?
와, 모르는 게 이게 어떻게 말이 되나?
아, 근데 형 여기 와서 보시면 안 보여요. 진짜 제가 글로 나가도 아닌 것 같은데요. 이렇게 돼.
아, 그리고 노팬님은 또 아니 특히나 인연이 좀 깊으신데.
아, 이거 패널들 싹 다 갈아엎어야겠어요.
그러니까 이게 패널이
네.
계속 갈리는 이유가 있어요.
그렇죠.
다음에 쿠로님이 패널로 나와주세요.
아, 제가 또 안면을 되게 잘 보거든요.
맞아 떨어졌나 봐.
네.
민초단도 싫어했었어.
저 민초 극혐합니다, 저는.
그래요?
어쨌든 또 쿠로 선수 오늘 어떻습니까?
가면을 써보시면 알겠지만 엄청 답답하고 잘 안 보여요.
예.
근데 자꾸 화장실 가는데 다 쓰라고 하더라고요.
철저하게 다 쓰고 다니셨습니까?
네, 철저히
아.
썼습니다.
네, 그래서 또 이렇게 전혀 추측하지 못하는 그런 상황이 나왔던 것 같습니다. 우리 또 팬분들께 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
아, 네, 오랜만에 또 이렇게 얼굴을 계속 비추고 있는데요. 앞으로 더 좋은 모습으로 보여드릴 테니까 어디선가 또 나올 거예요. 내년에 어디 팀을 들어가든 또 뭐 방송을 하든 어디서든 열심히 하겠습니다.
네, 그럼 이제 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 구로 탈락! 네, 이제 집으로 가시면 되겠습니다. 아, 고생하셨습니다. 킹스맨 쿠로 선수였고요. 자, 그러면 오늘의 주인공이라고 볼 수가 있겠습니다. 후아이맨2 우승자 귤먹맨을 모셔보겠습니다. 네, 역시 시즌2의 우승자다운 면모를 보이면서 무대 앞으로 나와 주셨습니다. 어땠나요, 결승전?
굉장히 손쉬웠습니다.
굉장히 손쉬웠다는 말씀을 해주셨습니다. 패널분들은 이미 귤먹맨의 존재를 모두 알고 있다라고 자신감을 표하셨습니다. 하지만 여러분들은 쿠로를 BDD라 했기 때문에
근데 이거 나 이제 모르겠어. 나를 못 믿겠다. 이제.
아직 확신할 수 없다는 점 다시 한번 말씀드리겠고요.
프린스 선수가 나왔을 때 아 이게 현역 LCK 선수들만 나오는 게 아니구나라고 이제 깨달음을 좀 얻었고, 그리고 이제 저렇게 엔터테인먼트의 매력을 보여줄 수 있는 사람이 칸 선수다.
저는 지금까지 선수를 맞출 때 신체와 이 자세 습관을 보고 맞추고 있었거든요. 칸 선수 특유의 자세가 있어요. 그래서 그걸 보고 아, 칸이구나 딱 알아맞혀 버렸습니다.
네.
작가님이 그 귤먹맨이란 이름을 갱플랭크 뭐 해적맨도 아니고 굳이 지은 거 보면 여러 가지 정황상 그냥 칸으로 가겠습니다.
알겠습니다. 어쨌든 칸 선수로 모두 추측을 해주셨는데요. 자, 그러면 제2대 후아유맨 귤먹맨은 이제 가면을 벗고 본인의 정체를 공개해주세요. 귤먹맨의 정체는 바로 카이 선수입니다. 칸 선수가 이렇게 오랜만에 방송에 나와주셔서 아직 녹슬지 않은 실력을 보여주었어요.
아 근데 사실
예.
아직도 제가 생각드는 게 뭐냐면 기인 선수 있고 킹겐 선수 있고 모건 선수 있으면은 당연히 그 선수들이 우승해야 되는데 마스크 탓은 핑계인 것 같고요. 그냥 프로라면은 이제 개인 정비 시간이 제일 중요하잖아요.
그렇죠.
칼퇴근을 위한 몸부림이 아니었을까.
아 소위 말해서 지금 은퇴한 형들만 냅두고 다 퇴근한 거 아니냐.
저희한테 짬 시킨 거죠.
아니 생각해보면 결승이 쿠로 대 칸? 지금 현역 선수들이 있는데
말도 안 되죠.
또 이렇게 일침을 날리는 역시 한라보 칸 선수입니다.
사실 제가 봤을 때는 처음에는 숨기는 것 같았어요. 자신의 그 뭐랄까요, 그 퍼포먼스적인 부분을. 구구맨 선수가 건드려서 터진 건가요?
아, 네. 원래는 이게 최대한 숨기려고 일부러 이제 게임할 때 자세도 최대한 반듯하게 하려고 좀 노력하면서 했는데 이제 중간에 긁어가지고
또 못 참잖아요, 우리 또.
네.
예, 원조이기 때문에 칸은 또 못 참습니다.
간지러우면 또 긁어야죠.
추가 점점 있으신가요? 예, 은비님.
계속해서 이렇게 폼을 유지할 수 있는 비결이 뭔지 또 궁금합니다.
진짜로.
아무래도 일단 승부욕도 어느 정도 있어가지고 사실 선수들은 이런 거에는 승부욕이 안 생기거든요. 이제 대회 같은 이제 그런 부분이 있는데 이제 저 같은 사람들은 이제 승부욕을 어디서 채워야 되냐, 좀 이런 이벤트 매치에서라도 좀 채워야 되지 않나 싶기도 하고.
이런 데서는 어떻게든 내가 승리를 가져가야 된다.
그럼요.
결국 그런 승부욕 때문에 오늘 우승자가 되지 않았나 그런 생각이 듭니다. 자, 그러면은 후아유맨 시즌2 우승자로 등극한 우리 칸 선수를 위한 시상식을 거행해 보도록 하겠습니다. 후아유맨 시즌2 우승 금왕맨 칸 선수입니다. 시상에는 코주보맨과 침청맨님이 시상에 도움을 주겠습니다. 네. 우승을 차지한 칸 선수에게는 우승 트로피와 함께 우승 트로피 먼저 주시고요. 그리고 CGV 영화 관람권 무려 30매를 선물로 드리겠습니다. 박수 한번 주시죠.
부럽다. 같이 봐요.
같이 봐요. 자, 혹시 영화 관람권 어디에 쓰실 건가요?
그래도 준우승자한테 아무런 혜택이 없는 건 그래도 좀 슬픈 것 같아가지고 여태까지 같이 고생해준 쿠로 형한테 한 2매.
개인배.
안 주는 것보다 나으니까.
그렇죠. 공짜로 빈손으로 가는 것보다 낫잖아요.
예, 역시 대인배입니다. 다시 한번 우리 칸 선수 너무나 축하드리겠습니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 칸 선수의 우승으로 후아유맨 시즌2 마무리가 됐는데 우리 함께해 주신 패널분들 어떠셨는지 마지막으로 소감 한 번씩 들어보겠습니다.
사실 시즌1 보면서 이거 너무 쉬운 거 아니야? 이거 그냥 맞추겠는데? 라는 생각을 했었어요. 하지만 이번에 시즌2 같이 해보면서 제가 오만했습니다.
겸손해졌군요, 오프닝 때보다.
쩌쩌!
저도 제가 열심히 공부했다고 자신 있게 초반에 말씀을 드렸는데 역시 롤의 역사는 길고 활약한 선수분들이 굉장히 많다는 사실을 또 한 번 깨달았던 것 같고요. 너무 재밌었습니다.
이게 할 때마다 좀 재밌는 것 같아요. 그래서 시즌 3 하면은 또 나오고 싶네요.
네, 또 깨 어필을 다음 시즌 있다면 꼭 나오고 싶다. 혹시 누가 교체돼야 한다? 그럼 누가 교체되는 게 좀 좋을까? 이 팀 전력을 위해서.
진짜 오늘 너무 다 예리해가지고 저는 그래도 좀 동진이 형이 좀 명중률이 좀 떨어지지 않았나.
많이
사실
섭섭하네요.
제가 좀
네네.
오늘 좀 아쉬웠습니다.
웃자고 한 얘기니까. 네, 나라카일님도 또 함께 해주셨는데 어떠셨나요?
저는 반대로 너무 잘해주셨다고 생각이 들고 체격만 보면서 어떻게 그걸 맞추지? 너무 이게 존경스러웠어요. 사실 보면서 진짜네 이렇게 납득이 갔는데 다행히 좀 반가운 얼굴들이 나와주셔가지고 저도 한껏 맞출 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
저도 같이 한 패널들의 그런 능력들에 대해 새삼 알 수 있어서 너무 참 재밌었고 좋았던 것 같고요. 현역 선수들하고 레전드 선수들의 내면에 숨겨진 끼를 보여줄 수 있는 이런 프로그램 영원해야 된다고 봅니다. 후아유맨 꼭 다음 시즌도 있었으면 좋겠네요.
알겠습니다. 오늘 패널분들도 다 같이 함께 해주셔서 너무 감사드리겠고요. 또 멋진 경기를 펼쳐준 우리 칸 선수도 다시 한번 축하 말씀드리겠습니다. 자, 앞으로도 칼바람 대전은 계속됩니다. 과연 칼바람 왕자를 차지할 다음 후아유맨은 누가 될지 기대해보면서 저희는 여기서 인사드리도록 하겠습니다. 다 같이 외쳐볼까요? 후아유맨!
ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. Even when the storm hits and hell is abound.
KT 잡고 프로 가자. 광동 화이팅!
KT 화이팅!
KT 롤스타 프로 가자. KT 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2024. I'm Atlas, still joined by Chronicler here, and we look to get into the big one of the day. This one could really help us decide some playoffs. This is actually for a lot of the marbles. Chronicler?
This one is a big deal. This is between two teams still currently fighting over that last... Well, there's two spots, realistically. DK are really likely going to get dethroned, everyone above them, or T1 rather, also obviously not within reach, but a loss against your direct competitor. Remember, no one is locked in. And not only that, but if KT win, that also means that some teams are going to get eliminated. So the race to playoffs is dependent on what happens here.
Exactly right. Let's see who's going to make it. As you can see here, things very, very close. If Quantum Freaks win, they'll move up to 7 wins, joining KT and BNK FearX. Of course, BNK FearX with a match left to play, but a very difficult schedule ahead of them. One of their opponents is going to be Quantum Freaks. So Quantum Freaks certainly with their fate in their hands at this point in time. So just have to see whether they can have a good performance here. Quantum Freaks, they take a landslide victory in round 1. Yeah, this was pretty disappointing for KT Rolster, to be perfectly honest. Round 1 of Summer really felt like it should have gone their way. This was sort of the beginning of the turmoil for KT last time they faced off against Quantum Freaks.
We have spent so much time so many different days talking about KT. And the truth of the matter is, we are still no closer to understanding what goes on in this team. How did they lose 2-0 to Breon?
Who knows?
We don't know. What is going to happen today? We also don't know. They are truly an enigma, worthy of the roller coaster name. And to a certain extent, some of that might also extend to Kwangdong specifically, who have been very reliant on specific champions. As we take a look, I'm sure that Nidalee is going to be banned because I think Cuz has been exceptional on it. And he's really been like the carry Nidalee, you know, whereas Canyon is like, oh, all my lanes are winning. I can just do nothing and it's fine. Cuz has actually been very proactive. Bulldog, Tristana, we know this, undefeated. I wonder if that is also going to be one of the big focus points of KT, because their drafts against Bro, I think, were like ranging from not great to fine, but it was the gameplay that needs to step up here today, particularly for Deft.
Yeah, Deft going to be up against Leaper, who does need to indeed surpass his idol for playoffs. Looking forward to seeing how this matchup is going to go, whether, you know, any Ezreals are going to slip through. The whole story of the Bro versus KT was the draft and the fact that Rumbles were getting through, Ezreals were getting through. It was a little bit ridiculous. We have moved on to a new patch, and so maybe that has added some more chaos to the draft phase here. And we know it's CV Max. This guy gets an idea into his head about what a draft is supposed to look like, and he sticks with it, and he often gets it very, very early on in a patch cycle. So, welcome Kwangdong Freaks to the LoL Park stage. Dudu walking quite slowly and deliberately here as they do make their way out. I think this team has kind of stabilized just a little bit. They do always have the crash, but I think it's actually, you know, it's certainly crashed, but they're picking themselves up from the rubble now.
They really are. Even getting like a single game against DK last week, I think were good signs for this team.
Yeah.
The fact that, yeah, they didn't beat them, but getting close in of itself against the DK, which seems to be somewhat surging, is great. For KT, you might look at them getting 2-0 by Bro and go, man, they must be in dire straits. That's just not how they work. This team has very clearly shown us that they hold true to not only DRX 2022, which was an enigma.
Yep.
Beryl, who really stupefies us every time we see him.
Daily basis.
And KT, the history of this organization. We don't know. They could come out and flatten Kwangdong. Look incredible, and I wouldn't be surprised. They could also get 2-0'd. We just don't know.
Yeah, I almost handed in my predictions by just putting in a K for this one.
Nice.
And then just getting whoever's writing it down to fill in the blanks. I honestly just don't care. Because this is just going to be one of these teams are going to win, and there's no way we're going to know. BDD's stats actually looking pretty amazing, to be perfectly honest. Bulldogs, on the other hand, not.
No. Not even remotely. And
wow.
You take into account that is also with a 2-0 loss for BDD, and Bulldog, Kwangdong's, you know, they lost to Bro as well. I do think that the team has bounced back, but for me, Bulldog was one of the players with, sure, he was even in challengers, you know, not necessarily someone that was putting the team on his back, but him and Elama were like the glimpses of hope that you saw from the Kwangdong roster back then. And we're now a year and a half in, almost getting close to 2 years, and it still kind of feels that same way, where sometimes he has games that make you go, man, guy is delivering, and then the other half the time it just doesn't seem to be working out. Do not forget that Kwangdong losing once Fate came in was also the start of both the Kwangdong mid-season collapse as well as the Brodemption arc. Even though they didn't make playoffs, still really big. BDD's been great. I think the one constant, arguably, outside of his builds, on KT.
Yeah.
That's the only thing. I love BDD. I think he is actually vying for like one of the higher spots when it comes to individual mid-performance.
I would say so, and he's got a lot of competition here in the LCK as well, especially with Closer stepping up very recently.
Yeah.
And the fact that, you know, Chovy exists, Showmaker having a decent year as well, not to mention Faker and all the others. I mean, mid lane is just pretty stacked when it comes to talent here in the LCK. There's that world champion guy, Zeka, he's also pretty good. So the list kind of does go on. We'll just have to see whether BDD is going to be able to have a good game here today, and whether KT, I mean, they're on red side. This is the thing that really worries me, right? Is that red side, you just have the capacity to leave really strong stuff up and get flattened by it. We watched them do that multiple times against Bro, and it just didn't quite work out. They also, I mean, they played on blue and red against Bro, and neither game was very good. The Kwangdong Freaks, they will start off on blue side. We'll see what they're actually going to be able to get for themselves to set this draft up for something good. Because I think first pick Nidalee will definitely come through if she isn't banned away by KT. Otherwise, I think Tristana will also be one of those options. The cool thing about how Kwangdong Freaks can draft here is that if they don't get the Nidalee, then they can get Maokai or something else that does work very well alongside these Tristanas that they've been playing around very well.
It is Cuz though, so I imagine it'll just be Sejuani or Viego.
Oh, that'd be sad.
Yeah, I agree. I hope it's not the case, but we're going to find out soon. And again, reiterating if you just tuned in, this is a big deal. This match is probably going to be one of the big deciding factors as to who makes it to playoffs.
Well, here we are into pick ban for game number 1. Kwangdong Freaks, as you can see with those score lines, wanting to move up to 7 and 8 and put KT right there with them. Ivan going to be the first ban away, and the first thing that I want to tell everyone is that KT currently have, for game score, a negative scoreline. So they are 49% win rate here in the LCK. In order to reach equilibrium, they have to win. So they probably will. That's sort of where I'm at. Ivan and Leon are going to be banned away here by Kwangdong Freaks. Tristana, the very first ban, followed by the Ashe. Kind of feel like Ezreal might get through. Of course, has been nerfed a bit on his Q damage, but he is still an absolutely ridiculous champion.
Yeah.
Leaper and Deft, both of them playing a lot of this pick.
Want to reiterate, so he got a buff on his Q, which obviously they did nerf, but there was also the ult buff, and if I remember correctly, an AD growth buff as well, and he was already getting picked up prior to that. Now, I do think Ezreal is one of those champions where a reduction to the Q damage actually is a big deal.
Oh my.
Because of how often he Qs. So, I still think Ezreal is quite strong.
I'm confused, Chronicler. This is respectful drafting.
Well,
or ban.
Rumble is open.
Oh yeah, I guess not that good. But taking away Nidalee Tristana, that is good identification of what Kwangdong Freaks win with.
I do like that. Yeah, I'm wholeheartedly with you on that one.
Why is it taking them so long to find Rumble? Aurora is going to be the choice. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Of course!
This is how we start this off. It's Durora. Thank you very much.
Is it?
I believe that was Yundo that put that one in the prompter for us.
What if it's...
It could be Bullrora.
I was going to go with Aurora Dog. Yours a lot better.
Yeah. There's definitely some word fusion you could do that is not very good. That is going to be Rumble. That'll be traded for said Aurora.
I got it. Bunny Dog, because she's a bunny.
Yeah, that is definitely...
There you go.
I mean, I'm running...
Nailed it.
I can't get it out of my head. I don't think I should say it on broadcast, but Bulldog and Aurora do not word fuse very well together. Let's just say that. Cassante is going to be a consideration and locked in, so it is the Dusante. And that word fusion I don't want to say. So Aurora for Bulldog. That's a fun one, unless Leaper's going to play it. Like, who knows? Leaper is, of course, you know, he's a streamer, right? He likes to play a whole lot of things.
It's Kwangdong. I don't know. We're going to find out soon.
It's not Jungle Aurora. I know that. Wait, do I? Could be Maokai Senna. That's a really good point. Thanks, Atlas. Okay, BDD, what is he going to play?
You're welcome, Atlas. I think he's going to play Corki.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
So, we have the Zyra locked in. KT's comp. It's good, but it's also so squishy.
Yeah.
Imagine what happens to them if they get stuck in a giant circle.
Well, what they do is they put down a giant circle, and then she dies.
Yeah, okay, but their opponents don't have to be into the giant circle, and they do.
Right, but then if she's in the giant circle, doesn't she also have to be in the giant circle?
No, because she can just do the hippity hop, and then it's hard to. And she is also stealth.
Yeah, that's true. It's pretty annoying.
I don't know. This champion is kind of crazy. I can't wait to see it. We both saw some of it in challengers already.
Yep.
And it's going to be the main topic of conversation, obviously, initially, because. Especially seeing it mid, it's very Bulldog, it's very Kwangdong. But then you look on the flip side, and you gave up Rumble, Zyra, and Corki. And I do think that I'm a little worried about hitting like critical mass of only damage, no CC, and the moment someone mispositions, they just die. But particularly the Rumble, man. This champion is just absolutely insane. We know that Perfect pilots it well, and Cassante's even Dusante, even Keen Sante, I feel like they always take a beating, and some of them might bounce back. I don't know if that alone is going to be enough. As the MF comes through, we talked about it a lot already today, first time we actually see it. Very strong right now. I'm like, are they just going to go like MF Zyra? Like that's what's next? We're just going to rotate this to Barrel and pick a different CC jungler here?
Oh, that would be so sick.
No, it's going to be like Nautilus or Alistair or...
They just like lock Sejuani and just don't even say anything. Amazing.
Either of these teams, I just want to actually, ideally, we just not talk about it until everything is locked in and stopped, and then we can discuss.
And I feel like drafting is a lot like CV Max versus Beryl as far as like where the spice is coming. So we'll just have to see what Beryl is going to lock away here. The Rel comes in. Rel's area, not exactly the most inspiring lane as far as early game power is concerned, especially when they're facing down Misfortune. I recently watched a video from Double Lift saying that Misfortune is the perfect champion to play ever in the universe. So that's pretty cool. That's a Poppy being considered. I wouldn't mind the Cow though, because that is one of Beryl's best champions ever. Of course, dating back quite a few years, 2019 being the best example of Mega Cow Beryl, and he is going to lock that one away. And we were actually talking about this in the previous series. You had a great point about the fact, I think it was Ox that actually had the point on the space about if you are going to have sort of like solo frontline reliance from support, Alice is a pretty good choice.
Yeah, Rel is another one, but obviously that one picked up by Undil here. Also, the Alistair into the Rel feels great because you can deny some of her engages. KT comp, so much power, so much team fighting. The wombo combo, absolutely nuts. But it does feel to me a little bit flimsy. This is the type of composition that can quickly fall apart if we see individual pieces out of order. Old layering is going to have to be good as well. And I do think that Kwangdong have the necessary tools to get on top of this composition and try and play through that. Because if they don't, they're just going to get toasted fairly quickly. But will they actually do it? Kwangdong, again, has also been a team that has been very hit or miss. And to me, this Aurora in mid specifically, I don't know how that's going to work, Atlas. I'm going to have to see what it actually does into the Corki, to which extent Bulldog can make his impact on the map known, and how they're going to utilize the ultimate.
Well, looking forward to seeing how it is going to go. There you can see it. The Dusante opting in for that Rumble matchup. That is the craziest part of it for me. Some double magic damage in the mid jungle as well isn't the greatest, but also Cousin Bulldog haven't necessarily been working together all that well. KT with a bunch of OP champions, but who knows whether that's going to make the difference. Jump into the rift for game one. Oh, you can feel it here in Lowell Park, the desperation from the KT fans, but also the volume. They are quite loud. Of course, you know, there's the Atlas is on their side of Lowell Park for this particular game. Situation happening, so proximity bonus for KT, but still, you can just hear it in the pitch of the cries from the KT fans. KT are very much protecting their plant lady, and I respect it.
One of the things we've been seeing pretty often is Zyras being invaded so that they don't get as quick of a clear. And guess what? The late invade is looking to come through here. Might even be a lane swap as well. In which case, actually, now that I think about it, the Rumble into Cassante, at least the first couple of levels, not going to be nearly as rough. And yep, there we go. They will be spotted. And the moment they see Dudu, I imagine they know that this is going on.
Yeah, Pureshik throwing some Qs around, some autos around, but Q now on cooldown for a little bit. See whether they can get rid of some of these plants. Looks like they won't be able to, but Perfect has to flash very early on. And Quantum Freaks will just get Pureshik out of here. He's still sticking around though. 3 versus 2 here for KT. Maybe a 3 versus 3 as Pureshik, he manages to get it down to 8 health on the big Raptor. And KDF, they come up empty.
I gotta say, getting that Raptor was the big point of that invade. That said, one of the big things we're always going to look to is they will know that this is happening. And secondly, the amount of experience has been gotten by the team. And in that regard, Kwangdong is currently pulling ahead. As I do think that they should be able to, at the very least, get this Cassante to the wave post-first crash. We'll have to see. Perfect not having flash is definitely a bit of a rough one. As, yeah, Aurora, obviously, this is going to be the debut. As we see, Bulldog is going to be trying to continuously pull these Qs.
You can tell that Aurora is a pretty viable champion, though. 100% present so far in our first 3 games. Banned both times around in game number 1. 1 from each team, despite them being on the same sides of the Rift. So you can see that there was already something up after the DRX versus Gen G series. Now Bulldog, let's see whether he can pilot her and show us how bannable she actually is. So KT would, of course, be the team to take the risk, as Bulldog just bouncing around the wave. Do you want to tell us a little bit about how Aurora is supposed to be piloted, Chronicler, or are we not feeling like we even know that much yet?
Well, so we can talk a little bit about what the kit does. It's more so that in pro play we often see players be able to pilot it beyond that. But basically, gist of it is, as you can see right there on that minion, free hit passive, the good old classic.
Never seen that before.
Definitely not. She has the ability to fire the projectile, then pull it back. Then she has, my favorite part is the little bunny hop that gives you stealth, which I personally think is something that maybe is a bit much.
Is it better than this? The barbecue?
Yeah, so as I was... this wave is going to eventually crash into doo-doo, but Perfect has a really big experience lead. So what happens is we do see Leapers ahead in experience, as is Ondeal, but they sacrifice doo-doo for that.
Oh my god!
Why are we walking back up? As long as he has someone to help him on this wave, he should be fine. Might even be worth dying on the wave. Looks like instead he's just going to TP back. He needs to get these minions. Like, that's 100% a given. So basically, KT opted to give Perfect the experience, share it with Deft and Barrel, which is why this happened, whereas Dudu stayed with Cuz for most of it. And that has led to a result. Okay, he's now level 2, and he will be able to catch this wave. So, like, the lead isn't actually going to be that big, but that's a very precarious situation. Because say that Pioshik's there and dives, and you miss out on those creeps, top lane is just over.
Yeah.
And it's just immediately done.
And it might almost already be over because of the matchup and how it kind of works. He does now have a Null Magic Mantle. Perfect will be able to buy items as well. As Bulldog throwing out that Q, pulling it back again. And is sort of struggling against BDD.
Yeah, so one of the things that I do think is interesting is that they went for mid here, because based on most of what I've seen, specifically with Aurora, one of the most obnoxious things is, like a lot of ranged top laners, where she's been seen the most, is that it's insanely hard to close the gap reliably because of the
bunny hop.
Yeah, well, you buff the bunny up, but then you also have the it's like the the Graves ultimate where you fire and then
you go back. The weirding.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which I do appreciate you.
I'm
calling
learning.
it. So it's the E, right?
Yeah.
That alone would be kind of annoying, but then she also has the hop that gives her stealth. So closing the gap is really tough, so you just kind of get bullied out. But playing into Corki, that obviously isn't going to apply because he's ranged. So I do think that makes sense that Bulldog is really struggling in these early trades. What I'm mainly going to be looking towards is how does he use the ultimate? Because it's by far, I think, the strongest part of this champion. It's also kind of hard to use reliably is Cuz. They get this.
Yeah, Cuz just kind of walks on over. Now a twisting advance onto BDD, but he's going to put him on the mini equalizer. Still, BDD's in trouble. That's first blood going to the Aurora. She just throws down the ulti. Does have to flash in the end, but I'm reckoning he's going to say worth for that one.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not sure about that one, BDD. Just walked up and took a lot of damage.
Yeah, just kind of died.
They had a member's advantage, so as long as the rest of the team is there, they would have been fine, but that is a big mistake. It's also going to equalize most of the lead that was built up for Kwangdong. And I want to reiterate, whenever you go for these type of lane swaps, we do see the plates in bot side favorable for KT because there's less church protection. So that's always going to be the case. It's more about the run-off effect is here because good sidestep there. And then BDD, so he gets tagged by the free hit passive. Perfect, even if he's here earlier, I don't know if that alone is enough. And then BDD just... you have flash!
Yeah.
You can flash it. That's like the one thing you can do. To get out, just flash.
Well, he doesn't flash, so now he has that for the next play.
Yeah. That is true, Atlas.
Yeah. I'm looking for the positives here. Certainly not a great maneuver. Does now have Merc Tread, so that's not necessarily going to help him with his combat prowess, but as far as this mid lane combo is concerned, it's going to very much help BDD, as there's a fair bit of magic damage that he does have to deal with.
So a run-off effect of that play is Oldham. We might have a dragon fight here.
Yeah, the Nature's Grasp does come out as Pioshik tries to get on in there. Cuz is going to be able to grab that dragon though, and There's the bullet time. Cuz just going to flash to get himself out of the way. Def uses the last of his remaining mana. Q3 not going to connect there from Dudu, who has completely come back in this lane. He is now just completely chill.
Yeah, that's what I was going to talk about. Perfect's roam didn't work out. So he roamed towards mid, trying to influence that play, which I think makes sense. Initially, it just looked like he was going to help Pioshik and keep Cuz away. But it didn't end up working out. They didn't really get anything for it. And he still has a lead. He still had an experience. But this is the type of lane where Cassandra eventually will get to the point, if the Rumble doesn't accelerate, where he can take the beating.
Yeah.
Right, we already see the cow in Dudu's inventory. It's also Dudu. So I imagine Perfect in general is just going to try and play as safe as possible. We still see, like between the Harpoon cutting through his Amar, Dudu is still going to get shoved in very consistently. But yeah, he's going to hit 6. Oh, that does miss the cannon. He's going to hit 7 off of this. And once you start getting towards level 9, level 11 territory with a full item, you're feeling a lot better in that 1v1.
Yep, Leaper as well, able to avoid the combo from Beryl. So nothing wrong there. No real whoopsies yet, though, outside of that first blood for KT.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we've seen worse. And this is a composition that does have a lot of champions that are very, very strong at this point in time. I think Misfortune, incredibly good in the current state of League of Legends. As Bulldog starting to get a whole bunch of wave clear.
Yeah, there you see.
Really able to stack up that Q, the twofold hex, as it were. And that can really start sorting things out here in this mid lane. Feels a little bit like Time Winder, you know, Echo's Q. Except that you control when it comes back.
And you have a 3-hit passive and a dash.
Like Nico. I mean, like Echo.
Interesting.
Do you get the extra movement speed after the 3-hit? It'd be really cool if it was just Echo's passive. That would make it much easier for me to understand what's going on. As Dudu presses a whole bunch of buttons and Perfect says, haha, I only really need to stand still and press Q.
I am Rumble.
Indeed.
That said, the main issue for Kwangdong isn't really going to be these skirmishes, where thus far they have looked good. Also happy to see Cuz go Locket. I wish it was a Rumble thing, but they just go Locket basically every game now.
Yeah.
Sometimes they go Zeeks, but I do think it's mostly Locket, particularly for Maokai's. But obviously a really good item there. But the AoE damage is going to be a tough thing to deal with, right? That's the main thing, that the combo teamfight ultimates that's available there is really strong for KT. So Kwangdong's fight selection is going to have to be really good. And right now their laning states don't really look that great in terms of being able to get prio somewhere first, right? Because ideally, if the enemy has to come into a choke into you, you can form a concave, you're not nearly as susceptible, and between the Maokai and the Rel, you do have a lot of threat in chokes as well. If you're ever late to an objective, there's no point. Because between Bullet Time, Alistair existing, and Zyra and Rumble, you need to be there first, and right now it looks like that is the case here for Kwangdong. This Bulldog using his stealth to walk up a little bit.
Yep, skipping across the veil, as it were. But he'll be all right.
That'll be 4.
Yeah, just going to start this one up. Exactly. KT was, of course, able to get a couple of them, but the fact that it was just that cheeky little smite on 79 health from Cuz to lock down one of them, getting the 4th is actually kind of huge. Deft is just taking first turret as we say it, and Pioshik will be able to take away the enemy Raptors, the enemy Krugs, get a little bit of extra there, as Leaper is able to at least get a few, but it looks like Deft, I mean, very, very close to being able to just take this full turret, and he should be able to grab that last plate as well. And Deft getting fed is kind of just the game plan for KT most of the time. So he's going to be very happy with that one, as Dudu kind of having Perfect here where he wants him, but the equalizer comes down and he is burning, burning, burning. He does have a lot of MR, but as you can see, Rumble.
Yeah, the MR he literally has 3 different MR items, and it still doesn't matter that much. Does have a good amount of cookies, so it's going to sustain up at least a decent amount. If there was a jungler, then maybe he could have been threatening something. We, of course, know that that wasn't the case. Maybe looking to like get a safety flash out of Perfect. I know Dudu, though, and I imagine that he is still looking for something. No Rumble ultimate available means that if he gets a good all-out, maybe there's a window there, but you do need a Q3, and you see Perfect punishing it when there isn't any.
Still,
TD is not available for Dudu as well, so he is going to have to stick in this lane for a little bit longer.
Yep, KT looking for the second dragon of the game. It's going to be a Hex deck. We have a high likelihood of getting Orcs, so if you could get your Sostra in the chat, please, that would be absolutely fantastic. Because I think we're in for a Chemtech. Just feel like we're due, you know? I think it's about time. What do you think?
I'm hoping for Drift Rift.
Oh, I want Swift Rift or Drift Rift. I think either of them would be absolutely fantastic. And whoa, okay, Chronicler, you're paying attention today.
We're drifting.
We are drifting indeed. No Jins this time, which is a little bit sad. He does make use of the Drift Rift quite a lot. That is the first and last time I will ever say that I regret not having a Jin in a game. Just realized that I said that. I apologize, dropped the ball. You know, my cat was sick yesterday. I'm just a little bit not there.
That's okay, Atlas. We forgive you.
Yep.
And also, most of us don't really hate Jin nearly as much.
No. But
Jin,
it's more about holding me
I get
accountable
it.
for my own things that I say. I like to be consistent.
Jin Yumi notwithstanding, which I'm sure is a...
I think that's pretty unanimously hated.
That is, yeah, no, I would say so.
Yeah.
Do want to highlight that right now KT is building a pretty nice gold lead, and most of that does come down to that bot side turret, but there's also been a good amount of plates just in general taken. Mid lane also the case, as well as some pretty okay CS leads, and we might have a 5v5, but look.
I feel like nature will be grasping.
Soon.
All right, this Rift Herald going down as Cuz's angle a little bit strange on this one. He's looking for Perfect and for Deft. Bullet time immediately comes down as Bulldog just throws Deft into the circle. We'll be able to take him down. It's a 2-for-2 trade so far, though, as Bulldog just going to be ripped to shreds. BDD gets his revenge, and it's a 3-for-2 trade in the end. Have no idea who got the Rift Herald. It's actually BDD that collects that one, so a big trade up here for KT.
And that's the problem, even though you
mid
kill
lane turret
Deft.
too.
Yeah, even though they are able to kill Deft, KT powers in their ultimates. They do so much damage. So these health bars are insanely low. So even with the very quick assassination of the AD carry of KT, it just doesn't matter. PDD gonna get people like even further ahead here.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see, because obviously most of our attention was drawn to what is happening to Deft, but I would like to draw your attention to the other half of the map. So as you pointed out already, because this angle a little weird, they don't get the objective. And they go in aggressively here onto Pioshik, but he just flashes over the wall, and they're sitting on top of an equalizer, a Zyra ultimate, and there's still a good amount of
yeah, I honestly think like Deft should have just like after that ultimate just said witness me and then just let himself go instead of blowing the flash. Like
I agree.
Trying to stay alive there, it doesn't matter. You've done your job, dude. It's totally good.
Yeah, you got the channel. That's really all we needed you for.
Yeah.
You can peace out. It's fine. Really, ideally, going down earlier gets you back on the map faster, and you will also have your sums. Outside of that, though, this was obviously amazing fight for KT. Get the objective, get the mid lane turret. Barrel's a little far up here.
Yeah, he's going to headbutt Andil away, but now he's just going to try and turn it. Bulldog is going to get ultimated again, and BDD will take him down. The full bullet time into the face of this Aurora. And yeah, that's Deft. I think he'll have the Infinity Edge now. Of course, you can see he has all the components. The saddest MF ever is one that has to deal with that. As Dudu now fighting against Perfect here, you can see he's kind of liking his chances in the 1v1, but Alcove Gaming, as he's standing on the blast cone.
They need to skill Atlas pretty badly.
Perfect is just trying to waste as much time as possible.
Yeah, but Seri is going to be here. Oh, can he
Dudu has
play it?
pressed like every button that he's ever had. As he flashes, Dudu going to flash after him, but there's no W.
God.
He can't catch up. The circle's going to go down, but Beryl, he doesn't care about circles. The Magnus Storm comes in. BDD is now Valkyrieing forward, and Cuz going to get taken down low, but honestly, Kwangdong Freaks kind of look like they're falling apart a little bit, but this is KT after a loss against Bro. Like, the law of yo-yos that KT abides by, it just, you have to listen. And they were never going to win, I guess, unless Leaper just solo kills Deft, which he probably will. Yeah, Deft is going to go down. That's inconsequential. That's not a caster curse, guys.
Yeah, no,
they're still 5,000 gold ahead.
Tell us more. That's Deft as well.
You just gotta revel in the chaos.
So, I see a little bit of tilt in that flash towards the bot side. That just didn't really work out, but this. Big mistake by Bulldog here, obviously, is to underestimate Barrel, which we have all done at times. And you do that at your own peril. But most importantly, he uses his W right from the get-go there, so he doesn't have the gap close. He can't get out. He can't use the stealth. And then here is don't have the damage. That is a Barrel with ultimate, so isn't really any way to take him down. And then Perfect also just absorbs the ganks. The fact that Deft is just here next to Zeri, you don't win the all-in. That's unfortunately the one thing that, like, you can win longer trades, but if Zeri ever gets on top of you and you don't have flash, you do just die.
Roots value. Feeling pretty good there. Going to be end of the world or anything as Death opts in to standing in that extendo beam. He now does at least have the Infinity Edge completed, so that feels a little bit better. Yeah. It does have the added assist over what Leaper has picked up as well, but 3 turrets to 0 is what's really pushing this gold lead further for KT. And now they're looking for their second Drake of the game. Not really too much contest here, as we can see, so Kwangdong Freaks not able to answer that, and Drift Rift is one that needs to be respected. This soul is a big deal. And Chronicler, why was it first pick Aurora, not first pick Rumble? I'm just feeling like the Rumble is just, it just does a whole lot more every game.
Yeah.
You know? But I guess we don't really know about the Aurora factor. Did manage to get first blood, that was pretty cool.
I don't know, I don't have an answer for you. I think it should have been Rumble.
Yeah,
especially because so if you end up with Rumble, they end up with Aurora. That's obviously a bit unfortunate. But there might also be a world where you end up with both, which sounds really good.
Especially if you're very happy to play it mid.
Because I don't know if you know, I don't know if Kwangdong knows for sure that KT is picking Aurora.
I mean, if they pick, like, if KT picks Aurora, Barrel's the one that's going to play it, like, obviously.
Oh, I want to highlight this. Well, oh god, I'm just going to.
You know that's true.
I don't care. He shouldn't. I want to highlight here, Cuz actually going for Abyssal Mask. I think Abyssal Mask super undervalued right now. Really strong item.
Blast Cone, Barrel is walking up to everyone and is going to take half of his health bar, or well, almost half of his health bar.
So the one upside for Kwangdong is that Lieber is in a pretty good spot, has finished his second item. Still behind, obviously. And yet, I
feel like Cuz and Barrel are talking together about this Abyssal tech, by the way.
Oh yeah, I didn't even, thank you, good catch. I was talking about it for specifically the Aurora, and Maokai is going to be head first amongst many members. It makes equal amount of sense for Barrel, who has 2 AP threats, is also going to be on top of, you know, both big team fight ultimates producing everyone's MR.
Yeah.
So, great itemization. Love that.
Pretty cool. And pretty cool for both of them as well. Especially when you've got, like, double AP in jungle and top, like KT does, or like Kwangdong Freaks do in jungle and mid. Certainly some pretty cool tech. Just hoping that Kwangdong Freaks can find their way back into this game, because it's currently about a 5,000 gold lead. That has remained stagnant for quite some time, as I've seen this play before. Bulldog's just going to blow him up. Deft is... He has been farming in the mid lane, for better or worse this game.
Mostly worse, unfortunately. Yeah.
That's a hard one to break down. I guess we'll probably get the replay and then we can try again. That was a bit of a Deft go boom type situation.
Yeah, I think Deft has already had a... Even in the Pro Series, I think he was having a tough time. I think right now, still kind of the case.
I think we can all kind of agree that BDD is currently the AD carry, and he is extremely fed. He just got his transformation. He is building very quickly towards his rapid-fire cannon. Yeah. This Corki is enough, to be perfectly honest. Let's have a look at this from Deft's perspective.
탑 2차 쪽 대체가 별로 미드 걸을 거예요.
Okay, he's just He's like, what just happened?
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're going to take all blame from Deft. That was just a lady from Freljord popping up out of nowhere, and then he was dead.
Yep, not a lot of counterplay to that one. Also want to highlight, actually, because we talked about the Abyssal Mask already, Barrel also going for the, and I did have to look up the name, Synchronized Souls. As
all right, we're going to have to interrupt you there momentarily. Stranglethorn's going to be full-on avoided as Gyoshik is put into a circle. He's the one that's going to be assassinated this time around, and BDD chased out. The Bramble Smash is so good, as at least the turnaround is pseudo there, but Leaper is getting certified. Barrel is going to fall down. It's a triple kill for the Zeri, and Kwangdong Freaks turning this game on its head. They're looking for a Baron.
And I was going to talk about the Synchronized Souls, but it's Kwangdong that is synchronized in that fight. Do note Perfect Souls is equalizer, but it looks like he doesn't want to take the risk. Doesn't have his flash, otherwise I'm pretty sure he would.
Why does he still have his equalizer?
Because he wasn't there for, I think, at the beginning of the fight. I'm not sure. I feel like he could have definitely used it, but I think they were kind of caught off guard by the speed with which the turn came through. And yeah, there you go.
Yeah, he wasn't there.
Yeah, it wasn't there initially. So, and the TP does come in. Again, it's just the amount of burst that comes out from the Aurora. So Bulldog uses the ultimate just to lock them in place. So every member of KT that matters is stuck in that pit. So Cuz, Leaper, and Bulldog can just do damage at their heart's content, and then you see, take another look at this. So he uses his stealth to go in and locks them in place, and then the fact that Leaper is able to jump over the wall as well. And then there, he does end up dying thanks to a really nice knockback from Barrel, but that's about it. And now the gold basically equalized Atlas KT. If they can get this Drake though, at least they can get Soul Point.
Yeah, Soul Point going to be very important. Extended Beam not quite going to find KT here.
I think it's looking good. Yeah, they should be able to get this, although Ondale.
Yeah, he can possibly get in here. Nature's Grasp is going to be tanked by Barrel. Everyone sort of lines up for it. The Extended Beam not really working out as they do get the ulti down. But Perpy is now looking to barbecue them. The Aurora goes down, but she does kill Deft as well, as Kwangdong Freaks just get full control of the pit. They equalize the Dragons, and they are well and truly back in this game.
Atlas, we were non-believers in the basically mega empowered Jarvanel, but Bulldog now 2 fights in a row. He just died immediately in that fight.
Yeah.
Didn't matter. Immediately got roasted by Perfect, who said, I'm about to feed you some bunny, but the rest of the team is gone. Like, take another look here. Again, it's Leaper biding his time. And Bulldog
Barrel actually interrupting Bulldog was kind of huge, but it didn't matter at all.
Didn't matter, he got the ult off still. So that makes the setup for Cuz, Undo, and Dude like so insanely easy. As long as there's no flash, there is no counterplay to that. You are stuck in that domain expansion, whether you like it or not. And the first pick Aurora in these fights, as it seems a little silly, Atlas.
I mean, he's 90 CS down and looking completely broken.
It is just new Nico.
It is. This is very strange. Anyway, KT now lose out on Soul Point. They lost out on Baron. And they also don't seem to know what to do about this Aurora problem that they're running into. I think Barrel's idea, in theory, kind of worked out. But remember, they're also just really squishy. You said this already at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, and they're gonna just continuously be locked in place. And just Cuz's ultimate and Ondale alone would be tough. But there's, outside of flashing, literally no way to get out once you're in the circle. And because of the stealth, it's really hard. And Bulldog can also use his flash aggressively.
Leaper is absolutely gigantic.
Yeah, he's been doing a whole lot of sliding in and last hitting.
Oh,
and that's all he needs to do. As long as Leaper doesn't die, these fights are really tough. The only thing I can think of when I'm seeing a mid laner like this, that it's 100 CS down, but making these plays, we should ban this against DK. I don't think Showmaker should have access to these powers. That's not...
Yeah.
Let's not go there.
That's
collectively. And now it's going to come down to KT's ability, because even with this, there is still the opportunity for KT. They have still so much teamfight power, but they need flashes. I think that's kind of a given after what we've seen now. Back-to-back fights where the carries just immediately die.
You're going to have to try and do something about what Bulldog has been doing every single fight as well. So let's just see whether they do have any sort of answer. I think GA might be a decent item for them to pick up as well.
Magic BDD is going to go towards that.
Yeah, a fair bit of initial burst damage that they do have to deal with. BDD moving towards item number 4, Deft trying to get there. 4th item completed for Leaper. Only 3 done for Bulldog, of course, because, of course, it hasn't been able to pick up very much farm. But that's okay. A lot of it being funneled in to this Zeri, who is really big. Like, also just has really great items. Doesn't really have to build a lot of armor penetration in this game.
No. And well, the one thing that does worry me when it comes to KT is something we haven't talked about as much, but they're not only squishy, but they also don't have that much CC.
Yeah.
Right? There really is, it's really just Barrel, and then Pioshik, of course, has a little bit, but that is a lot more telegraphed or slower in case of the route. So it's going to be so much harder to actually lock down. Like, how do they actually lock down Leaper without, you know, him like sliding into Perfect and BDD and just getting 2-shot? But that's going to get harder. Already he has the BT. I imagine he goes GA next.
Yeah. The game is getting just more and more difficult by the minute. And Dudu is completely out of the woods. He's now ahead. He's 1-0-3. This Dusante is kind of a monster.
Yeah.
And he is a real tank in this game. And
Yeah.
now, like, getting more and more towards becoming far more of a champion than anyone on KT, just with the fact that he will have so much longevity in these fights to hold them in place so the Leaper can get the work done.
The thing now for KT is to try and find a moment of weakness here. Any fight that's taken into a choke can still go their way, but you do see the issue here is that Perfect, I think even post-Cribloom is just not... He doesn't have prio anymore, right? He's just not able... Dudu at this point is a level up as well. Has been able to, as you point out, get a lead in CS. And it feels like Guangdong kind of have outskilled KT here, and if they got that soul point, that could have been enough.
Yeah, could have been a bit of a difference maker.
Then you could have gone for the trade here, right? Infernal Soul, threatened for Baron, and now, oh my god, yeah, why not?
Yeah, Leaper just going to come on over and take it. That's going to go down so incredibly quickly. And there's nothing that they are going to be able to do about it, because they just can't walk up. And there it goes. So Soul Point picked up. And KT kind of look paralyzed right now. It doesn't look like they're able to make any sort of play. And they really need to. They're going to get back into this one.
But I understand, because go back to what happened to Deft Way a couple of, what is it, like 10, 15 minutes ago?
Yep.
That moment, like, he obviously was pushed up too far. A lot of pros, I think, genuinely that what we saw in the first series as well is teams just don't want to deal with this. Stealth is such a tough thing to wrap your head around, especially when the champion is new, but even more so when you don't have vision control. Like, for all they know, Bulldog could be waiting and looking for a really big stealth into ultimate, and yes, he will probably die, but who cares if he takes BDD and Deft with him. They do have flashes though, and that's going to be crucial, because I think a Baron fight is about to come up, and them staying alive. Look at that, GA foregone, instead BDD full damage with the IE.
Of course, it's the let's hope I survive so that I can just kill all of them. And Infinity Edge going to be a big one there. It's Pioshik, no idea what's happening around this Baron as they put down the circle. Perfect flashes out of it. But this is all just to create space. BDD coming on over, looks for Bulldog, knows that there's no ulti, but he gets caught. The Magnustorm comes in and he has to flash away. The Baron secured here by the Guangdong Freaks. They do lose a fair bit of health, but an equalizer does nothing. All 5 members get out with the Baron, and Guangdong Freaks with this whole game under their control.
And that Baron, it's not perfect, but close to leads into the Dragon. They're the one with Soul Point. An Infernal Soul on a fed Zeri on this Aurora. First game we've seen of it in the LCK. And whew, a lot of power budget in that ultimate there, because you see Perfect, Pioshik, BDD, all flashless now. And all of them are not going to have a way of dealing with this once it comes down. And even in the jungle, which should be where KT at least have a little bit of threat, there's just nothing they can do because there's no vision.
Yeah.
They have 0 priority in any single lane with this Baron buff, and
Deft also, he's got brown bags and then 4 just straight damage items. There's no Bloodthirster here. There's no real longevity. Like, he kind of just blows up. He needs to just get an ult off and hope that that's going to be enough to soften them so that BDD can get these kills.
Yeah, I think it comes down to barrel, but this is where the Maokai, to me, makes it so much more obnoxious. By the fact you have both Maokai and Rel, because I think the one thing you can do against Aurora when she does put her ultimate down is look at how much damage they have. Like, you can counter-engage, but counter-engaging into a Maokai is like...
Yeah, what you gonna do?
Not a whole lot, as we have seen in these fights, Atlas.
Indeed. Cuz taking a fair bit of damage there. But he can just sip some sap, and he's going to be A-OK. There's a circle down once again. It's the bullet time, but this is what we were talking about before. Beryl, he goes in. They're just underneath the turret having a party. They are so tanky. As Beryl, his aftershock goes off, his will looking pretty breakable as it does wear off. And Kwandong Freaks just wandering casually towards these Nexus turrets, and they're looking to do it again, moving up to 1-0 in the series. The Nature's Grasp comes out just to get the finishing touches on this one. Pyoshik going down once again. This guy Zyra hasn't looked very good this season and is continuing to get punished. There it goes, the Nexus to go down next, and Kwandong Freaks passing the first test on their trip to playoffs.
Got a bold statement coming in for you, Atlas. I think Aurora is going to be banned in game number 2.
Oh yeah, we said that about Ezreal and Rumble last time, KT. Man, I don't think that's going to happen, Chronicler.
What a game. Early laning phase looking really rough for the Aurora, and that's the main thing that we're going to be talking about, because it felt like every single fight, even with KT getting a huge early game lead, just boiled down to Bulldog hops in, gets the bunny hop, throws down at the main expansion, and people die.
Yeah. Yeah, basically everyone just... and it wasn't everyone, right? He just like killed the squish, and there are lots of squishies.
It was
in the KT
basically
composition.
only squishies outside a barrel.
Yeah, but he'd kill like 1 or 2 people, and then he'd go down, and it didn't matter. Didn't farm any minions, didn't matter, because he killed a whole bunch of champions that game. Aurora looking very, very silly in this one. We didn't even really see too many like shenanigans. It was just like big damage go boom, and just kind of killed everyone. Kind of ridiculous. Having a look here, 23.1k, but a lot of it was a lot more valuable than what we saw out of BDD's 27.0. Yeah, KT just kind of not surviving long enough in that game to actually close it out.
Dudu was also there.
He exists.
Yeah, he's Cassandra. He's not supposed to do a lot of damage, but man, after game number 1, I can't wait to see what game number 2 drop will bring, Atlas.
I could wait. Let's go to a short break. When we come back, the Space is going to break that one down. We'll see you for game number 2.
이번에 탑 타워 나 이거 볼게. 이거 너플이야? 나왔고. 나 달려볼게. 타워 타워. 탑으로 와 탑으로 탑. 아 알리자 볼게 알리자. 끝낼까 보자 얘들아. 끝낼까 보자. 나 박을게. 얘들아 이거 천천히 끝낼까 보자. 아니야 그만. 라인으로 끝낼까 보자. 내가 걸 거거든. 얘들아 자이라 터뜨릴 생각해. 자이라. 봐도 돼. 아니야 한번 빼고. 오케이 타워. 자이라 좀 볼게. 봐봐. 잡았어. 타워. 그렇게 본다. 초반에 미안하다. 너무 말렸다.
This city never sleeps, chemically brought down on its knees.
The Dgon Freaks get a victory here against KT in game number 1. First ever Aurora game. Gets Flame Horizoned. Does not matter. CV Max's boys get it done. Welcome back to the space. Dgon here alongside Ox and Wolf, and they have thoughts.
Are we okay with this? Are we collectively okay with the Flame Horizon into having like a 42-second cooldown on your ultimate that puts Malignance on the ground that you have to flash out of, but then she just follows you because she goes left and then ends up on the right side of the ultimate anyways?
Yeah,
Are we sure this is allowed? Is this?
This is a regular phenomenon. We've seen this before. We can see the champion to the right of Aurora, Cassante. We had that with Cannon as well. Towards all the way to the right, you see Zeri. This is what we like to call new champion syndrome, where a new champion comes in the game and it's just super broken.
But there were nerfs. There were hot fixes.
Yeah, well, there's been hot fixes before. It's not enough. The champion, I think it's really overtuned. I think the crazy thing is obviously the ult is super impactful. It's AoE Camille ult. But also, the damage, 100 CS down, and you saw like the full combo damage was just like nearly one-shotting at one point the Rumble, who was a bruiser Rumble. And I think it's just like, I think particularly the composition that KT had, the MF in particular, the Zyra, the Corki, these champions are vulnerable to an Aurora. Because like the MF wants to stand still and channel, you don't get the opportunity. But it's just so hard when you can just dash and go invisible with all that movement speed. Once the ult is down, if you don't have flash, you're just dead. If you have flash, then you're out the fight and you can get chased down anyway. It just seems oppressive.
Yeah, I looked at this draft. I mean, to be fair, like, and to be totally frank with you guys, when we saw the Kwangdong draft, we thought it was kind of grief. We were like, wow, you're picking Aurora this early, face up into the Corki, going to be a tough matchup. Really was with the nerfs to the armor. You're playing Cassante into Rumble, which you also left open, and then you opted into Leaper's Zeri because his champion pool seems quite small compared to the first few weeks of the season into the MF. So it's like, felt like, oh, this looks like a done deal. And then, yeah, there was a bit of a whoopsie early, and we did see the kill go over. A bit of a mistake by BDD not to flash. But otherwise, like, I really didn't think this champion was going to be this strong. We also didn't trust the Malignance. We were like, is this going to work? It worked. It was really strong.
This is triple losing lanes and a faster clearing jungler. KT had, all 3 matchups were winning. They cleared fast in the jungle. It just doesn't matter. And I think the Zarya, it makes sense to clean up the fights once the Aurora's done the damage. But yeah, like I said, you see clips in solo queue, you see this champion in solo queue, like, yeah, it looks pretty strong, it looks pretty, but you don't know how well that's going to translate to pro play, especially when mid, like, lane prio has been so important. That's why Corki's been such a big pit. It didn't matter. It didn't matter. The champion just wins team fights, and that's all you need to do.
And we're gonna have a bunch of highlights of, Aurora doing things, but really there was that one catch in the mid lane where Leaper caught Deft, and then it slowed down the tempo. But anyways, here at Baron, 22 minutes. Check out this fight here and the Zyra ult. Oh.
Everybody is stacking up here for KT, trying to force
What did that hit?
the Zyra ult. Andal avoids this. Okay, look at this Maokai ult combo. Look at how big the ultimate is. Cuz had a fantastic game as well, to be fair. Like, his placement of his ults were really good. But Bulldog, he got it done. Like, he died. He always dies when he goes into spell, but, like, it doesn't matter. He doesn't need to live. He's got a Zarya behind him. Zarya had so many kills in this game, too. The cleanup for Leaper was just so free.
I will say, I think KT engaging and sending the Zyra ult onto a Rel, not the best decision. That was a bad choice from them that got combated by Quandong Freaks. So I think that definitely, there's credit to Quandong Freaks utilizing the new champion well. It was a good angle from Cousin Bulldog. Also credit to KT for a terrible engage decision.
Yeah, well, a mixture of those storms then led to Kwangdong Freaks getting back in the game, get the Baron, then down here at the Drake, 24 minutes in. This was another one.
They are panicking because Baron is up for Kwangdong. They feel like they have to rush this dragon down. Andal's on a really nice flank angle here as well.
Andal!
And, I mean, look at this setup here. They're all standing on Malignance. Zarya gets the massive ultimate while Andal's already ready for the flank. We can give credit to Kwangdong Freaks for a really nice setup, but I think the greed was real here for KT because you just had to acknowledge the fact that you were super far behind. You weren't going to win that fight. You didn't have the damage to rush the dragon down, but it was kind of checkbait from the Baron on because you lost that critical fight. You had already lost map control before, and without control for the dragon, you just can't hold it.
And also, you saw Def trying to get the big ult off. You're never channeling an ult against this team. It ain't happening, I'm sorry.
Oh, let's take a look at the POG. I feel like we have an idea who it might be and why it is that person. Yes, give it to the man in the mid lane.
Well, there's no CSD
Yeah, where's the CSD? Where's the CSD stats? We were looking for solo kills one.
Yeah, sometimes we get the really fun, and it's not even like shade for Bulldog, but sometimes we have the really fun stat when you get POG where it says like CS diff at end or CS diff at 20, where you see this massive minus, or like gold difference end being like minus 2,000, because it's impressive to win with all of that against you. And to a certain extent that it was in this game, as Bulldog also just deletes Deft in this moment, but you were talking about Dgon earlier. In fights like this, I mean, he's got the setup for it. The W allows you to close the gap. You've got a Rel here. And then once everybody's standing on Malignance damage, it's like your own AoE circle equalizer. You don't even have to aim it. It's crazy. A jungle vote, I think, is warranted. A bottom vote, I'm not going that far.
I will say, I just feel like, the comparison was drawn between Aurora and Nico. It feels like when you see those big ults from Nico, it feels a lot harder to get those off, It feels like you have to see a Nico work so hard to get the massive ones. Like we saw Pleta play earlier this season, had a fantastic game, got big ults off. It doesn't seem like Bulldog, I mean, he did a great job, but it seems like he just kind of W in, ult, and it's done. The AoE is so big, and the fact it traps them, I feel like it's so easy to get the team fight win on the back of this champ. That's what it's looking like. It's going to be banned. It was nice to see it. We're not going to see it again this series.
Yeah, KT on blue taking a look at the replay on how Aurora was blowing him up and possibly what to ban. Can I buy a Val A, please?
I think we'll probably see Aurora ban, but I also think KT need to play a little bit more respectfully around this composition. They took a lot of greedy fights, including that very early fight around the Grubs. Just play respectfully. Know your weaknesses in a comp like this.
All right, well, Ezreal went through the whole first round, not banned, not picked, got banned in round 2. We'll see if that changes here in game number 2 as KT. They need this win, and let's get to it.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the breakdown there of game number 1, and we are ready for game number 2. Ready to see whether that Aurora is indeed going to be banned or whether KT are going to look to try and pick that one up themselves. They have opportunity now on the blue side in order to do so. But one thing that KT have struggled with is bouncing back from losses against teams they feel like they should be.
Atlas, imagine. So they leave it open. KTB won it. And then Kwangdong respond with Ezreal Rumble and then proceed to win the game because their AD carry can get out of the... Like, I just...
Yeah.
Yeah,
no, I know.
Right? I hope that doesn't happen.
I'm very much hoping that they just ban it so they can first pick the Rumble.
Well, I think in that case, Kwangdong will just take it away themselves. Again, this match matters a lot. Even individual game wins are a big deal. Between these two teams, they are currently on the same game score. KT is one series win ahead, so he's still in the lead as of right now. And with every passing second, I'm getting more worried.
I mean, it's Tristana, Ashe, and Italy. They are 100% banning those.
Yes.
Oh no, the Aurora is going to be the final ban.
Okay, cool. Things are okay. I was worried for a second there. I could already see that. So now you ban Rumble, and then things are okay. Things are good.
Oh, or would they ban something else for fun?
They might, and then just go Cassante again, which I wouldn't agree with, but it would be in line with what Kwangdong have been doing.
What are you talking about? It won in game 1.
That is a fact. Yes.
Lucian's banned for some reason. Okay, I'm gonna cross out this Rumble ban that I already wrote down.
Well, I don't know. Why would you do that, Atlas?
I'm an idiot. That's why.
Really?
Nidalee is up and available, so theoretically what happens is Rumble gets locked in first, and then the 1-2 punch of Renekton and Nidalee comes in from Dudu and Cuz. Corki first pick.
Well, they did ban Lucian, so
I guess. Thing is, there are a lot of things up and available. Tristana is a no-go for Bulldog, so the Tristana Nidalee can't come in, but Cuz doesn't know how to lose when he gets the kitty cat. So that's likely to be picked up.
Yeah, the one thing is you can't really go Rumble Nidalee.
You can go Ezreal Nidalee.
Yeah, I would. The Nidalee's going to get locked in. We know that. Question just becomes, do you go for the Renekton, which is obviously the most solid setup? What direction do you go here for Bulldog? Can also lock in an early Zeri and then try to flex that, depending on what ends up working. We also saw Leaper obviously pretty solid at the pick.
Yeah.
With this, I also do think that, okay, because you can go for it still, just off of the value of the picks, but it does make your topside 2v2 pretty weak.
Yeah, we're looking at a Sejuani as the response from Pyoshik. I'd like to see something a bit melee. I think just locking in Renekton wouldn't be that bad. It doesn't feel great.
I know it's been more manageable recently, but like picking Sejuani into Nidalee just feels so rough to me. They're gonna be susceptible to invades. You're gonna get outpaced pretty easily. Yeah, I think the Zeri lock-in makes a lot of sense here. I do think Ezreal is still quite strong. We'll have to see. The downside of Zeri obviously is that the setup isn't great and will leave you with no CC towards the top half of the map. Ooh. I like this way more. I think Bulldog is a solid Yone, not a standout by any means, but a solid Yone. Yone Rumble I think is great, and it gives you some setup for the Nidalee. So I do think this is a lot better of a direction. That said, KT have the counter pick towards top side. I do think that the Cannon has a decent matchup in the Rumble. I don't think it invalidates the Rumble, so I think KT is still going to have to be very respectful if it ends up being something like, say, a Rel on the enemy team, because we saw what that CC combo can lead to in the previous game as well.
See what KT do decide to ban away. I think bans towards Leaper are actually pretty powerful here. If you just take away Ezreal and Zeri, that's a large chunk of what he's comfortable on at this point in time. Could be something for them to think about already. The center taken away from Deft. I think the Shadow Isles vibe is worth thinking about. Kalista actually going to be banned on KT's side instead.
Oh.
And Andal having a little bit of a giggle as a result. See what they do decide to ban next. I think supports could be a look.
Yeah, I guess that does mean that we don't see Deft playing Kalista and Beryl playing Cannon support, where he can get, thrown in. I do think it's really interesting because Leaper now is going to get either Ezreal or Zeri. I think he's going to be really happy with either. I do think the Zeri party relatively have risen, even though items have gotten nerfed. It looks like neither team is really looking into that direction specifically.
Aiming for the trade here, I guess. As the Jhin ban comes in, and Jhin does actually synergize quite well with things like the Nidalee and the Rumble. and the Yone to a certain extent, just with the range of engage that they do have, can actually do damage.
Yeah, I think this area makes sense, both in the composition but also for Leaper. As the desk already highlighted, I don't think Leaper has the deepest champion pool. Well, we know there's a lot of stuff he's willing to play. That does also mean we get the last pick, counter pick here for Andil, who has definitely used it very well in the past. I'm like trying to think of like the most crazy thing that they could do here.
Yeah.
Obviously, Andil could be going towards something like the Seraphine, depending on what Beryl ends up locking in here, because it is a lot of short range on the enemy team. A blind Braum. That's always a bit dangerous. Might just be a Rakan, though. Yeah, I'm looking at this. Like, into Braum with Zeri, when you have the Rumble and the Yone, I think it makes complete sense. The downside of this over the Alistar is that dealing with Cannon is going to be a lot harder.
I would agree. KT also only have Sejuani when it comes to engage.
Yeah.
Unless Beryl is going to play some engage Braum, so that doesn't feel great. The Rakan, not with as many things to worry about as we've seen in other games, namely our first series of the day, where the Rakan kind of went in and died instantly. This feeling like a pretty honest draft, but I think giving up a Rumble to red side is pretty dangerous. Haven't seen Dudu on the champion very often, and Perfect does have a matchup that is theoretically pretty decent into it.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at Cuz's Nidalee, and I have not seen that lose.
Yeah, no, that's what I was going to go towards. Cuz in a matchup that is very winning for Nidalee, one of the main reasons why we saw a return even pre-faded Ashes back at MSI, and also Andil and Rakan. These were two of the picks that were highlighted at the beginning of the day as being very, very solid for their respective players. And as a reminder, KT currently sitting at a possibility of dropping below Kwangdong just off of game score if Kwangdong end up winning. So we'll see what's going to happen here, Atlas, because after the game number one, part of that was for sure the Aurora. I think the space really highlighted the anger and just kind of stupefied response. But we also need to be honest, KT didn't look nearly as hot as they did, say, 2 weeks ago, and they gotta have to step up if they want to beat Cuz on his comfort.
Yep, they might be able to beat Humble Life Esports, but Bro and Kwangdong Freaks proving to be a difficulty. Let's jump into the rift for game number 2.
협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Onto the rift for the second game of the series. KT fans sounding a little bit maniacal at the moment, and that just makes all the sense in the world to me.
They are KT fans. On the plus side, if you lose it at Kwangdong, them beating Gen G is basically guaranteed, Atlas.
Oh, that's true. They have certainly charged up for a victory. Just to let everyone know as well, KT required a 2-1 victory to make it back to 0 points for game score, which is obviously the goal.
They're doing it for content?
Yeah, that's how it has to go. So either it's, KT doing that, or they're just going to get unceremoniously 2-0'd because they let Cuz play Nidalee and gave Rumble. Which, based on what we're looking at here, is a relatively likely story. KT utilizing the Braum early game to try and get a little bit of extra power, as Kwangdong Freaks wanting to deny this blue buff start, as Cuz already getting to work on his jungle.
So the main thing here is try and... I was about to say, like, just delaying the blue buff is the goal here, I think. I don't think they're actually looking to go, and we see the question mark thing come out as well, but this is going to be a really big win here for Cuz, who as of right now doesn't yet know that his blue buff isn't taken, but just the delay.
How did that miss? I'm kind of mind blown. Okay, Beryl is going to get exhausted, has to flash, he's down to 100 health. Okay.
We shall not be thrown off by early game shenanigans and deficits, because let's not forget.
Speak for yourself, I'm a bit thrown off.
You of all people should just embrace this as a natural part of Beryl.
I mean, it does. I embrace it. However, it will still throw me off. I embrace being thrown off.
Really?
Yeah, that's how it goes.
Like at some point, you kind of get used to it.
You get used to it, but it still throws you off.
Oh, it's like a roller coaster?
Yeah.
Like,
It's like
Which,
you might get
very
used
fitting.
to being like a a rodeo person, but you still get thrown off the cow, or the bull.
I think it's bulls, but I don't think either of us knows enough about rodeo to have this conversation.
No, it is definitely bulls.
I do think they always look cool whenever I see them in, various video materials.
Like in Real Steel.
Yeah, I don't really care. It's gonna be movie, can be video clips. As Beryl does not have flash, and is a little bit low.
Yeah, Cuz is gonna come down, see whether he can collect his gold. In goes the Rakan. Beryl shows him the door though. Stand behind Braum, not necessarily doing too much here, as let's see whether they can protect him. The answer's no. Leaper taking a fair bit of damage, but Def is not with enough to get anything back. And that is first blood. Beryl already on the floor.
And Cuz, really well done here. So ends up sacrificing, obviously, a good amount of clear speed, which should be able to still make it to his side of the jungle. Nidalee is so mobile early on, and this is the big advantage that you get. This is off of the back as the anti-gank there for Bulldog. Really, really nice. Like, Cuz is now going to be able to make his way back, see that his buffs are still up. So he's going to be able to do... He's one camp behind, and I imagine he's going to do his Raptors before he actually goes for a base. See the question mark ping going out as well. Doing insanely well here in his clear, while also finding a successful gank. I love the just spearing Deft straight up as well, not trying to predict it or anything. Calls Deft's bluff, and then here, like, we knew Beryl was dead. Realistically, they don't have any defensive summoners. They went Ignite, which makes sense, because Braum's early game is insanely strong. But Deft and Beryl, we saw them struggle against Envy and against Paulo. And that felt like an isolated thing. Now, this one feels rough, because Leaper already is sitting on a early kill again.
Yeah, and those Berserker's Greaves are a little bit expensive. And he's still able to afford them when he goes back to base. It's a pretty good first buy. And Deft, with only the little fairy in a bottle, as well as his tier that he's stacking up. And as far as tiers are concerned, I feel like there'll be enough of those in the KT stands here at LoL Park. If they do actually lose the series, because it's just feeling a little bit like we've moved back to the early round one KT that didn't do a lot of winning.
The summer struggle.
Yeah. But this is not the equilibrium that we were kind of expecting, right? Because they lost to Kwangdong Freaks in the first round robin. That means that they should probably be able to win in the second round robin. That is kind of how it goes.
If they lose this match as well, I just want to remind everyone that, memes aside, KT are still playing DRX. Even with their form being shaky, I feel like they should still be heavily favored there. But they're also playing against Gen G and DK. Like, those are their other two remaining members. Whereas right now, Kwangdong playing against KT, if they end up winning here, again, they go even, but Kwangdong pulls ahead in game score. And I think it's unlikely for KT to not make playoffs, because we do have BNK with an insane strength of schedule. But it does remain a possibility. And losing to your direct competitor is going to be really rough in that regard.
Absolutely. This is certainly feeling like it's more about the Kwangdong Freaks and their ability to try and make their place in the playoffs known.
Perfect.
All right, perfect. Looking for an angle here. Does find the Shuriken onto Cuz. They take a couple of these grubs, and it looks like KT are just going to back away after that. Kwangdong Freaks come down. They will be able to secure the last one.
Yeah. Safe bet, don't have ult on Bioshik, and I think that finding, isolating, killing an individual target is what makes you have a shot in that 3v3. If you just try to play it up straight, like between the Yone and Rumble ult, it's going to be a pretty rough task. I love that boots were nerfed, and I look at the inventory and
everyone's just buying shoes.
It's just boots, Atlas. Maybe the nerfs were warranted when everyone is still rushing them, even despite.
Movement speed, ladies and gentlemen, a very, very good stat.
That's actually the Jhin drifting did get nerfed this patch. They actually take away a pretty good amount. Did you not see how much slower Leaper was in the last game?
True.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's probably good to avoid a Jhin wandering through the enemy base and then surviving.
Or somehow making it through draft.
Yeah, that's true as well. It's all right. Perfect. Up here just defending against Dudu. Currently very even. That was not a great trade there for Bulldog, but he is still only behind like 5 CS or something like that. And so nothing too much to worry about as far as the mid lane is concerned. BDD, of course, happy to scale until 2 items and then become very, very strong from there. As Pioshik has already started off this dragon. Cuz going to at least throw a spear at it. Pioshik going to have to get out of here, but may have just leashed this one for the Quandong Freaks. As Grand Entrance does connect, Def able to get out of the way of a fair bit of the damage. The ulti does come through, Barrel's going to flash as Bulldog looks for the Q, doesn't get it. Spear also goes wide. As Quandong Freaks will have to give up this dragon for now.
Ooh, it's a pretty big investment, yeah. So Quandong Freaks are going to peel off. So successful play, honestly. The Barrel flash, I think, is fine. Deft also having to use his flash is a little bit rough, though. That does open up some additional opportunities here. That said, Bulldog hits a base, so BDD, who did not leave the lane, is able to build further upon his lead, as well as pick up a plate. So big win there for KT. And I think we, from, you know, knowing KT and just a gut feeling, are definitely not feeling too optimistic, but important to note that KT still is completely fine in this game. Although the main thing, particularly when you have a comp like this that will have very limited initiation tools, really just Sejuani ult once we get deeper in.
Oh, True Shot Barrage already channeled actually as Lipa gets out of this brush, but nothing really going to happen. Largely due to the fact that there is a Pioshik in the area. Cuz turning back up once again as this battle for the dragon continues.
You cannot do this. You don't have Cryo.
Alright, well, Spear going to connect onto Def. He might just need to vacate the area as BDD is moving over. Bulldog going to have to go back as the Glacial Prison goes wide. KT might actually be able to get out of here, but they're not actually going to be able to fight for the dragon. So that is finally going to go over to the Quandong Freaks, who retain control of the map. Like, neutral objectives feeling like they're in their control. And this has been what Cuz has been very good at.
That's the Nidalee. And Cuz, as we have pointed out, I think when Canyon individually is probably still the best Nidalee. Like, he has a skin on the champion, right?
Yeah.
Goes without saying. But Cuz isn't playing with lanes that always win. So his impact to me is probably the most impressive in terms of individual performance, as that is a very costly cancel. Now, I do think that they spotted Cuz towards the top side of the map, so Def does know that he can stay. And, like, he'll be able to catch this wave, but this opens up a roam timing here for Andil. He's going to get the back in. And the Rubbies are coming up. Kwangdong can still get to 4, which I do think they're going to be trying to play towards. Dudu needs the back, though, because he's been sitting on just these boots for a while. So he won't really be able to join. Then again, same for Perfect. Neither of them have their TP. So both top laners are, I don't know, sitting on what, like 1.5k gold, give or take, at this point in time.
Yeah,
so maybe they just, both of them just don't do anything. And this is, to me, with the pickup of the Sejuani, you accept that this is going to happen.
Yeah.
Like, that's just the reality of the situation. And
2 plays for Azeri in this matchup, though, does not feel great.
No, because Leaper got that early kill, and Deft and Beryl have been on the back foot. And I think it's the willingness of KT to go for these really aggressive contests that outside of BDD have just backfired every single time.
Yeah, you can see BDD is ahead in farm by just a little bit, but 1,000 gold for Azeri just in a natural 2v2 is very worrisome. Almost a 20 CS advantage. And Def, during the middle of the season, was one of our better Ezreal players. Been struggling a little bit here in this lane. I think a lot to do with the fact that Beryl did get first blooded pretty early on, had to blow that flash so early, was immediately punished, and then put behind in the lane. But this has been well orchestrated by the Quandong Freaks.
I also want to highlight the nerfs to Ezreal, I think, are most heavily... Like, Ezreal was winning early game lanes very consistently. In the and it is, again, it's the same whenever Karthus gets like -2 damage on his Qs. Because he spams it so much, it actually ends up being a really big effective nerf.
Oh yeah.
And the parts that were buffed for Ezreal, who again, Ezreal was already getting picked up previously. I think it was Pace and maybe 1 or 2 others. I know Aiming also has been a big fan of it for a while. He was pre-buffs, but the ultimate buff and the, again, I think it was the attack damage growth, like those don't matter in lane. So your laning phase was definitely a lot weaker, and I feel like this is more reminiscent of what Ezreal lanes used to feel like, made worse by the fact that Leaper picks up an early kill.
Yeah, I feel like it is a compound issue. Ezreal still should be pretty strong, especially when he gets towards those item spikes. But this is what we're worried about. The fact that the Quantum Freaks have so much control. Yep, Bulldog's moving down 4 versus 2 in this bottom lane. Teleports are available to try and defend here as Beryl shows them the door. And they do clear out the wave. So there is at least that. Quantum Freaks, so much vision in this area. As Pioshik able to walk away from the spear. And Cuz just keeping a monopoly on all of this vision. Bulldog makes his way back to lane. And that will be that. So KT keeping themselves alive for the moment. Only down about 1,000 gold. Quantum Freaks trying to stack these dragons as best they can. Deft will have to give up yet another plate though. And the Zeri, man, like, this is the problem. It's Zeri. She is so incredibly powerful if you leave her unattended, if she's able to just collect plates and get ahead.
Yeah, it's also she has cleanse and there is no guaranteed lockdown.
Huh. Apart from a glacial prison.
Well, but that's, you have to hit that and then she has cleanse. So the only scenario in which you actually get on top of Leaper, as Pioshik getting a cheeky steal there, I'm pretty sure, is if you hit the ult and then get the cleanse and then have perfect also flank, because it's just going to say hello and heal. And just helping out his laners. Look at him go.
Yeah, actually helps win out the trade.
Oh, actually, Dude also going Nullifying Orb. I like that a lot into the cannon here.
Yeah, pretty defensive as far as his choices so far. Merctread's a little bit more valuable when it's a cannon instead of a rumble, just because he does have the stun to worry about.
Yeah, it's like good in the laning match, but also just
in
having
general.
like against Braum, Sejuani, and Cannon. I don't know if Huni would excuse it, but I definitely will.
Yeah, I'm happy to. Some structural damage. Yeah, Leaper is 100% of that. Apart from, I guess, the 0.5 that BDD's managed to dish out. So great news there. Deft is going to park himself in the mid lane now as we crest the 14-minute mark. Plate's going down. And he will be able to at least grab this full wave, try and get himself back within touching distance. The Trinity Force certainly going to be a big deal as far as getting the Ezreal into a decent spot. So they can theoretically fight. But first Turret Blood going over to Quantum Freaks does put them at 2,000 gold in the lead. And KT starting off this dragon, Cuz in the vicinity. KT trying to get Andal out of the area. Cuz on a bit of a flank angle here as the teleport comes in. Andal in a bit of trouble. The knock-up comes down and Andal is just wiped off the map. Now Bulldog, he's come on in, he's unbound the soul, and that is going... Speaking of souls, the Swift Rift after the Drift Rift, you love to see it.
Back-to-back cool rifts here for us, Atlas.
Oh, yeah.
Ox paying attention. Really tragic there for Kwangdong is that the TP from Dudu is channeled as Undo is dying. Really nicely done by KT. Very hard to reliably get on top of something like the Rakan. Notoriously slippery. But they managed to get him, managed to blow him up, equalize the dragons, and start working at taking down this huge gold lead. But that alone was not enough, and if they get access to the Herald, I think that Kwangdong are going to be looking towards the mid lane turret. I don't really think that KT is in a position to contest this.
Yeah, they have one of the ultimates back up and available. The Glacial Prison is going to be there, but Cuz should just be able to take Shelly down. There it goes, pokes her in the eye, and is able to take this. So, like you were saying, mid lane out of turret should be the option, but it isn't going to get one shot by Shelly.
That's true. If BDD can also deny wave, can be feeling a little bit better here. So, Barrel giveth, Barrel taketh away. Really big Q there from Deft, because this was about to time out. And then immediately no hesitation, because if that passive times out,
yep,
probably not going to be able to actually get the kill onto that Rakan. Big mistake from Undo, but very nicely done. That did feel like that probably shouldn't happen every single time for KT, and I do want to see how they're going to be able to start these fights consistently. The upside is everyone on Kwangdong is squishy, like they're mobile, outside of the Rumble, hard to reliably lock down. As yeah, thank you for highlighting this observer. So Beryl did the same as in last game, which is like, this is kind of a Moby boot and empowered recall mashup.
Yeah.
So you're able to, once they've evolved, you get the the Herald. Yeah, the
Herald recall.
Access to that, as well as a little bit of extra out of combat movement speed.
It's pretty cute. Feels
Yeah.
like a barrel item. The guy loved Moby Boots, so it does make some sense that he wants to try and get onto this one. And Cuz diving on over, will be able to steal away the enemy Krugs. Bottom outer turret was, of course, secured. KT, like we were talking about, their turret doesn't instantly die. However, it is very, very close. Sort of just waiting for Leaper to be able to take that one down. Beryl making his way back out to lane. And we're getting slowly but surely towards these 2-item spikes, but we're not there yet for KT. So they will lose this turret in mid lane. And that gold lead, 3,000 gold now. It is steadily ticking up here for Quantum Freak. Some very measured play from this squad. It has been very hit or miss with a few of their games. This time around, looking like they're in full control. And it just comes back to the Cuz got Nidalee situation here. And it shows me, like, because KT banned the Aurora on the blue side, that they weren't ready to pick this champion. And Quandong Freaks able to capitalize on it. I actually really, really like that, you know, the experiment was taken here by KT to leave it up. They were punished for that, and that gives you power in the next draft. KT still with a fair few tools. All right, there's the flash forward. Okay, Beryl. They are going to be able to get the stun, but Bulldog does create enough space. Big one, not enough.
That's not the best trade. Unfortunately, Beryl does not have access to Hex Flash, which is good because he's Braum. Might get them a good amount of damage here onto this turret, but Bulldog sticking around because he doesn't have his ultimate. Only 2 grubs here for KT. Cuz is in the area. Leaper's on his way.
Yeah, Grand Entrance not really going to find any joy at all, as neither does the Gleaming Quill or the Spear. Quantum Freak's now going to get spotted out by the Scryer's Bloom, courtesy of Deft.
Yeah, do note, again, everyone on Kwangdong, really squishy. If they get stun locked, they will go down in a matter of seconds. So you see, they have to play very, very respectful. So I like that KT is not playing scared. We're gonna have to find one of these big catches, though, as we get towards the Dragon.
Yeah, that's the big one.
Oh, lock it into the Rumble. Love to see it.
Yeah, good call here from Beryl. He has been up with the tech so far.
Yeah. One of our great technicians.
Indeed. Sometimes the play leaves us a bit confused, as Pioshik able to secure his Raptor Camp. The Leaper is able to put on a fair bit of pressure himself.
Yeah, sometimes he's more of an ideas man, you know? He gives you the idea.
Yep. Like Steve.
Yeah, but then the execution is
any
so-so.
Any Australian movie fans would appreciate that one. A good friend Dale Kerrigan, one of his phenomenal films. But I digress. This top lane out of turret, not going to die just yet. There is quite a bit of defense. And Cuz is looking to just take the first Cloud Drake of the game. Grand Entrance going to connect here onto Pioshik. He is pretty tanky. I believe an Equalizer was just used to clear out that wave as well, and that is going to delay even further. And so Cuz, utilizing this extra time that he is being bought by that Equalizer's use on the top side of the map to guarantee that this Drake does go down. And the smoke and mirrors being utilized beautifully. Bulldog going to have his red buff denied, unfortunately. And by his red buff, I mean KT's red buff. Still, Deft is able to secure that for himself. So that is good, but the Drake is still going to be taken here by Quantum Freaks. And look at this vision. They have so much towards this top side. That's what they were defending, while Cuz was utilizing all that information just to steal away the Dragon. They just know everything.
Now this is one of the Dragons where individually I do think you have a little bit more leeway with whether or not you give them up. But
how dare you?
You know I appreciate Cloud Soul.
I know.
But looking at what KT have here, I don't think the Cloud Soul or the Cloud Dragons alone are going to the Underworld. Cloud Soul though, particularly Zeri and Rakan should not have access to that. That is way too much power. We know how strong movement speed is. We do see finally KT get the turret, but top outer for Dragon I think is definitely an investment, or trade rather, that Kwangdong isn't going to be too sad about. We are going to get deeper and deeper into the game now, like looking at the CS numbers, pretty even. Obviously the only one that is very substantially ahead is Leaper. Cuz is a good lead, but Leaper also has a kill on top of that, and also I'm pretty sure picked up a good amount of turret gold and plate, so
oh yeah,
that lead will be a little bit more in your face. So a lot of this is going to come down to, can KT find Leaper? Whereas for KT, I think they have so much damage available, it's more like, can they actually get it off?
Yeah.
And right now, they don't have a lot of vision control. Poke is great, but Are they going to be able to utilize Perfect in a fight? It's one of my main questions.
Well, Deft is so far landing just a lot of Mystic shots. These Primal Surges sort of helping out here. As you can see, Cuz just healing up Leaper there. And KT going to lose control of this Baron pit. It's been up for about 2.5 minutes. We'll see where the Quantum Freaks do move their way over. Beryl, you can see, not wanting to risk it.
Yeah, one of the big things with Hwangdong is that they have a Zeri, they have double Leandries, and they have a Bladed Ruin King. So they actually chew through Baron relatively quickly. It's not as good as it gets, but it's also not too far off. For KT, Nash definitely a little bit slower, and we do see the poke coming through here.
It's going to connect onto Beryl. He hasn't used the door just yet. Does use it there as the Glacial Prism will connect, and Andal just explodes once again. The spear not going to land as now Bulldog looking for the angle. They get on top of Yoshiki, flashes, but it's not enough. Deft trying desperately to keep himself alive, and he's going to burn down to the godlike equalizer from the Durumble. Oh my goodness, they just execute all of them. And that should be a free Baron. Andal for 5.
That was just bait! Andal was served up as a tasty slice of food. And KT, they went for it. And my god, do they pay. Taking another look at this. So Andal, happy feeding, dodges that one. And again, they're just looking for poke. But then here, they clock him, end up taking him down. The TP comes in, everything looks amazing for KT. But then here, the angle from Dudu, then Bulldog finds the setup as well, and then to add insult to injury, Perfect doesn't even get Leaper. Leaper sustains up of the wave.
Oh, that is completely nuts. He just cleanse flashes, even hit by the shuriken, and then just decides he's not even going to shoot him. Cover me, cover me, cover me is what he was yelling. He was very confused about the fact that he lived, and so are we. As KT, 24 minutes into the game, and they flub a team fight. Where have we seen this before? Chronicle?
Yeah, we kind of knew, didn't we?
Yeah. Oh dear. I did think that this was it was time for the Equilibrium game, but I guess it wasn't.
Maybe the Equilibrium game comes in the next series, because in 2 days they play Gen.G.
Maybe it comes in spring.
Really, if you pull it on a long enough line.
Yeah, this is the thing.
KT is always in.
It'll even out eventually. Maybe 2027.
Maybe this is equalizing out for last summer.
Maybe.
Although I guess the results after last summer were Equilibrium for last summer.
Well, looks like Quantum Freaks certainly having a good time in this one, and Cuz's Nidalee is just looking like a win button. It is kind of nutty. Like him and Canyon, the two players that just aren't allowed to get this champion. And I think that we've realized that completely.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. This again begs the question: why is Cuz on Hwangdong?
I mean, there's that, but there's also like, why isn't Nidalee banned? I think that you don't need to ban Ashe as much as you need to ban Nidalee.
So my reasoning is that teams are unwilling to give up the Ashe because it felt like you could go for the trade with Ezreal, but now Ezreal is considerably weaker. I'm not agreeing, right? But I know LCK teams. I imagine that's kind of the thought process behind it.
I guess so.
Where before, if you banned Ezreal, they banned Ashe, all the way around. We banned both if you were on red side and they weren't doing it.
It's almost a 10,000 gold lead, Chronicle.
Yeah, I was gonna launch into my usual spiel of, hey, they didn't get any inhibitors, but they did get a lot of gold, Atlas.
Yeah, it is 3.3k, the Red Bull Baron power play.
It was one lost fight. It was actually like, what, 2k deficit? It was pretty even, all things considered.
It was about 4, but I think that it was still playable. This is feeling a lot less of the playable thing.
I don't think it should be, no. BDD hit full stacks on.
Hey, there we go.
Trades, that's nice.
Hey,
Perfect has 2 items. That's some. It's a tough day, Atlas.
It is looking like a rough one to be a KT fan. That is absolutely true. But if you are a Quantum Freaks fan, if you want these players to make it to the playoffs, it's looking more and more likely. I mean, for Quantum, this matchup is so incredibly important. Remember, this was the team that was 1 win behind both KT and BNK. And so we'll be able to equalize in that wins column.
Also, we'll pull ahead in game score. Actually, be 4 games ahead if they get to 2-0.
Yeah, there's the grand entrance. Equalizer goes down. It is melting them. The barrel is going to fall, but there is the exhaust a bit late onto Perfect, who was already able to take down Andal. But Andal is very happy to die in these fights because they still win them even after he falls down. So a 2-for-1 trade in favor of the Kwangdong Freaks, and they will be able to continue pushing. Baron be damned. Or they'll just go home.
2 minutes on the clock, and we get to the point where even if you get someone on Kwangdong, which most likely is the best you're going to get, as KT, it doesn't matter. You need to kill like 2, ideally 3 people, because whoever is left over is just going to carry the fight, as Andil says, "Witness me."
Oh yeah.
As he dies gloriously.
The chrome on his lips looking beautiful.
Oh yeah. The exhaust, as you're saying, it wouldn't have been enough to save him, but he gets it off anyway, which means Bulldog, with his sustain, is able to stay alive. And Atlas, I think we're looking at a back-to-back 2-0 deficit here for KT, which after the couple of weeks of bounce back, the Humble Life win,
it was feeling a little bit less stressful.
Yeah.
For KT fans, it's absolutely true.
And still, again, so KT's direct competitors, 1 BNK, secondly Kwangdong. Kwangdong are going to be feeling really good about this win because they have a pretty decent game score and they're still facing DRX. Now KT are also still facing DRX, who are looking to be in very rough shape at the moment.
They can play some pretty heavy spoiler though.
Oh yeah.
It's all right, Beryl.
And no pressure. We saw what it did for Bro.
Yeah, punching a few of these, just puts up the door. It isn't really going to be doing too much there, as we can see that empowered back looking a bit cool. Utilizing his new shoes. Very, very nice. But Kwangdong, it's 27 seconds until this Baron does come up, and look at this vision. It is kind of nutty. There is 1 control ward as Bulldog just dashing forward.
Oh,
the fact that he can unbind his soul, pretty handy for just face checking these brushes, getting the vision down.
Yeah, the traps as well, Atlas.
Oh yeah.
So many scattered around the jungle.
They need a few extra cooldowns.
Yeah, this is textbook. As maybe a trap.
Oh, doo-doo. Equalizer going down. Perfect just going to flash. So flash for Equalizer coming on through, and the Equalizer's cooldown is not very large, but the Baron is up.
No, like, look at it. Like,
yeah,
it's level 17.
Almost, yeah, it's almost up again.
There's still... Oh, that's a bit risky, to be completely fair. Perfect doesn't have flash, but he does have his ultimate. They're going to see this now.
True Shot Barrage actually pretty valuable there as well, as Beryl going to get tagged. And Andal, he's out of the fight already. Kwangdong Freaks at 50% health as far as these 4 champions are concerned.
100%.
Yep, KT going for the Hail Mary, and you can understand exactly why. Teleport's going to come in. That ultimate still not up for Doodoo, as the stun's going to come down, but the ulti's buffered from Bulldog. The ulti goes to Narnia from Pyochik, and down goes the Corki, and so much of the damage is Cuz is just Battle Kitty tearing them apart, and Bulldog, he just win. What? It's an ace for Kwangdong Freaks, and they're going to win the series.
And Bulldog says, Andil, what you can do, I can do better. I can get all of them to go on top of me. And guess what? I won't even die!
That was ridiculous. And Cuz is sitting at 2-0 and 10, and he was just pouncing around the back line. How does that even work? Okay, they're just gonna funnel in. This is Kwangdong Freaks with a 2-0 over KT. Look at that, the Equalizer goes down. Dude didn't even have it for the fight. He didn't need it, he got to burn the Nexus with it.
And a heartbreaking 2-0 here for KT, but Kwangdong making an absolutely colossal step towards making those playoffs. I'm gonna...
That's a very happy CV Max as well as we saw.
Think a little bit about my... Because I you know I was locked in for Cuz, but I'm not sure, Atlas.
I think it's still Cuz.
I'm you know what? If I'm an 11 out of 12 for my love for that man in the jungle, then so be it. Because I'm pretty sure Bulldog with those back-to-back plays might be looking towards one. But man,
I think
Kwangdong,
the level of control that Kwangdong had, and so much of it was based on playing around all of the pressure that Cuz put on. I think he is 100% in my mind the player of the series. For me, he really just, like, Pioshik stood no chance against this man here today. CV Max, you can see, look at that. So proud of his boy in the mid lane. Extremely animated is CV Max, just in general. He's just excited about how he was playing.
That's a perfect KDA on the Yone. And we haven't even talked about Dudu yet. Gets Rumble and shows us why that shouldn't be a thing, Atlas.
I mean, we had Rumble in both games. The first time around, it was with Aurora on the Rift, and Bulldog, he saw to that. And he might win back-to-back POGs. Lipa throwing up the L. That is an L for Lipa, I'm pretty sure. Not any sort of derogatory talk towards his opposition.
It works both ways.
It does, but he can still look sportsmanlike.
I'm also just happy Andil, even in this season, having a couple of struggles.
Yeah.
But when it comes to gameplay, I feel like he is slowly getting more and more consistent across the games, and I think that is a really big thing. When it comes to specifically support, really recently, it's been just Carrier, and let's not forget that, you know, he came up like 4 years ago. Outside of that, new support talent, hard to find. We had Bible, but he didn't end up really panning out.
We had Guga.
We had, don't you? Why would you do? I was going to talk about Moham. I was going to talk about Duro, and then you had to mention Guga.
I mean, Duro is the next fun one, but he is still very new. As we're going to check out some of these highlights here, as Beryl getting taken down after the earlier flash. It really was a little bit of a worry. Shoutouts once again. Chronicler, you and Orcs were the only Kwangdong Freaks predictors. Our coins were a little bit KT biased this week, and so therefore they lost. So maybe we just need to start getting better at how our predictions are actually put down. So let's just see how this one goes. As Bulldog starting this fight off really, really nicely.
Yeah, Dudu's to be also absolutely impeccable. The fact that Leaper lives here is just adding in. They could have done Nash without it. They would have been fine, but it's the fact that he lives as well. And Kwangdong making absolutely colossal steps. Now going to be at 7 and 8, but overtakes both BNK, who of course are still playing another one. But even if, as long as BNK win, they should be looking good. Do note though, you know what the Saturday showdown this week is, Atlas?
No, what is it?
It is BNK versus Kwangdong, and that match might end up being the difference maker between whether KT makes it, depending on what else happens.
Exactly. This was Bulldog just eating every single cooldown in the game, and then Cuz pouncing into 3 people and setting up for that beautiful Q from Bulldog. I was wondering how it was Bulldog that got all of those kills when it looked like it was just Cuz swiping his way to victory. Looks like those Feral Druid buffs really did do a lot of work with the extra AoE damage that he was capable of. Really beautifully done there from Cuz. And he's not allowed to get in Italy. This guy is so incredibly good at this champion, KT, letting us see exactly why that is. Here in game number 2.
2k damage. Like, his only melee buddy was Brom. That was it.
Yeah, it's not a great time as predictions here. Let's have a look already. Chronicler, you and Orcs set up for a great week. No KT predictions on that docket, and that is probably the way that you win predictions here in the LCK.
Really, I think... nice job, Ox.
Heck yeah, Ox.
After last week, I think I was just like, it's 2 KT. And
it's a little bit too...
KT.
The problem is that, it doesn't matter. Let's throw it over to the space. They can break down the series.
Thanks, Max. I got you covered. 2-0. Kwangdong Freaks take care of business here against KT roster in a huge playoff match implication. Implication match. There we go. And we want to break this one down here in the space. Dgon alongside Perfect Ox so far. And who also Fact of the Week winner. And Wolf.
Good start of the week for me. Good start of the week for me.
I'll accept it. Let's talk about the draft because there were some risks taken here.
first pick Corki, like BDD, he had a great week on the pick last week. You know, we'll forget the Bros series, but big win against Hanwha, right? So big mistakes were made. He capitalized on it, got POGs on the Corki. But prioritizing it when the Rumble has been left open, banning the Aurora on blue side, not feeling great about these choices, and then picking Braum blind, and then taking a horrible fight at level 1 in the lane was probably not a great start to how this game was going to look for KT. There were a lot of mistakes made on the map, and it wasn't just like, okay, we messed up team fights, Kwangdong get ahead. It was just bad map movements. Kwangdong actually had a natural lead when the game was at 2 kills at like 20 minutes.
And I feel like, honestly, when it comes to these teams who haven't got everything figured out, you know, Quantum Freaks has obviously had some rough points, and we kind of saw the trajectory of BNK DRX be, okay, let's play these hard engage, multiple engage, late engage team compositions. It made the game so much simpler. And I feel like this composition for Quantum Freaks, you have the Yone, you have the Rakan, you have the follow-up from the Rumble and the Zeri. Because his Nidalee is obviously fantastic, but it feels like leaning into that makes so much more sense. I feel like KT's composition, the Braum pick obviously didn't work, but it just felt like they were always on the back foot when it came to who was like starting the fight, initiating. You saw when they tried to engage on Bulldog at the end, didn't really work. You even saw in game 1 when they tried to engage on the Rel, like it feels like having those easy to execute decisive engage tools really simplify the game and allow you just to power through.
Yeah, and we were kind of wondering about the Zeri without a front line there, but Zeri was never the main target. It was always Yone and the rest of the team just constantly kiting on the outsides of the potential engage, matadoring them out, and then winning the fights as we take a look at some of these highlights here. Baron fight here at 23 minutes.
KT's plan, their setup for these objectives was really what I took the biggest issue with in this game. Never looked like they really had much clean setup, and then they use all their tools on Andil here. But what's your plan to actually get out of this fight? You actually don't have enough control, nor do you have any further engage to turn, so you just get collapsed on. You don't have enough control to stop the Rumble from coming in. It's a fantastic ultimate from both Dudu and Bulldog to lock them down and chase them through. And this is another one of the issues with the Braum in the draft, is like, yeah, you could set up picks like that's your follow-up to a Sejuani ult, is Braum ult. Like half of the times where it looked like they either were going to get a pick or when they did get a pick was Braum Qs, stacking concussive blows. You're only going to get so many opportunities for those, and I feel like the draft just wasn't well-rounded.
Especially since you saw Rakan die at the start, didn't use ult, didn't use flash, and they still had plenty of tools to make the fight work. I also think, you know, we've talked a lot about the Braum not being good because it sets up the Rakan being a good matchup, but into Rumble Yone, like there's a lot of champions where Braum is like, okay, I can stop you doing what you want to do. You know, an example's like Syndra, you can block her ult, right? But into Rumble, he just ults on top of you. The Yone as well just clumps everyone up. You don't really add too much value there, and I really think it was lacking for them.
Yeah, and then by this point, KT are behind. For desperation, they try to engage on the Yone on the top side of the map and doesn't quite work out.
Yeah, I mean, this fight, very broken up here. Kwangdong kind of greedy to start this one off. Andil's super low. But this fight is actually won by KT super hard tunneling on Bulldog. It's like the best opportunity for engage they've had. They're worried that he's going to set up this engage on the cross, and as soon as he unbinds, they go on him because like, okay, he goes back to this location. But he ults, and then everything is tossed into him, including the Sejuani ult, which allows Andil to have this insanely free follow-up. If they had just ulted Andil with that Sejuani ult, and let's say Bulldog, okay, you're gone, you're out of the fight, you used your ult, this fight is so much easier to play out, but instead it's kind of a disaster for KT.
Yeah, and they were at a goal deficit at this point, so it was always going to be rough, but it felt like they were just throwing everything in the kitchen sink in any direction, trying to catch someone. It really came off desperate, and I feel like they were in a desperate position, but they were the ones who put themselves in that spot. And I think Quantum Freaks, even though they it was a little bit of a hectic Baron start that got everyone low, they managed to recover from that and realized that, okay, maybe we shouldn't just do Baron in front of them without Rumble ult, and they were able to clean up. It was a good play from Bulldog to buffer the CC as well.
Yeah, again, great win here by Kwangdong Freaks. A much-needed win, given the fact that they're in playoff position and the fact that they needed like a marquee win. They needed to start stacking some up. And so they get that done on the back of multiple members, but only one could be the POG for game number 2. Let's see who it is. And it is Cuz in the jungle. The Nidalee pick has been so good for him, and he does it yet again.
Yeah, I think he really set the pace of the game when it came to the control, picking up objectives, getting farm. You know, that early gank really set things in their favor. Personally, I went for a vote for Dudu. I just think that one fight around the blue buff was the most impactful, and Rumble completely took over that one. But I completely understand people giving votes towards Cuz, and his Nidalee continues to be undefeated.
using lane pressure really well here in the early game. I thought a vote for both solo laners was the main way I would go about it, but it ends up being a 3-way tie between, well, actually, no, just a 2-way tie. It was a revote for mid, actually, from the analyst. A 2-way tie, but still 4 out of 12 to pick it up. I think doo-doo votes warranted. Not 100% sure about the Leaper cleanup votes, but, you know, I mean, different strokes.
Media really just...
It was a 3-way tie, actually.
Media was on their game today. They got the very clear one earlier, and then I think they also forced the tie that we broke earlier as well. So Media was banding together. I think it was the Chovy one. They were like, oh, we're voting for Chovy. And that one didn't quite pan out. So anyways, it's okay, Media. We'll have better days tomorrow. As, again, Kwangdong Freaks take care of business here. We'll talk about Kwangdong Freaks in just a little bit, and we'll have the interview for you in just a little bit. Let's talk KT. This is now a couple of losses in a row, a couple of surprising losses, and like tough one against the Bros. But then here, this one, you expect to bounce back, you expect a little bit more of a fight, and they dropped the ball yet again, and now they're on the outside looking in for playoffs.
Yeah, you got to say how big an impact this makes, because not only are you losing, but you're also giving your opposition, who you're closely tied to when it comes to these playoff spots, a win. This could be the sort of series where when the split ends, and if KT don't make playoffs, which they are in a worrying trend, they are heading in that direction not to be making playoffs, they will look back at this series and say, this was the one that broke us, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Bros series was kind of considered to be a fluke at the time, considering their win over Hanwha, but I think we all know that Hanwha kind of tossed that one away, and there was some really weird decisions there. Bro series, the way we saw them play individually, especially the Def 2v2 there in the bottom lane, was rough. Got owned by Envy. I think that was actually maybe a sign we should have all taken a little bit more seriously about where KT is. I think two of us, one of them sitting right next to me, did take that sign pretty seriously. For me, this is very worrying for KT, and I think if something doesn't change, it doesn't change soon in terms of drafting and play on the day, they're not going to make it.
Yeah, well, both teams have one more game this week. 3 left in the split as we make a push towards playoffs. But for now, let's send it on over to Ji-sun, who's standing by with the translations for the interviews.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation. And in today's second match, Kwangdong Freaks secured a victory against KT Roaster. And let's have a chat with the POGs, Bodok and Cuz. Congratulations on the win, guys. Kwangdong Freaks has done it again. You won against KT in both rounds. How do you guys feel about the win? I mean, today is a do or die day, you know. We had to win this match, and I'm so glad we managed to pull it off. It feels amazing. What about you, Cuz? Well, KT is one of the strong teams in the LCK, so we wish we could pull off a victory here, but I'm more happy with the fact that we were able to display a very clean performance. It means a lot to us. But I do want to talk about Aurora first, Bodok. You are the first players to play Aurora in the LCK. So you just locked it in as soon as it was let through. Is Aurora's tier that high? Well, based on my solo queue experience and also playmaking wise, or like just basic stat wise, Aurora is pretty strong. Well, a lot of players actually mentioned that it might be better utilized in the top lane. What are your thoughts about that? I mean, it is viable on the top lane, but still, it's a very decent pick for mid lane as well. I mean, she is indeed a very short-ranged mage champion, but it's pretty good. As a jungler, how do you like Aurora mid? I mean, she's getting a lot of compliments, but I think today was mostly about Bodok being a great pilot, and her ult is pretty OP right now, so Riot needs to do something about it for sure. And Bodok, just like you mentioned, she has a very short range. So how does he deal with champions like Corki in lane?
좀 힘들 것 같긴 했지만
I thought the laning phase would be very tough, but still her ultimate is so OP. So I just wanted to get through lanes in order to show the real value out of her.
날아다니는 메이지다 이런 표현을 해주셨거든요. 그만큼 지금은 좀 좋게 평가를 하고
I
계신
mean,
것 같은데.
she is definitely talk of a town right now. She is just here and there flying throughout the team fights. So let's take a look at this replay where she was able to hop in and out and do so much damage and clear out the fight. So
근데 솔직히 여긴 공만
to be honest, I just ulted and get popped, you know? That's all I did over there.
설명을 좀 부탁드립니다.
Cuz, would you like to break it down for us?
아무래도 상대가 사거리가 길어서
So because opponents were
잡아먹으려고 했던
having a longer range, we knew that they were trying to wrap us around, but Aurora, she could flank or either just go face to face, but she this time just decided to go straight to their face, and then I guess it kind of flustered the opponents. You know, she was just like walking straight to them and ulted, and they were like, "Whoa, this also works like this." So I think that also was pretty powerful over there. And then we had Rakan from Andil as well, and your Nidalee. Both champions are the undefeated picks. For you guys, were you guys feeling confident about the draft? I mean, yeah, because we were secured the champions that we are very good at the moment, and also I think our coaching staff did a fantastic job rounding out the comp and telling us the directions for the gameplay as well. So now that you guys have all the information, I think you guys really have to be careful with letting those undefeated champions through for us.
확실히 앞에 서줄 챔피언이 없고 상대방의
So
깜짝 이니시에 좀
there were some moments where the opponents were actually finding some angle for team fights. But, so how did you manage to kind of deal with the situations? So yeah, we sometimes got surprised by the initiation attempts from the enemies, but as long as we keep that in mind and react to it, you know, in a proper way, we thought we will still win the team fights. So over there as well, we were trying to get visions. You know, we were just fighting for the visions, you know, contesting for the river fight. And then Rakan was looking for a little angle, and then they were going all in for Rakan. So it actually opens up more space for us to win the follow-up fights. So I guess, you know, they got a little bit charmed by that Rakan, you know. I guess like Andil was making a play to taunt the opponents, and they were actually like pouring their abilities. So we were in a really good spot. And Leaper also managed to survive there. Leaper, I think, is in a great form today. You know, he was doing a great job of surviving, but also he had a really good read on the matchup as well. And after that play, he was like, "Guys, did you see? I popped off. That's crazy. Like, I need compliments." So he was also very satisfied with his own play. Anything you want to say to him then? Yeah, Leaper, you did an amazing job. You know, props to you. I believe in you. And Bulldog, you were in a very aggressive position as well. Were you confident to win out that team fight? I mean, pretty much similar to what Cuz said, you know, as long as I can kind of force out a lot of their critical abilities, I believe my teammates will be able to win the team fight. And at the end, CV Max came over and talked to you a lot. So you almost missed the timing for your celebration as well. What was he talking about? He was basically like telling me how to find the angle to attack and also like get out of that fight. You know, you have to know how to play with the aggro and stuff. So I was getting a lot of like compliments and also some feedbacks. Well, speaking of celebration, Bulldog, you are on fire in terms of ceremonies. So you started off with the tiramisu dance challenge, and then last week you did the cheerleader challenge, and today you did the G-Idol dance challenge. So how do you come up with all those ideas? I don't give it a lot of thought, you know.
아 오늘 뭐 하지 생각하는 것 같습니다.
When I'm about to win the match, I'm like, what should I do today? And then it just like pops to my mind. And indeed, today was a very important match for Kwangdong Freaks, and it was a clean 2-0 win. So many Kwangdong fans out here, so many cool fans line to support you, which means they deserve another celebration, maybe?
많은 분들이 기대하시는 것 같은데 그렇죠? 저희가 살짝 빠져드리겠습니다. 메들리로 부탁드립니다.
So let's have a back-to-back Bulldog ceremony medley. A reel of his all of the dance moves that he pulled off.
뭐부터?
티라미수 케이크부터 그 삐끼삐끼 클락션.
All three of the dance moves.
세 개 다?
네.
All three?
짧게 하셔도 됩니다. 박수 부탁드립니다.
Give it up for Bulldog, everyone.
티라미수 케이크, 티라미수 케이크.
So this is the tiramisu cake dance. Next up is KBO cheerleader dance.
오, 와! 와! 아, 춤선이 프로다, 프로야.
Those moves are so on point.
오늘 했던 클락션까지.
And lastly, the G idol klaxon.
우와 우. 우와 우. 우와. 감사합니다.
Thank you so much, Bulldog. Please give it up for Bulldog one more time. I know this is hard, but thank you so much for redoing it for all the Kwangdong fans out here. Amazing celebration to the 2-0 win up against KT Roaster. And your next match is the Saturday Showdown up against BNK Fear X, a very important match for the playoffs contention. What is your resolution for that one?
DRX 지금 굉장히 잘하고 있지만
Fear X, they're on a crazy momentum, but this time around, we will crush them.
선수의 각오도 들어보겠습니다.
일단 요즘 BNK의 팀의 그
These days, BNK, they are on a very, very strong momentum. I want to say they are displaying a great performance right now, but I want to make sure that we can give it our all and prepare the best in order to secure a win that day. And this will be the end of the POG interview, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jisun Ayaya. And Ayaya to the Bulldog dance moves. He just does them all there.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting. Now, I really feel like, interestingly enough, Kwangdong Freaks, them beating BNK could actually be a boon for KT. I feel like almost now you're not necessarily competing with Kwangdong, you're competing with BNK because they have a really tough remaining schedule. So you were fighting against Kwangdong today, but now you're probably rooting for them a little bit.
And also,
Yeah.
right now they've been knocked out of that top 6, so a lot of work to be done to catch up. Rough.
All right, well, I guess we'll see what happens here as, again, it'll be very, very close for that final playoff spot, and that win by Kwangdong Freaks thrown things, just made things a little bit spicier. Not too crazy, as tomorrow we've got Hanwha Life Esports and the Bros, Giga Chads, rise on up. 1-game winning streak on the line against this Hanwha Life Esports team. And then on the opposite side, D+ and BNK Fear X, obviously huge playoff implications in that matchup as well. D+ still an opportunity to try and catch up into that bye in that second place.
I feel like if you're KT or a KT fan, you're probably rooting for D+ here as well. I think an upset win is possible for BNK. I think that series is going to be very close. If BNK win that one, it is going to be really rough for KT Roaster to make playoffs.
And that's the thing, when we've seen shifting form come out from some of these teams, you know, BNK on a hot streak, D+ struggling a little bit, it can really put the pressure on. If BNK get an upset, then suddenly KT and Kwangdong Freaks are going to have an even harder time trying to match up. So a lot of stakes still to be set.
Well, what a way to kick off the playoff push here in week number 8. Spicy games here on Wednesday, and we have more for you all the rest of the week. Thank you so much for spending your day with us here at the LCK, and we'll see you tomorrow for more action. See ya.
BNK 성장세가 불났습니다.
이제 광동풍은 사라지고 모래폭풍이 올 시간이라 광동풍을 저희 경기로 확실히 잠재우도록 하겠습니다.
바람이 다시 불기 시작합니다. 광동 프릭스입니다.
이번에 여우 한번 짓눌러보자. 파이팅!